Dreamscape presents #Resort Love by Samantha Chase. Narrated by Rebecca Gibble. 1. Everything was the same. Every damn thing. Harbortown was like the place that time had forgotten, and as Walker Bradshaw drove through the town for the second time today, it felt like he had stepped back in time, and it made him shudder. After a dozen years away, he was back to take care of some family business. Well, now it was his business, but he wasn't ready to deal with it yet. There was plenty of time for that, but for today, he just wanted to get reacquainted with the town. It was going to be his home for the next 6 months, so he figured it was the smart thing to do. He just wished it all didn't look so unappealing. Still, he was committed to the project, had taken the leave of absence from his job, and was going to stick it out no matter how many second thoughts he had. Pulling up to the Lakeview Inn, he groaned. It looked like it hadn't been updated in 20 years. But it was the only hotel in town, so here he was. Were there other arrangements he could have made? Sure. It just seemed wasteful to look to rent a house when he was only going to need it for a handful of days. Sucking it up at an old and outdated hotel was a minor inconvenience. But again, he'd deal with it. "If I deal with much more, my head may explode," he murmured as he climbed out of his truck. The Yukon was a monstrosity of an SUV, but he preferred it to an extended cab pickup. He needed something large, and hoped this was going to work when it came time to haul building materials. Letting out a tired breath, he went and checked in, and was given the key to a corner room on the ground floor. All the rooms had exterior entryways, so it felt a little more like a motel to him, but he kept that observation to himself. "Oh, Mr. Bradshaw?" the woman behind the desk called out when he was halfway across the lobby. Turning, he smiled. "Yes?" "I wasn't sure if you were in town on business or if you're visiting family, but there's a big town-wide celebration happening tonight over Main Street," she excitedly explained. "All the businesses on the block are open late, and there's going to be live music and food trucks. The Harbor Pub and Lakeview Pizza are staying open late, too. If you don't have anything planned, you should check it out." "What are you celebrating?" "It's the annual Tulips and Toboggans Festival," she said, as if that was a normal thing. "Tulips and toboggans? What?" "Well, the weather up here can be a bit fickle. Sometimes even when it's spring, winter shows back up. We used to have a tulip festival, as in the flowers, but years ago we added the toboggans because Mother Nature kept piling the snow on and delaying our flowers. So..." "Ah, got it," he said, even though it sounded ridiculous. "It's within walking distance," she went on, "which is lucky for you because the traffic will be crazy. I don't fuss at anyone who parks in our lot. After all, we're all like family here in Harbortown." All he could do was nod. "Everyone's going to be there. You really should go and experience it. Everything kicks off at 5 and goes until 11. Hopefully I'll see you there." "I'll think about it. Thanks," he said, finally walking out the door. His room was far down at the end of the building, so he decided to drive it, making it easier to unload his luggage right into his room. By the time he was done and settled, it was a little after 3. His flight from Texas that morning was uneventful, and the drive from the airport was easy. Yet he was exhausted, like barely keeping his eyes open exhausted. The original plan had been to go and at least do a brief exploration of the resort he was here to renovate, but he decided to put that off until tomorrow. Then he figured he'd grab something to eat in town and enjoy a quiet night in. But now it sounded like that might be a bit complicated. Or maybe I'm just being picky because I'm feeling overwhelmed already, he mumbled, falling back onto the bed. No sooner had his body settled than he started to feel himself dozing. An hour. I'll just nap for an hour and then figure out what to do about dinner. And after a long yawn, he was asleep. The next time Walker opened his eyes, the room was dark, and he was wildly disoriented. What the? It took a moment for him to realize where he was, and even longer for him to fumble around to turn on a light. The room looked dingier than he remembered. There were voices outside, so he walked over to the window, peered out through the curtains, and saw tons of people heading toward the street. From where he was, it looked like the parking lot was full, and a quick glance at his watch showed it was after 6. Tulips and toboggans people, no doubt. And as much as he would have preferred a quiet meal by himself, his curiosity got the better of him. It took a few minutes for him to freshen up and feel a little more awake and like himself, and after slipping on a jacket and grabbing his room key, he joined the throngs of people heading toward Main Street. The air was crisp, and he could hear music in the distance. Within minutes, he turned the corner and stepped onto the brightly lit street. There were people everywhere. The music and laughter surrounded him, and it was hard to remain indifferent. He walked past booths filled with flowers and various arts and crafts vendors. He could smell a variety of foods, and his stomach rumbled, demanding attention. There was a hot dog truck, a hot wings truck, another that served tomato pies, and the last one in this section served assorted cronuts. While they all sounded fine, none were really what he was looking for in terms of dinner. So he wandered down another block and came to a line to get into the Harbor Pub. There was a sandwich board listing tonight's specials, gourmet burgers and sandwiches mostly, but they all sounded good to him. There was a group of women standing in front of him, and he was curious if maybe they knew how long the wait was, or if he needed to put his name on some sort of list. But before he could ask, he overheard their conversation. "Do we really want to wait 30 minutes?" one of them asked. "I mean, I was totally in the mood for wings, and the line at the truck wasn't long at all." "I don't want wings," another commented, "but I would kill for some pizza. We can head down the block and just go to Lakeview's. They've got a ton of outdoor seating. Plus, my cousin's working there tonight. I'll bet he can get us seated fast." "You guys," the third one chimed in, "I have been dreaming about a bacon cheeseburger all day, and fries. I definitely need fries." "So, what are we supposed to do? No matter what we choose," number one reasoned, "someone's going to be disappointed." 2 more women joined them and asked what the plan was, and Walker had to admit he was curious about how this was all going to play out and who was going to get their way. "I don't want to wait on this line, but Harlow does," number one told the newcomers. "I'd rather go and get wings, but Gwen wants pizza." "Ooh, I could go for wings," one of the new girls said. "And I was in the mood for pizza," the other new girl added. "Oh, so then I'm the only one who wants to eat at the pub?" the one girl, Harlow, asked the group. "You can get a burger anytime. Just pick which one would be your second choice, wings or pizza," someone suggested. But clearly Harlow wasn't having any of it. "You guys go and get what you want, and we'll meet up a little later," Harlow said stiffly. "I'm waiting on the line." Which was moving, because it looked like a lot of people were leaving it. Walker kind of hoped that meant he'd be inside and eating soon, too. "Harlow, come on, you can't just go and eat alone," one friend argued. "It's really not a big deal," she assured them. "And besides, who says I'm going to eat alone, huh? Maybe I'll meet up with someone and—" She glanced over her shoulder, and Walker was met with the biggest, brownest eyes he'd ever seen. He tried not to smile, but failed. When she smiled back, Walker smoothly said, "I was going to eat by myself, but I'd be more than happy to join you." Her smile grew before she faced her friends and shrugged. "See? Problem solved. You guys go and get what you want, and I'll see you later." The entire group eyed him warily while murmuring about whether Harlow felt safe eating with a stranger, but she put everyone at ease, and eventually they all walked away. When they were alone, She faced him, suddenly looking a bit shy. I appreciate you stepping up like that. Well, it sounded like you were the only one who was going to have to compromise, and that didn't seem fair. I know, right? She laughed softly. Anyway, I'm not going to hold you to joining me for dinner. I'm sure you don't want to eat with a stranger. He shrugged. Like I said, I was here all by myself and planned on eating alone, but... Another shrug. I wouldn't mind the company. Really? Really, he assured her, before holding out his hand. I'm Walker. She placed her hand in his. I'm Harlow. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you, too. He looked around. So this is the Tulips and Toboggans Festival, huh? Yep. Is this your first time? It is. I just got into town today and found out about it. It was either come to the festival or not be able to drive across town. He teased. Yeah, it really takes up the entire downtown area. She studied him for a moment. So what brings you to Harbor Town? I'm here on some business, but it's pretty boring stuff and I'm trying to put off thinking about it until it's absolutely necessary. She nodded. I totally understand. What about you? Do you live around here, or are you just here for the festival? Born and raised in Harbor Town, she replied. This is tradition. It's not very exciting, but it's a lot more fun than a typical Friday night, so here I am. The line continued to move until the hostess asked if there were any parties of two. They raised their hands and were immediately moved to the front of the line and escorted to a table in the back corner of the pub. He wondered if maybe this was weird, but realized it was no different from going on a first date. They immediately ordered drinks before quietly looking over the menu. I thought I heard you mention something about a bacon cheeseburger and fries, he said, grinning at her. Oh, I'm definitely getting that, but I needed to make sure there was nothing else that sounded even better. She winked at him. What about you? What looks good to you? Now there was a loaded question, and Walker held her gaze long enough to let her know what he was thinking. Harlow blushed slightly, ducking her head and focusing on the menu again. It took a few minutes, but he decided to give the bacon cheeseburger a try too, and once they placed their orders, they were left staring at each other while trying to come up with something to talk about. So, Harlow, what do you do for a living? He asked. Her sigh spoke volumes. To be honest, I've had a crappy couple of weeks at work and would love to talk about something else. Is that okay? He nodded with a small laugh. Believe me, I totally get it. Pausing, he scrambled for another topic. This festival, you said it's more exciting than a typical Friday night. What else is there to do around here? He didn't let on that he was familiar with the area, but he enjoyed listening to her talk about some of the other local restaurants and bars that she typically goes to with her friends. There used to be a resort here in town, she went on. Well, on the edge of town. Anyway, it closed down right after Labor Day, and it used to be a great place to go on the weekends during the tourist season. Once it closed down, a lot of places sort of followed suit. She shook her head. We're all really pissed about it, too. I mean, they could have sold the place and helped the town, but... Another headshake. Sorry. Sometimes I still get worked up about it. All Walker did was nod, because the last thing he wanted to talk about was the resort. What about you? She asked. What kinds of things do you do for pleasure on the weekends? He almost choked on his drink, because the way she said pleasure had him thinking of sexy activities. He certainly wasn't thinking about bowling or going to the movies. It depends on my mood and the company, he replied smoothly. He held her gaze, and he swore the temperature in the room went up several degrees. Occasionally, I'll grab a meal or some drinks with friends, but other times I prefer the company of a beautiful woman." He raised his glass to her. "Like tonight." She blushed again, and Walker had a feeling things just took an interesting turn. "Where's home for you?" she asked. "You mentioned just getting into town, so—" "I travel a lot for work, but my home base is in Texas." Pausing, he took another sip of water. "I've got to be honest, Harlow. It feels a little weird not to talk about our jobs because we don't want to think about work. I'm not sure what we can talk about." Harlow arched one dark brow at him. "Well, I obviously can't speak for you, but there is a lot more to me than my job. Although, I get what you're saying. We're not looking to get into too much personal stuff. So how about we just talk about the pub? Or the food? Or maybe the festival?" "Would you really have come in and eaten by yourself if I didn't say anything?" "Oh, absolutely. I take my food very seriously. And although I like wings, I wasn't in the mood for them. Same with pizza. The plan was that we were going to grab something to eat and then walk around and take in all the arts and crafts stuff. Personally, I enjoy seeing all the art, particularly the paintings. It's kind of a hobby of mine, and I'm fascinated by what other artists create." "Have you ever set up a booth at the festival and showcased your paintings?" Her bark of laughter was her first response. "Hell no. I don't think I'm good enough for that sort of thing. Plus, if I did it and everyone else thought I sucked, I'd be mortified." It was hard to argue with that. "Do you have any secret hobbies, Walker? Something you haven't shared with your friends or coworkers?" When he didn't reply right away, she teasingly added, "I promise not to tell." "I play acoustic guitar. It was something I started when I was a kid, although I was in a band when I was in high school." Her eyes lit up. "Really? Like a rock band?" He nodded. "Yep. It was short-lived, and we were kind of awful. I got rid of the 2 electric guitars I had, but decided to hold on to the acoustic one. Every once in a while, I like to just sit and play it. It's very relaxing." Which was why it was one of the things that was being delivered here with the rest of his belongings next week. Conversation organically moved on to music, what he liked, what she liked, and after that their dinner arrived. Naturally then, the discussion turned to food, which was fantastic. Walker totally identified as a food snob, so he wasn't overly optimistic about the food being served in the pub, but the burger was juicy and flavorful, and the fries had the perfect amount of salt and crispiness. And watching Harlow enjoy her meal was fascinating. She ate with gusto, talked a little with her mouth full, but she was so damn charming that he couldn't take his eyes off of her. Her dark hair, dark eyes, and glossy lips that she kept licking after every bite were beyond appealing. But he was here to work on the resort. All of his time and energy needed to go into that, and nothing else. He had a schedule and commitments, and more than anything, he needed to keep his focus. Yeah, but that's all going to start on Monday. What harm would it be to focus on something else for the weekend? Okay, that was a good point. And the more he looked at Harlow, the more he wanted to put all his attention on her. So he did. They ate, and when they were done, he paid for their meals. "Walker, you didn't need to do that," she sweetly chastised. "It was my pleasure." Taking her by the hand, he led them out of the pub. Once they were out on the sidewalk, he smiled at her. "Show me around the festival." It felt like they walked around for hours. Harlow showed him all of her favorite vendors and was definitely passionate when she showed him some of her favorite paintings and described why she liked them. They stopped at a food truck and shared a cronut, and then further down the block stopped at another truck and shared some frozen yogurt. As much as he didn't think it would have been possible, he was having a great time. When they hit the end of the block, he knew they'd seen everything. "And that's the Tulips and Toboggans Festival," she said with a small sigh. When she looked up at him, he could see a hint of disappointment there. "It was a lot of fun," he told her. They simply held each other's gaze for several long moments before he asked, "Do you need to meet up with your friends?" "Oh, they texted a little while ago to check on me because they were leaving." "They just left you here?" "Well, they knew I was with you, and I told them we were walking around. It's fine. Really." "Did you drive here with anyone? Do you need a ride home?" She hit him with another shy smile. "Thanks, but I'm okay. I drove myself. I'm parked at the hotel." "That's where I'm staying," he replied smoothly. "Want to start heading back that way?" Harlow nodded, and Walker knew he had about 20 minutes to come up with a reason to ask her to stay without coming off like he was being pushy. Would it be wrong if I initiated a kiss? Or maybe an invitation into his room? Harlow St. James never initiated anything physical or intimate, but something about this man made her want to. A lot. Maybe it was because she knew everyone in town, because she had lived here her entire life, and Walker was someone new. Or maybe it was because she was having a really great night and wasn't ready for it to end. Or maybe he's the sexiest man I've ever met, and just holding his hand is a turn-on. Okay, yeah, they were all good reasons, but that last one was the strongest one. So she slowed them down to a stroll and made an attempt to point out some of the most ridiculous things just to stall their walk to the hotel down a bit. Luckily, Walker humored her and looked at wood-carved figurines, painted flower pots, and all the handcrafted toboggans. If he knew that she was stalling them on purpose, he never said a word. If anything, he seemed more than okay with them taking their time. Was it possible he also wasn't in any rush for their time together to end? God, I hope so, she thought. The crowd was definitely thinning out by the time they hit the end of Main Street, and with her hand still firmly in Walker's, they turned off the block, leaving the festival behind. Her mind raced to come up with something witty to say, but all she came up with was, "So, what did you think of your first Tulips and Toboggans festival?" He playfully nudged her shoulder. "It was a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be, but I think that had more to do with my tour guide." "Oh, well, then I'm glad we found each other. I would hate to think of you wandering around all by yourself and missing out on some of the highlights." "Which were?" he teased. "Come on, tell me you've ever seen any better wood-carved tulips. I mean, they were freaking adorable." They were. And if you were going to be here in the winter, you know you totally would have bought yourself one of those custom toboggans, right?" "That one I'm not so sure about." Sean Patterson's toboggans have come in first place in many competitions, for both race and for design. He's a local celebrity. Nodding, he smiled down at her. "Well then, I would almost have to buy one of his if I were going to be here in the winter." She studied him as they continued to walk. "You didn't mention how long you were going to be in town for." He seemed to hesitate before answering. "I'm not sure yet." Oh. They walked along in companionable silence until they turned into the parking lot of the Lakeview Inn. She was parked in the far corner, but Walker came to a stop near the entrance to the lobby. Two of the employees came strolling out and waved to them. Harlow recognized Tammy Fielding and Ken Baker. They'd both worked at the hotel for years. Harlow smiled and waved at them both before putting her attention back on Walker. Turning slightly so he could face her, He looked like he was struggling to find something to say, too. "I had a really good time tonight," she blurted out. "I'm glad you chimed in during my conversation with my friends." He visibly relaxed. "I don't typically interrupt people's conversations, but this time, I'm glad I did." More silence. "So, where are you parked?" "Oh, back in the far corner," she said, pointing in the general direction. "Do you have a room here in the main building or one of the outer rooms?" "Outer room." He nodded in the same direction as her car. "I'm back in the corner room." And with that, they turned and started walking that way, in total silence. When they reached Walker's room, Harlow knew it was now or never. She either had to go big or literally go home. "This is your room, huh?" Ugh, what a stupid thing to say. What is wrong with me? The grin Walker gave her told her he thought it was lame, too. "It is?" He paused for a moment before stepping in a bit closer. "I really want to ask you to come in, but I wasn't sure if that would make me sound like some sort of creep or perv or—" "Walker?" "I'd really like to go inside with you," she said almost breathlessly. And before she could change her mind, she pressed up against him, wrapped her hand around his nape, and pulled him down so she could press her lips to his. She didn't relax until Walker's arm banded around her waist and he took control of the kiss. In a heartbeat, her back was against the hotel room door, and she was ready to hop up and wrap her legs around his waist. But she didn't. Not yet. It was the wildest, most carnal kiss of her life. No one had ever kissed her this way, like she was vital to his very existence, and it made her mind go wild just imagining what would come next. He broke the kiss, resting his forehead against hers. "Key," he murmured. "Let's go inside." He fumbled with the room key for a moment before the door finally opened and they nearly stumbled inside. Walker reached for her, and she willingly went into his arms. The door slammed shut seconds before she was back against it, wrapping herself around him. And yes, this time she did hop up and wrap her legs around his waist, and he rewarded her by tightly grasping her bottom and squeezing. Best night ever. On and on it went. Her hands raked through his dark hair and held on. It didn't seem possible to want someone this badly, but she did. Maybe the fact that he was only in town for a short amount of time should be a deterrent, but it wasn't. If anything, it made this even more exciting. She'd never had a one-night stand with a stranger, but her life had been pretty depressing lately, and this could be the perfect distraction. They hadn't discussed anything even remotely personal tonight, and that should have been a red flag, but she refused to think about it. People she knew saw her walking around with him all night, so if anything went wrong... I listened to way too many true crime podcasts. Think sexy thoughts, damn it. Walker moved against her in the most erotic way, leaving her no doubt that they were on the same page. And it was crazy how much that delicious friction put her mind at ease. When he finally lifted his head, they were both panting breathlessly. "Am I going too fast?" he asked, but Harlow was already shaking her head. "Not fast enough?" She grinned. "I wouldn't say no to having my back against something softer than the door," she said softly, and couldn't believe how bold she was being. But he didn't move, and she wondered if maybe she was being too bold, or even too presumptuous. "Are you sure, Harlow? I mean, we can stop right now. I'm not going to pressure you to do anything more than you're comfortable with." Letting out a soft sigh, she reached around and caressed his jaw. "I wouldn't be here like this with you if I wasn't comfortable with you. It seems weird since we literally just met, and I never do this kind of thing, but with you, it feels right." With a curt nod, he turned with her still wrapped around him and strode over to the bed, gently placing her down. She kicked off her ankle boots and shimmied out of her jacket before shifting on the bed until her head was on a pillow. Walker's eyes were on her the entire time. Swallowing hard, she waited to see if he was going to undress at all before joining her on the bed. Or he peeled his jacket off, and then his sweater, revealing the most mouth-watering body she'd ever seen. He was all lean muscles and six-pack abs that she was itching to touch. She lay back in fascination as he kicked off his shoes and then took off his watch. It was a slow, casual striptease, and she couldn't wait for him to get to the good stuff. But he climbed on the bed with his jeans still on, and she figured it was okay to be patient a little longer. His body covered hers in the most satisfying way, and Harlow immediately welcomed his weight and wrapped herself around him. She was trembling with anticipation. Was he going to kiss her first and then help her undress, or the other way around? But he was slightly braced above her and simply studying her face until she started to squirm. Well, rub against him. Same thing. "Walker, please," she whispered. "Please what?" he asked gruffly. Oh, God. What exactly was she asking? What did she want? "Kiss me, please." "So polite," he murmured as he slowly lowered his head. When his lips were barely a breath away from hers, he added, "It's very sexy." Harlow had zero chance to reply because he was kissing her and she was kissing him back, and things went from polite to sensual, exploratory to erotic in the blink of an eye. She pressed closer, writhed beneath him, and nearly cried with relief when his hand smoothed under her sweater and cupped her breast. All she could think was more. More kissing, more touching, more everything. Walker slowly pulled his hand out from under her sweater far too soon, and she squeaked with surprise when he rolled them over so she was straddling him. At first, she wasn't sure what to do, but when she sat up a bit and both his hands made their way under her sweater, she decided to move things along. Whipping her top off, she tossed it onto the floor and said a quick prayer of thanks that she had on a pretty bra rather than a basic one. "Damn, Harlow," he whispered reverently. "You are so beautiful." No one had ever called her that before, and she didn't know how to respond. Rather than fixate on it, she reached behind her back, unhooked her bra, and sent it flying to the floor on top of her sweater. After that, things heated up more than she thought possible. The rest of their clothes disappeared, and it was all warm, smooth skin, heated touches, and pleasurable sighs. And soon she couldn't form a coherent thought. She could only feel. And oh, did Walker ever make her feel? Hell, she was fairly certain she'd never feel quite this good again. It wasn't possible. But as the night went on, he proved her wrong, and she was more than okay with it. Harlow had no idea what time it was, because they had knocked the alarm clock off the nightstand at one particularly acrobatic moment last night, but she was fairly certain it was very early. Beside her, Walker was sound asleep, and as much as she would love to stay curled up beside the world's sexiest man, she felt like she needed to leave. Sneaking out was something she'd never done before, but now that the sex fog had lifted and the sun was coming up, she felt a little embarrassed by her wanton behavior. It was like she didn't even recognize herself. She wasn't a seductress. She never made the first move. Ever. Although she couldn't say that anymore. Turning her head, she glanced at Walker and had to fight the urge to reach out and touch him again. But she didn't. This was a mistake. An enjoyable one, but still a mistake. With any luck, he wouldn't be in town long, and they wouldn't cross paths again. So she tiptoed around the room and quickly got dressed. She had no idea if he was a light or heavy sleeper, but she didn't want to be here long enough to find out. As quickly as she could, she picked up her jacket and purse and managed to open and close the hotel room door almost silently. Then she ran to her car, started it, and pulled away before letting it even warm up. It wasn't the best way to treat the vehicle, but she seriously wanted to leave before Walker knew she was gone. "Stupid," she mumbled. "Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why would I sleep with a man I barely know? Why him? Why now? What the hell was I thinking?" Even as she said the words, she knew. He was that attractive, and she was that, well, she didn't want to say horny, but it had been a really, really, really long time since she'd had sex. "But was that a good reason?" she demanded frantically, almost hysterically. "Oh, God, please let him be leaving town right away." Of course, there was no way for her to ever know for sure. They didn't exchange phone numbers. Hell, they didn't even exchange last names. And while he was the only Walker she'd ever met, that didn't mean there weren't thousands of them out there in the world. And he didn't seem too interested in knowing more about her, so maybe she should just write this off as a lapse in judgment. A pleasurable lapse in judgment. Letting out a long breath, she shivered, waiting for the heat to kick in, which took almost as long as it took to pull up to her apartment. Just in time to step out into the cold air again. Awesome. Climbing from the car, she yawned, but did a slow jog to her door. Keys in hand, she let herself in before closing the door and locking it, relieved to come home unnoticed. Padding to the kitchen to make coffee, she dropped her jacket on the sofa before pulling her phone out of her purse. There were easily a dozen messages from her friends. Gwen: "Checking on you. Are you still with the hot guy?" Franny: "Same. It's late. Are you home? Do you need us to come and get you?" Shannon: "Harlow, please respond. We're worried." Dina: "I hope you're all happy. We could have just eaten at the pub and then no one would be worried. If anything's happened to Harlow, we're all to blame." "Oh, good grief," she murmured, before continuing to read the group text. Franny: "Don't even say that. Has anyone driven past her apartment?" Shannon: "It's almost 1 a.m. I'm in bed, but if I need to go, I'll go." Gwen: "Her car wasn't there when I drove past earlier." Dina: "That's because you left when we did and she had just said she was still out with the hot guy." Franny: "Did she tell us his name? Can we research him?" Gwen: "I think it's Walker, but no last name." Gwen: "OMG, Harlow, just respond!" The last message was at 3 a.m., and it was now 6. Muttering a curse, she tapped out a quick response. Harlow: "I'm home and I'm safe. Sorry, I honestly didn't look at my phone until just now." Harlow: "I'm sorry you were all so worried, but I'm good, I swear. Just exhausted." Harlow: I promised to call you all later and—" But she never got to finish because there was a knock on her door. Realistically, she knew it couldn't be Walker, but she had that moment of panic and silently tiptoed to the door to look through the peephole to see who it was. 4 pairs of eyes were staring back at her. Relief washed over her as she pulled the door open and was immediately embraced by the group. It took several minutes to confirm that she was fine and put everyone's minds at ease. "I can't believe you're all here this early." "I already stopped at the bakery and grabbed us a bunch of chocolate croissants and apple turnovers. You have coffee, right?" Gwen asked. "I was just making myself a cup now," Harlow said with a small laugh. "Grab a seat and I'll finish making some for everyone." "We can't believe you spent the night with a complete stranger," Dina blurted out. "That's so unlike you." "Okay, but to be fair," Shannon interjected, "he was seriously hot. I would have too if he asked." When Harlow looked over her shoulder, she saw Franny shaking her head. "Come on, Franny, out with it. Tell us what you're thinking." "What?" "I just think, I don't know. You know nothing about this guy. How could you just sleep with him? What if he's a bad person, or married, or... "I think married and a bad person are the same thing," Shannon commented. "I'm just saying." "Damn, I hadn't thought about that," Harlow murmured. "Look, I get that you're all concerned, and I love you for it, but he's not going to be in town long, and I'm never going to see him again, okay? Problem solved." "How can you be so sure?" "Because he said he wasn't going to be here long." "Wait, did he?" Pushing that question aside because it would only cause more questions, Harlow put a smile on her face as she served her friends their coffee. "Well, since we're all up so early, what are we doing today?" she asked cheerily, and did her best not to think about Walker and their sexy, fantasy-filled night. 2.
What the hell was I thinking?
Monday morning, Walker stood in the courtyard of the now deserted Lakeview Harbor Resort and let out a long breath. It had been over 6 months since anyone had been here, and it showed. Planning the renovations on the massive property were already overwhelming him, but now that he was finally here and seeing it all in person, he seriously questioned his sanity. There was a time when he knew this place like the back of his hand, but it had been years since he'd stepped foot on the property, and now it felt completely unfamiliar and overwhelming, almost like he'd never been there before. And really, he hadn't. At least, not this version of it.
1,500 acres, he murmured, and I'm barely an acre in.
His great-grandparents originally owned the land and had put a few cabins on it for friends and family to use. Then his grandparents expanded that concept and turned it into a rustic, family-oriented resort. For decades, people from all over the country came there for different variations of camping around a lake. And there were many options to choose from the 100-room lodge to the wide variety of cabins, and then the campground for campers and RVs. Hell, there was even an entire section dedicated to those who wanted to actually camp with a tent. And for years, the resort was booked to capacity. For as far back as he could remember, this place was the place to be in the non-wintry months. Over the years, the activities they offered grew: canoeing, fishing, archery, kayaking, hiking, bird-watching. The list was essentially endless, and there was always something for everyone. It was tremendously appealing for families, especially when there were camps within the resort geared for kids in almost every age group, which meant you didn't have to all be together constantly. Walker remembered how much fun it used to be to hang out with other kids his age and only have to see his parents when it was time for dinner. Yeah, he had a lot of great memories of his summers here, but those memories were filled with brightly painted buildings and beautifully landscaped areas. Unfortunately, his grandparents, who he loved so much, hadn't kept up with the times or the updates and renovations. The whole place was stuck in a serious time warp, and not the kind that gave you a sense of nostalgia. No, what was still standing was run down and almost uninhabitable. From what he'd learned in the last few months, large parts of the resort had been closed off for years. The list of activities had shrunk, and basically, modern families weren't looking to completely disconnect from the world during their vacations like they used to. There were buildings, large ones, that were just sitting vacant. It was hard to wrap his head around how what he remembered became what it was. Raking a hand through his hair, Walker tried to envision what it could look like a year from now.
Like it should be someone else's responsibility.
Another sigh as he shook his head. Yeah, it was a monumental task he was taking on, but hopefully he could turn the place around and make it into the kind of vacation destination the masses would want to come to again. Last year, his grandparents had made the hard decision to close the resort. They didn't want to sell it, didn't want to see it torn down, but the whole family knew it would only be a matter of time before that happened. Developers and real estate agents had been after them to sell for years. They called them vultures. His grandmother claimed there had been people calling her for years just looking to pick apart the resort for their own projects, but she'd never been tempted to sell. Walker was intimately familiar with the process and knew the property was worth an almost obscene amount of money, certainly more than he ever dreamed of. His parents could retire and travel the world several times over and live comfortably for the rest of their lives and still have money left over to donate to charities or several philanthropic ventures. But they were emotionally attached to the property, the resort, and all the memories that went with it. They hadn't been shy about asking all their children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, basically anyone who was related to them to take over operations. Unfortunately, everyone knew it would be a lost cause, including him. There was too much to do to turn the resort into what it was in its heyday. So he accepted the fact that the resort was closing its doors for good, and that this chapter of his life was over. Not that he'd had anything to do with the actual running of the place, but it had been a part of his life since he was born. Hell, it had been in his family for years before that. It was the end of an era, and he'd made his peace with it. Until one of his oldest friends had called and practically begged him to come up with a plan to save the damn place. If anyone other than Jace Nash had approached him about it, Walker would have shut them down fast. But he and Jace had been friends since they were 5 and had met right here at the resort. For some reason, thinking about all the memories they'd made and all the friendships had him feeling nostalgic, and the next thing he knew, he had gone and presented a loose business plan to his grandparents, and shockingly, they had accepted it. Something he still couldn't believe. They were still the primary owners, but Walker and his team were going to take over the day-to-day operations and all the updates. Essentially, he had a small group of investors, all close friends who spent large parts of their childhood summers right here at the resort, who all saw the potential in turning things around and bringing Lakeview Harbor Resort into this century. Walker had been managing a major luxury resort chain for the last several years, so he was familiar with the industry, what was needed, and what travelers desired. Working in hospitality was in his blood. At least that's what he always told himself. It felt natural to him, and his parents swore it was because he had spent such a large part of his childhood on this very property. But when he decided to make a career out of it, he went for the 5-star companies who focused on leisure and comfort and a more opulent travel experience. The money was great, the perks were amazing, and going to work every day surrounded by some of the most beautiful scenery and architecture in the world was wildly fulfilling. And a far cry from what he was looking at right now. He was just going to have to tone down his upscale luxury tastes a bit and bring it down a notch to maybe an upscale rustic chic.
Still not even sure that's possible.
Okay, if this was going to work, he was going to have to change his mindset. After letting out another long breath, he closed his eyes, counted to 10, and told himself that when he opened his eyes, he needed to take in everything from a fresh perspective. Eyes open, he looked around. The scenery was spectacular. The lake, the view of the mountains. If they did this right and put more effort into making the cabins a bit more appealing and optimizing the views, Walker knew they could market them for everything from a family home away from home to a romantic getaway. But it wasn't just the cabins they had to contend with. There were 50 of them, but there was also the lodge. Some trees would have to go so they could offer better views, and the interior was going to need a complete refresh from top to bottom. He truly hoped it wouldn't need to be gutted. If they could get those areas done first, they could possibly hold off on the campgrounds until maybe Phase 2. He hated the thought of reopening with things only partially done, and he didn't want to risk isolating any potential guests. But getting it all done in time for next year's season was already cutting things close, especially since it was all in dire need of upgrades and renovations.
Or just bulldozing,
he mumbled. That was a genuine possibility, considering the state of disrepair in most of the cabins. The conservative estimate he got was around $10,000 per cabin just to make them habitable so they could pass inspection. They'd be fine, but that wasn't what he was going for. He wanted them to be better than fine. Sadly, that didn't include furniture and interior decorating. And that also didn't include the possibility of knocking down some of the cabins and building glamping domes. He'd seen a resort in Gatlinburg that had them, and he thought they'd be perfect for what he envisioned here at Lakeview Harbor. To say that he was in over his head was an understatement. His buddies, who were also investing, were scheduled to start arriving over the next several weeks. It was Walker's job between now and then to do the initial walkthrough and come up with a tentative plan of action for them. The utilities were still connected for a handful of cabins, and even though staying someplace else would have been his preference, he knew he was going to have to fully immerse himself in this project, which meant sleeping on site and getting his hands dirty. Glancing around, he wondered if maybe renting a mobile home or camper or anything that was new and clean might be a better option. Pulling out his phone, he was about to Google it and see what he could find when he remembered yet another issue with the resort: no Wi-Fi. Muttering a curse, he knew what his first task had to be. There was no way he could stay here and work if he couldn't connect to the internet. That was pretty much mandatory for everything he was going to have to work on in the coming weeks. The hotel he stayed at this weekend was about 20 miles away, and it was the closest one to the resort. If things got too uncomfortable, Walker knew he could realistically go back for a few nights. The place had looked practically deserted, other than the overflowing parking lot on Friday night for the festival, and he knew there would definitely be rooms available for however long he needed one. But
I'm used to running and staying in 5-star luxury resorts. How the hell am I supposed to handle staying in a rundown hotel and then an even more rundown cabin for the next who knows how long?
He'd taken a 6-month leave of absence from his job. The only reason his bosses had agreed to it was because they knew he was damn good at his job and promised to be accessible while he was gone. It wasn't ideal, but just in case this whole thing didn't work out, he knew he was going to need a job to go back to. Although, he was going to need a job anyway. The entire plan was to get the resort renovated and up and running again with someone else handling the day-to-day operations. Walker had moved on from his upstate New York upbringing and was enjoying life traveling between Orlando, Miami, Galveston, and San Diego. There was no way he was going to settle back up in the Northeast with its cold temperatures. No, thank you. They were planning on hiring a management team to run everything once all the work was done. He knew he would oversee things from a distance, a little like he already did for his current job, but being here full-time would never happen. Been there, done that. Bought the plane ticket to get the hell out. Shaking his head as a cool wind blew around him, Walker knew he needed to pick a cabin he could call home for the next few weeks, preferably one with a functioning kitchen. He was here, and he was determined to make the best of it, no matter how much he wanted to change his mind and bolt. Just like Harlow did on Saturday morning. And yeah, it stung. Not that he was particularly looking forward to an awkward goodbye with essentially zero promises of seeing each other again, but it bothered him that she'd snuck out while he was asleep. It felt wrong, and part of him wanted to go out and ask around if anyone knew her, but that felt like he was stalking her. Plus, why? He wasn't looking to start up a relationship with anyone while he was here, so why was he harping on it? She left. So what? That's what was going to happen anyway. Before he could think about it anymore, his phone rang, and he prayed he'd have decent reception out here in the damn woods. When he saw it was his grandfather calling, he smiled and tapped the screen. "Hey, Grandpa, this is a surprise." "Is it?" his grandfather asked with amusement. "I figured you were at the resort, and I wanted to check on you. How does everything look? Is it all still intact?" He glanced around and inwardly groaned. "You could say that." "Oh, dear. Is it bad?" "Gramps, you didn't mention just how much you had let go. Every inch of the property needs work." Walker tried not to sound too accusatory, but it was hard. I know, and I'm sorry about that. In my mind, I guess I didn't think it was that bad." "It's worse than bad, Gramps. I get things being overgrown since no one's been maintaining the grounds in over 6 months, but the buildings? They're a mess. Again, I know. If you and your friends want to back out, we'd completely understand. Your grandmother and I won't hold you to our original agreement." It was tempting. Once the guys arrived and saw what they were dealing with, he had a feeling they'd not only understand, but they'd be booking the first flight out of here too. Instead, he shook his head. No one's backing out of anything. It's just a lot more than I was expecting." "Are you sure?" "Because one of those pain-in-the-ass real estate agents has been calling and emailing again. Your grandmother typically deals with her, but she's had just about enough. It's bordering on harassment now." "So tell her to back off," Walker reasoned. "If you've told her you're not interested in selling, why does she keep reaching out?" "You know your grandmother. She's not overly assertive. It's kind of funny how she stands up for herself in just about every situation, but with this, she comes off sounding a little wishy-washy." "Doesn't she call these agents vultures?" His grandfather laughed. "Oh, all the time, but for some reason she doesn't get firm with them." "So why don't you take the call or call them and tell them to leave you alone?" "Honestly, I guess for a while it was nice that people were interested. Personally, I would have eventually sold the damn property and moved on. But your grandmother wouldn't hear of it. I thought if we had offers, eventually we might take one. Then you came along with your offer, and it was like an answer to a prayer." "Oh, Walker. You have no idea how much it means to us. Like I said, I would have sold the place. Hell, I would have told myself I was fine with it. But the truth is that I poured so much of myself into Lakeview Harbor Resort that it's a part of me.
I think at some point it would have bothered me that strangers were taking over something I built, or tearing it down. But now, knowing that you and your friends are going to do all the things I could never do, well." He paused, and Walker could hear the emotion in his voice. "It's just everything to me. So, thank you." Well, shit. There went any hope of backing out of the deal. "Don't worry, Gramps. We're going to turn the resort around and come back with our best season yet." "I know you will, Walker," he said quietly. "I know you will." Another pause. "Just watch out for the vultures. We haven't told anyone about your plans, so no one in town has any idea that you're coming or what you're going to be doing. I imagine once word gets out, they're going to descend on the place and try to convince you to sell." "Got any names, so I know exactly who to avoid?" There were so many I could never remember them all. This last one, though, the last name is St. James. The only reason I remember it is because she's the most persistent. I can't tell you how many times I heard your grandmother saying, "Miss St. James this," or "Miss St. James that." Other than that, just know if they come wanting to talk about the property, we've already told them no. It's been very upsetting to keep rehashing the whole darn thing. Like I said, don't worry. I'll have them arrested for trespassing. No one's going to convince me of anything. I'm here, and I'm committed to making this a success. This time next year, you and Graham are going to come and stay in one of our VIP suites and marvel at how far we've come. I'm looking forward to it, Walker. Thank you. And I'm sorry that it's going to be so much work. If you need more money, just let me know. We can make anything happen, okay? Okay, thanks. And call me if you have any questions. I know that place better than anyone. Walker smiled. I know you do. And don't worry, I'll be in touch soon. I'll have your grandmother call you when she gets back from the grocery store. She'll remember that real estate girl's name so you can avoid her. Or maybe you can be the one to put her in her place. He laughed. Good luck, Walker. Thanks, Gramps. When they hung up, Walker realized he'd been just wandering in circles and still had to decide where he was going to stay. None of the cabins were in great shape, and were probably going to need a little TLC before he could move in. Muttering another curse, he walked down the path toward Cabin Group A. These were the ones that currently had working electricity and plumbing. His grandfather had called in the old groundskeeper and asked him to come and clean up this one section of the property, and Walker was relieved to see that it was done. He couldn't stay here until he got the Wi-Fi hooked up, but he could at least look around and decide which one was going to be his temporary home. They all looked rough, and he could feel his scowl deepening. The thought of staying in any one of them right now was beyond unappealing, but it was going to happen no matter how much he hated it. Maybe I should stop acting like a damn baby and just pick one. So he did. It was the first one on the path that he had passed. It meant being closer to the center of the property and easier to get to everything once work began. There was a small living space, an even smaller kitchen, a scary-looking bathroom, a surprisingly decent-sized bedroom, and a loft. It wasn't ideal, but maybe with a few modifications, he could make it livable for the time being. Plus, it could fit all of his personal items that were going to be delivered next week. With his decision made, he quickly exited the cabin. Okay, back to the hotel, see about the Wi-Fi, order a new mattress, bedding, towels, a couple of pieces of furniture, and cleaning supplies. The list grew with every step he took, but with any luck, he'd have most of it delivered before he moved in.
Making his way back to his car, Walker glanced back one last time, shaking his head. He needed to reach out to his friends with an update, and he had to find a way to put a positive spin on the whole thing, without being a total liar. It was only day 1, and he was already mentally exhausted. He could only imagine how he was going to feel 6 months from now. He was about to pull away when his phone vibrated with an incoming text. Laughing softly, he saw it was from his grandmother. It was adorable when she texted, because she always worded the message like it was a formal letter, including signing her name. Tapping the screen, he saw a bunch of heart emojis and smiley faces before she mentioned talking to his grandfather about the real estate people. He read further and was certain he was misreading things. Graham. Be careful, Walker. The biggest vulture of them all is a Harlow St. James. She's young and cute, but she's a persistent pain in my behind. Don't let her get her claws into you or our resort. Send her on her way and tell her to please stop calling me. Graham. Remember, Harlow St. James is not to be trusted. Love, Grandma.
Well, shit.
Well, it's official. The Okanee Diner has closed its door. Harlow St. James tossed her purse down on her desk, sighing loudly. Her friend and coworker, Swati, looked up from her computer screen and frowned. What? Seriously? We were just there on Friday after we left the festival. Yep. I stopped there to grab some lunch to bring back to the office, and the doors were locked. There's a sign on the door saying that after 40 years in business, the owners made the tough decision to close. Sighing, she added, Just one more thing in this town that's gone. And you know who's to blame, right? The economy? No! The Bradshaws! You know, the Lakeview Harbor Resort owners. They totally let that whole place crumble, and it took half the town's businesses with them. They took off, and now those 1,500 acres and all the buildings on it are just going to sit abandoned. They're a total eyesore. You really can't see any of the buildings from the road, Swati argued lightly. You'd have to drive through the gates of the resort and down the long driveway. I mean, it's unfair, Harlow blurted out. If they didn't want to run the resort anymore, fine. But they should have sold it instead of killing the whole town. How do you know they're not going to sell? It's possible. But Harlow was already shaking her head. No, it's not. Believe me. I've talked to Dale and Peggy Bradshaw more times than I can count about selling the place. When's the last time you tried talking to them? This morning, she said miserably. Peggy's always very polite, but she can't be reasoned with. I have a list of developers a mile long who have asked about buying the property, and they've turned them all down. Wow, that just seems odd. If they sold all of it, they'd be millionaires like 100 times over. I know, Harlow snapped with frustration. I've had offers to buy the whole thing and offers to purchase chunks of land, and they weren't interested. And before she hung up this morning, Peggy said they were fine with just walking away and letting the property just sit and rot and get overgrown. Another long sigh. Who turns down tens of millions of dollars? What about the rest of the family? Swati asked. Surely they have kids and grandkids who aren't on board with just passing up that kind of money. Maybe you need to reach out to one of them and talk some sense into them. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I seem to remember hearing that their family used to spend their summers here. I'd just have to figure out how to find them. Find who? Her boss, Charlene, asked as she walked across the office to get herself a cup of coffee. We're talking about Lakeview Harbor Resort, Harlow explained, and finding Dale and Peggy's kids. Why? Harlow explained her theory about why all the local businesses were closing down. Just because the Bradshaws didn't care about what their poor business skills did to this town doesn't mean the next owners won't. If we can convince them to sell and bring in new developers who can breathe some life back into the local economy, everybody wins. We just need to figure out where to find some of the Bradshaw family, Swati chimed in. Well, you can start by driving up to the resort, Charlene casually said as she poured cream into her coffee. What? No one's been up there in at least 6 months, Harlow argued. And I just spoke to Peggy Bradshaw this morning. She never mentioned anyone being here. Grinning, her boss faced her. Last night, I was at the grocery store and the guy in front of me at the checkout was talking to Nancy Connors about how he was going to be staying in one of the cabins at the resort. Naturally, that piqued my interest, so I ditched my order and followed him outside. In the parking lot, I stopped him and told him I overheard what he said about staying at the resort. As soon as I introduced myself and told him I own this realty group, however, he got a little cold? Not quite hostile, but also not in the least bit friendly. Well, that's just rude, Swati commented. Anyway, he didn't give me his name. He just said he was doing some... how did he put it? He was doing some sort of evaluation on the property. That's a little vague, Harlow murmured. Evaluation for what? To sell it? Do you think he's like the family representative who's taking stock of everything so they can place the resort on the market and get the best price? Her eyes narrowed as she glanced at her boss. Why didn't you pitch the idea of selling the place? I mean, you own a real estate firm. It's your livelihood. It was crazy how offended she was that Charlene passed up such an amazing opportunity, but her boss simply shrugged. Like I said, his entire demeanor changed when I introduced myself and told him I owned the agency. Plus, I kind of wanted to see where this evaluation of his was going to go. If he's here as some sort of family representative and they decide to sell the resort, we're the only real estate office in town. I get that, but it doesn't guarantee he'll come to us, Harlow quickly countered. This is a small town, and if he even casually mentions putting the property up for sale, I figured we'd reach out. She gave Harlow a serene smile. Or someone in our office would. The wheels in her head were already turning. Feeling motivated, she jumped to her feet and immediately grabbed her keys, purse, and phone. Maybe I should introduce myself to this family representative, she said confidently. After all, he might appreciate having a real estate broker there to assist him in getting top dollar for every single one of those 1,500 acres. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Real estate agents seem to be a huge deterrent to him, Charlene reminded her. But maybe you can dazzle him. Damn, Harlow, I'm jealous, Swati said with awe. If you convince him to sell all of it, do you have any idea what kind of commission you'd make? She knew the exact commission she'd make and already had an idea of how she'd spend some of it. But instead of bragging, she simply shrugged. No doubt it would be fantastic. Now, if you'll excuse me, it looks like I'm going to explore an abandoned resort. Facing Charlene, she paused. Unless you want to? As much as I know that commission would mean I could retire, I know the time you've put in over the last few years with Dale and Peggy. I'm not going to step on your toes. Besides, the office will still make money off of any deal you make. Relief swamped her. Oh, okay, cool, thanks. You might want to change before you head out to the resort, Charlene suggested. I doubt your skirt, heels, and silk blouse are conducive to walking around in the woods. I'm guessing things are pretty overgrown by now. You're right. The one day I dress up a little. Run home, change, and then go and hopefully work your magic. And good luck, her boss said as she strolled back into her office. Thanks, Char, she called out, before stopping at Swati's desk. This is kind of exciting. Maybe I should invite him to dinner and present some of his options to him. I'll bet most of the offers I've had over the years would still be interested.
But you talked to Peggy this morning, remember?
I know.
Nibbling her lip, she thought about it for a moment.
Maybe she hasn't shared that information with whoever this person is.
You never know. Hopefully he'll be receptive to your help, Swati said. But it wouldn't hurt if you maybe made reservations someplace for dinner. You know, just in case.
Good idea. I'll call Dominic's and book a table for tonight on my way home to change. The more she thought about it, the more excited she got. Okay, I'm going. Wish me luck.
Oh, Harlow, wait,
Charlene shouted from her office. With a small huff, she turned and walked back across the room. Yes?
He mentioned that he was waiting for something to get connected at the resort. I think it was cable, Wi-Fi.
She shook her head.
Anyway, if he's not at the resort, he mentioned how he's staying here in town at
the Lakeside Inn?
How'd you know?
It's the only hotel in town, she said with a small laugh. It wasn't that hard to connect the dots.
Just the thought of the hotel felt like returning to the scene of a crime. Could she really go back there so soon? What if Walker was still there? Would he think she was stalking him? Ugh. Anyway, if you can't find him at the resort, you'll probably find him at the hotel.
Good to know, thanks.
Okay, now I'm really leaving. I'll see you tomorrow.
Fingers crossed I'll be bringing good news back with me.
You've got this, Harlow. You are going to knock this guy off his feet and get that commission.
From your lips to God's ears, she murmured, turning toward the door. Have a great afternoon.
You too.
With another brief wave to Swati, Harlow was out the door and climbing into her car. She seriously wished she knew a little more about this guy, like what kind of car he drove. Then she could drive by the hotel first and see if he was there, before she had to drive all the way home to change and then come all the way back this way and drive the 20 miles out to the resort. But if I can convince him to sell, all the fuss will be worth it. Then inspiration hit. Gwen's mom, Marie, worked at the front desk at the hotel during the week. Maybe she could stop in and ask her if she knew anything about this guy. Or maybe I should call, she murmured, still uncomfortable with the thought of running into Walker after she snuck out on Saturday morning. It had been 3 days, and for all she knew, he was already gone. Unfortunately, this deal was too important to let something like running into her one-night stand stop her. Just don't think about him or his sexy abs and magnificent hands. Focus on the potential ginormous deal you could make. It only took a small bit of backtracking to get to the hotel, and when she pulled up, there weren't a lot of cars in the parking lot. But that wasn't anything new. Still, when she climbed from her car, she smoothed a hand over her hair, straightened her skirt and blouse, and walked confidently into the lobby. "Hey, Harlow," Marie called out, smiling warmly. "What brings you to the Lakeside Inn?" Rather than respond immediately, she walked over and hugged the woman who was like an honorary family member. "Hey, Marie, you look so pretty today. Blue is definitely your color." Marie had known her since she was 8, and the look she gave Harlow said she knew this wasn't a social call. "So, I'm looking for one of your guests. I don't know his name, but he's here in town to do some evaluation on the Lakeview Harbor Resort. Any chance you know who he is or where I can find him? Maybe even his room number or his name? Please?" "Harlow Ray, what in the world? First, you know I can't just give you that information. That's an invasion of privacy. And second, what in the world could you possibly want with a man you never even met?" For a moment, she felt properly chastised. "Oh, well, I heard he was looking at things up at the resort and—" "And you want to talk him into selling it," Marie stated blandly. "Exactly." They both stared at each other before Marie shook her head.
I get where you're coming from, and I'd love to help you, but I just can't give you his name or his room number. I'm sorry." Oh. It was a long shot to think she could easily track him down, but maybe. "However," Marie went on, pointing to the large front window, "that's his SUV pulling away right now." Harlow turned her head so fast she nearly gave herself whiplash. "Damn it, was that a black Suburban?" "A Yukon, and that's all I'm going to say. If you're looking for, this gentleman, he's probably on his way up to the resort right now. He had a bunch of supplies delivered today because he's going to move into one of the cabins this weekend. So if you go up there and see the Yukon, he's on site." Stepping around the desk, she gave Marie a fierce hug. "Thank you. This is a tremendous help. You're the best." Then she dashed out the door. No sooner was she back behind the wheel of her car than she was considering if she wanted to go home and change or chase after him and hopefully have to go no further than the parking lot of the resort. "I can catch up to him, no problem." With her decision made, Harlow turned left out of the hotel parking lot and prayed she wasn't making a mistake. Or looking like a stalker. "That's pretty much the same as a mistake, dummy," she murmured. Still, it didn't deter her. Convincing this guy, who was maybe a Bradshaw, to persuade his family to sell would mean everything. And not just to her, but to the town. I could be a hero. Okay, maybe that was getting a little too far ahead of herself, but it was a real possibility. After all, if new developers came to the area, it would breathe new life into the town. Businesses would reopen, tourists would return. And all because I am brave enough to follow this guy and pitch him on all the ways this sale could benefit the masses. It's a win-win for everyone. In the distance, she spotted the Yukon and made sure she kept a respectable distance. There was no need to speed up since they were both going to the same place. And with any luck, she wouldn't have to go back again because she was going to do such a fabulous job in pitching her plan to him. She'd be lying if she didn't acknowledge how much this commission would mean to her personally. Besides closing one of the biggest real estate deals this region has possibly ever seen, it meant a way out. Out of living in a tiny apartment. Out of never being able to travel anywhere other than to the next town over. And most importantly, out of living in the shadow of her family's nightmare reputation. It was a wonder that people hadn't chased her out of town years ago. "Don't go to the dark place. Don't go to the dark place," she chanted, before turning on the radio and cranking up her favorite playlist. Ironically, Taylor Swift's Anti-Hero came on, and Harlow could only shake her head and sigh at how fitting it was. So she sang along with the song, and the next one, and the one after that. When the first sign for Lakeview Harbor Resort appeared, she finished singing along with Olivia Rodrigo before turning the music off. It was time to focus on what she was going to say to this guy when she saw him. What do I even call him? Sir? Mister? She wondered. She thought he was probably one of Dale and Peggy's sons, so he was older, and she'd need to be respectful. Mr. Bradshaw, then. And then what? Introduce myself, give him my card, and then launch into my sales pitch. Muttering a curse, she wished she'd had more time to prepare one. Maybe she'd just introduce herself and then invite him to dinner, where she'd share her ideas for the property with him. Perhaps that was the more professional way to go, rather than ambushing him in the parking lot with a sales pitch. Her car was quickly approaching his as the entrance to the resort came into view. There was literally no way he didn't see her, and Harlow had to fight off the small wave of panic that he was going to get out of his car and tell her she was trespassing or something. When he came to a stop several yards before the entrance, she had a feeling that was exactly what was going to happen. But when his door flew open and he stepped out, she knew she'd made a mistake. A big, stupid one. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that this mystery guy was the same guy she'd slept with and ran out on just days ago. Why wouldn't it be? I have crappy luck. Of course they'd be the same guy, she mumbled. For some reason, she was more comfortable following a stranger up here than running into Walker. She didn't see a strong family resemblance, not at first, but the longer she looked, it was there. Hell, there was no way he was one of Dale and Peggy's sons. He was too young. No, this was clearly a grandson. And he looked like some sort of sexy, rugged, outdoorsy model. And she knew what he looked like naked. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. All she could do was put the car in park and sit there gripping the steering wheel as he stared at her for so long that she started to squirm. This so wasn't the way things were supposed to go. He took one step toward her and then another, and it was like a predator stalking his prey. His dark hair was slightly mussed. There was enough stubble on his jaw to tell her he hadn't shaved in a day or two. Sunglasses hid his eyes, but she already knew they were dark and hypnotic. He was scowling, and she swallowed hard as he came to a stop right beside her window. Here we go. Slowly, she let the window down and did her best to smile, even though her heart was racing so hard she wanted to vomit. Hi, she just blurted out. I was just...
You'd better turn this car around right now,
he said, his voice low and gruff and fairly intimidating.
Whatever it is you think you're here for, forget it. Now leave, before I call the cops and have you arrested for trespassing.
Wow, I really called that one. The smart thing to do was nod and do exactly what he asked. But what she ended up doing was saying, technically, we're on a public road right now. The property line starts at the gates, so I'm not trespassing. Harlow mentally congratulated herself on getting that all out without sounding too nervous. Unfortunately, Walker wasn't impressed. Instead, he leaned down menacingly and nearly growled the word,
"Leave."
But now she was in too deep and refused to be bullied. I'm not going anywhere until you give me 15 minutes of your time.
I believe I already gave you that and more on Friday night,
he said tightly. Can we just... this has nothing to do with that, she said with a huff. And trust me, you are going to want to hear what I have to say, so just don't be a bully, okay? That seemed to shock him because he straightened.
I don't care what you have to say or why you're here. I'm telling you that I'm not interested.
Okay, but... Carefully, she opened her door and slid out. He was so tall she had to crane her neck a bit to look at him. I came out here to talk to you. Surely you can spare 15 minutes.
I can't.
How about 10?
No.
Time for a new tactic. How about I buy you dinner at Dominic's tonight? She boldly suggested. It's around the corner from where you're staying at the Lakeview Inn. And considering you're here to do an evaluation on the property and...
How the hell do you know why I'm here?
Uh-oh. Because you spoke to my boss last night in the grocery store parking lot? Smooth, Harlow. Real smooth.
I'm not giving you 10 minutes, and I'm definitely not going to have dinner with you. You need to leave. I'm not going to ask you again.
This time, he turned and started to walk back to his truck. 5 minutes, Walker, please! She wasn't opposed to begging at this point. He stopped in his tracks before hanging his head. Harlow held her breath while she waited for him to say something. Anything.
5 minutes,
he finally said. But not here in the middle of the road. Follow me."
Nodding frantically, she got back in her car and followed him through the gates and to the parking lot closest to some of the cabins. It hit her how now it really was like she'd followed a stranger here. The man she walked around the festival with, the man she spent hours having some of the best sex of her life with, was gone. This version of Walker was acting like a total jerk. She thought maybe it would be awkward if she ever ran into him again, but she didn't expect him to be so openly hostile. Plus, they made no promises to each other. They both seemed to know it was a one-night thing, so why was he being so pissy towards her? It didn't matter. She'd make him see reason. They needed to separate their brief personal relationship from this, hopefully, new business one. There was no time to second-guess herself. It was showtime. 5 minutes be damned. He's going to hear every word I have to say, whether he knows it or not. 3. This version of Harlow had pain in the ass written all over her. He hadn't noticed her following him at first, but that last mile, when there was literally nothing out here except the entrance to the resort, had him feeling mildly paranoid. And clearly with good reason. His grandparents warned him about the vultures. He just didn't expect anyone to ambush him quite this soon, or quite so brazenly, or for it to be his Harlow. Pfft, what a crock that was, huh? His? Nuh-uh. She probably knew who he was all along and orchestrated that whole thing Friday night. Now he felt like a total fool and hated it. Sighing wearily, he parked his truck as close to his cabin as he could get and laughed mirthlessly as he watched her pull up right beside him. 5 minutes. That was all he was going to give her, and he was tempted to cut her off at 4 just because she had essentially stalked him. Okay, maybe that was a little dramatic, but she had picked the wrong day to show up. The cable and Wi-Fi weren't going to be hooked up for another 3 days. It was going to cost a fortune because he was essentially going to get it all set up now for the entire resort, and the bed in the hotel was so damn uncomfortable that his back and neck were killing him. Plus, every night when he closed his eyes, he would picture her naked in bed beside him. Damn it. And on top of that, it rained last night, and the path to the cabin was a muddy mess, meaning it was going to be a bitch carrying all the boxes with his personal stuff. Basically, he was in a pissy mood and wanted nothing more than to be left alone. The knock on the truck window startled him, and he realized he'd been lost in thought. When he turned his head, she smiled at him. A bright, dazzling smile that in normal circumstances he could appreciate, but right now he had zero tolerance for. Hell, at any other time he'd appreciate the dark, silky hair, the glossy pink lips, the snug fit of her black pencil skirt and white blouse, the heels, all of it. And if he didn't know exactly who she was, he'd have them halfway to the cabin already, so he could strip her out of all of it and do all the things he did to her Friday night. But now that was never going to happen. It couldn't. Remember, Harlow St. James is not to be trusted. Love, Grandma. "Let's get this over with," he murmured, shoving the door open. She took a step back before boldly giving him another bright smile. "I guess now would be a good time to formally introduce ourselves. I'm Harlow St. James, and I'm a real estate agent. I've had the honor of talking to Dale and Peggy, who I'm guessing are your grandparents, and—" "And did they tell you they want to sell the resort?" he interrupted. Excuse me?" "My grandparents. Did they ask you to come out here because they were interested in selling the resort?" Per our last conversation, they had not, she admitted. However, it's been over 6 months since the last guest departed, and I figured they'd had the time to think about it. I have multiple offers from interested parties regarding the property. Actually, I have a file back at my office with all of the offers in them. I'd love to share them with you over dinner. He had to hand it to her. She was persistent. "We're not selling." Can I ask you something? Walker shrugged. Is your family against being wealthy beyond your wildest dreams? Do you have an aversion to financial security? Honestly, he had no idea what to say to that, so he let her keep talking. If you'll just give me the chance, I can show you how beneficial it would be to sell the resort. And not just for you and your family, but for the entire town.
What the hell does the town have to do with it?
Those glossy pink lips pursed as she shook her head. This resort has been a huge tourist attraction for a very long time. The town had grown accustomed to the income they all gained during the peak season. And really, the clientele, the guests who came here for vacation, were exactly the demographics our local businesses catered to. When your grandparents stopped doing any real upkeep and attendance dropped, it wasn't just Lakeview Harbor Resort that felt the pinch, Walker. Surely you can understand that.
Unfortunately, he could. He just hadn't thought about it until now.
Businesses are closing, she went on earnestly. Just today, the diner, the one that had been here for over 40 years, closed its doors. Do you have any idea how devastating that is?
There are other places in town to eat,
he reasoned.
And not every business failure is because the resort closed, okay? Be reasonable. There are plenty of factors that go into a business closing, so don't try to put all of that on my grandparents.
A quick glance at his watch told him her time was up. Without a word, he walked around to the back of his truck and opened the hatch. Walker, I think if you'd just take a little time to drive around town and talk to some of the business owners, and then go over some of the very impressive offers I've had from a variety of investors and developers, you'd see how much sense it makes to sell.
Your 5 minutes are up, Ms. St. James,
he murmured, reaching for the box that held his new luxury memory foam mattress. It easily weighed over 100 pounds, but he hefted it onto his shoulder and began to walk toward his cabin. Hopefully she'd take the hint and leave. Only this clearly wasn't his day, because he heard her heels tapping on the pavement as she tried to keep up. Okay, I get that you said I only had 5 minutes, she began breathlessly. But I really think we've only scratched the surface.
Walker didn't even slow down. There is no surface to be scratched. My answer is no. My grandparents' answer was no. There's nothing left to discuss.
More clicking of heels on pavement. Just, please. You're obviously staying here for a reason. I can save you time. If you're here to do an evaluation of the property, I've done all of that already. I can help. I'm willing to share all my information with you.
She'd already done an evaluation? How the hell did she manage that?
He stepped off the paved path and onto the gravel one that led to his cabin.
Surely she was going to give up now. There was no way she could navigate the uneven ground in those shoes. It would be ridiculous.
This is prime real estate, she went on, before muttering something under her breath.
Don't care,
he said over his shoulder.
Go home, Ms. St. James. We're not doing business.
How can you pass up $50 million?
Okay. That got his attention.
He came to a stop and was about to turn when Harlow plowed into him. Oof, was all he heard before she let out a small shriek. Tossing the box down, he turned just as she fell on her ass into a puddle on the edge of the path.
Great. She might be an unwelcome pest who was now definitely trespassing, but his mother raised him with manners. She was sprawled out with mud pretty much all over her, and he was fairly certain she was doing her best not to curse or cry. As much as he was enjoying the poetic justice of the situation, he couldn't just leave her there, no matter how much she deserved it. After all, if she'd left when he told her to, this wouldn't have happened. Holding out his hand to her, he asked, "Are you okay?"
"No, I'm not okay," she cried, even as she put her hand in his and let him pull her to her feet. He held his other hand out to keep her body from propelling into his. The heel broke off of my shoe, my clothes are ruined, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to have bruises all over my body. Damn it. Yanking her hand from his, she kicked off her other shoe and picked it up before shaking it at him. This is all your fault. He was fairly certain his eyes were bugging out. My fault? I told you to leave numerous times. The only one at fault here is you, so why don't you take your broken shoes and your unwanted offers and get the hell out of here? You're wasting both of our time now. With that, he picked his box back up, thankful it landed on the gravel and not in a puddle, and finished his way to the cabin. When he climbed the front steps, he could see Harlow standing where he left her. Not my problem, he mumbled. She can hobble back to the parking lot for all I care. I've got work to do. He cut open the box and the plastic wrapping on the mattress and let it unfold and do its thing. After gathering the trash, he stepped back outside to grab the next box of supplies and found Harlow still standing there. As he walked past her, he grinned. There's rain in the forecast again for tonight. You might want to reconsider trying to make whatever point it is you're trying to make. He'd gone no more than a few steps when she shouted, You're not even going to offer me a towel? Or anything? It was a fair question. And again, manners. Turning, he let out a long breath. Follow me. While it might have been easier to go to his cabin, there weren't any towels or anything useful in there yet to help her. He'd cleaned the place yesterday and bought all new stuff, which was what he was trying to unload and set up, and would have by now if she had just left when he told her to. Behind him, Walker could hear her cursing under her breath, and it made him want to laugh. Clearly, Harlow St. James was stubborn in every possible way. Remember, Harlow St. James is not to be trusted. Love, Grandma. Yeah, he was going to have to keep reminding himself of his grandmother's warning. Otherwise, he'd weaken and end up feeling sorry for her. Where are we going? She demanded. And if you're just leading me back to my car, then you are literally the worst person ever. I never claimed to be anything otherwise, he reminded her. He continued to walk up the path toward the main lodge and pulled the master key out of his pocket. There was a storage room that had a decent supply of towels and linens. The bulk of the inventory had been donated to homeless shelters, but his grandmother had mentioned that they left some behind just in case. Opening the door, he quickly found the light switch and stepped inside. It smelled musty, but there was a massive shelving unit filled with bundles of towels wrapped in plastic. He heard rather than saw Harlow follow him in, and heard her cough. Oh my God, the dust in here is awful. You wanted a towel? I'm getting you a towel. He grabbed a bag that had 4 of them in it and handed it to her. That ought to hold you over until you get home. She mumbled something that could have been thanks, but he wasn't sure. While she dried herself off, Walker slowly walked around the space. Besides the shelves filled with towels, sheets, and tablecloths, there were bins filled with plates, glasses, and silverware. The further he walked into the room, the more he found. Paper goods, cleaning supplies, toiletries, what looked like a few unopened packages of robes and slippers, and a few small appliances. He was definitely going to use all of these items, and knew his friends would too when they arrived. It was good that they wouldn't have to go out and purchase basic necessities just yet. Such a waste, he heard Harlow say. What is? All of this, she replied, motioning to the room. Why keep all this stuff? It's one thing to leave the buildings and property here to rot, but everything in this room is brand new. Why not donate it? She snorted with derision. I'll bet the entire lodge is filled with stuff that's just going to grow old and rot. It would have been easy to tell her she was wrong and send her on her way. Or try to send her on her way. But Walker was a man of action, and in this particular situation, he thought maybe showing her instead of telling her was the way to go. So he grabbed a package that contained a robe and 1 pack of slippers and handed them to her.
Here, come on. I want to show you something.
She eyed him warily. Where? And why? If you're just going to walk me out to my car. The huff of annoyance was overly loud, echoing in the space, and it was obvious that she could tell he was getting fed up.
You sound like a broken record,
he snapped.
Just follow me.
He stormed out of the room and waited for her to gather all her stuff and follow him out. She slid the robe and slippers on and thankfully didn't say another word. Locking up the room, he turned and walked up a set of stairs that led to the employee entrance into the lodge. Unlocking the door, he opened it and again motioned for her to go inside. Her hesitation was brief, but she didn't even spare him a glance. The last thing he wanted to do was drag out their time together, but he wasn't about to stand back and let her keep trash-talking his grandparents. So if that meant showing her around a bit before officially throwing her off the property, then that's what he was going to do. Being inside the lodge was nothing new. She'd been in here hundreds of times in her life. However, this was the first time she was in here after it had been abandoned. And for some reason, the thought of being here alone with Walker was making her wildly uncomfortable. For all she knew, he led her up here to kill her. Ugh, seriously? Stop listening to so many true crime podcasts. You know what? She said, her voice high and squeaky and definitely with a bit of a tremble. I should go. I've taken up enough of your time. I'll just be on my way. But when she tried to move around him, he gently grasped her arm and stopped her. When she looked up and met his dark eyes, he'd finally taken his sunglasses off, and his intense gaze held her still.
What's the matter, Harlow? Afraid of abandoned places?
Was she? It was wrong to feel that tingle of awareness, to enjoy the touch of his hand on her. Those feelings should be long gone and forgotten, because this man in front of her was a stranger. No, not at all. I just know that you're probably more than ready to be rid of me, and I have another appointment to get to. The look he gave her told her he wasn't buying that excuse.
This won't take long,
he said gruffly.
I promise.
He dropped his hand and started walking. They were in some sort of empty room, but she had no idea what it once was for because it was empty. He led her out to the area behind the front desk and into the lobby, and it was empty as well. No furniture, no office equipment of any kind. Wordlessly, he continued to walk across the lobby and then down the first hallway they came to, which housed a bunch of guest rooms. All the doors were open, and Walker stopped at each one and made her look inside. Empty. Not a stitch of furniture, bedding, towels, or toiletries. Nothing. By the 10th room, she stopped him. Okay, I get it. Everything's empty. Why are you showing me this? For the first time since she saw him, he looked mildly relaxed and a little less hostile.
I wanted you to see for yourself what was going on inside. We can look at all 100 rooms if you don't believe me, and all the cabins, but you're going to find the same thing. My grandparents donated everything that could be donated to local homeless shelters. Their attachment is to the property and what they built. They aren't wasteful people, and they're certainly not the villains you keep wanting to portray them as.
But no one ever said anything about them donating all the...
It wasn't anyone's business,
he interrupted sternly.
They didn't do it so people would ooh and ah over them. They did it because it was their way of helping people. Believe it or not, they hated the thought of letting this place go. Hated how they were letting people down. So they decided to donate whatever they could.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
He mimicked.
Do you need to see more?
She shook her head. With a curt nod, he started to walk back toward the lobby, and Harlow had no choice but to follow him. She glanced in each room she passed because it just seemed so weird to see everything empty. It was almost unnatural. Pausing for a moment, she stared into one room and tried to remember what the original layout for it was, and couldn't. "I still say it's a shame," she said softly, but Walker wasn't standing anywhere near to hear. He was already out of sight, probably halfway across the lobby. When she caught up with him, that's exactly where he was, but he was standing there waiting for her. "Can I ask you something?" Harlow didn't think grown men rolled their eyes, but this one did. "I guess." "What's going to happen to all of this? I mean, you say your family has no interest in selling it, but you're here doing some kind of evaluation and moving into one of the cabins, so..." Rather than answer, he looked at his watch before raking a hand through his hair. "No offense, Ms. St. James." "Okay, can you quit with the Ms. St. James nonsense? You know my damn name. Hell, you screamed it out multiple times while we were naked and tangled up in your bed," she reminded him, and was relieved when she saw a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "No offense, Harlow, but this really isn't any of your business. All you need to know is that the Lakeview Harbor Resort is not for sale. End of story." Somehow she doubted that very much. "Okay, but..." "I have things to do," he said abruptly. "And this conversation is over. Thank you for your interest, but your services aren't needed here." He stormed off and waited for her by the same door they came in through. His sunglasses were back on, and he was back to looking intimidating. Fortunately, she didn't intimidate easily. "I think you're making a mistake. I can get you twice what the property is worth," she said confidently. "There'd be a bidding war, and I wouldn't accept anything less than top dollar on your family's behalf." "And your own," he murmured. "I'm familiar with real estate, Harlow. The more you sell the place for, the bigger your commission. You're just going to have to look elsewhere to make money." Harlow stood back as he locked the door and then followed him back down the steps and out to the parking lot, her thoughts racing for a comeback. Right now, sadly, there wasn't anything she could do or say to change his mind. So she was prepared to leave and regroup and come up with a new tactic, even though it was killing her that she hadn't been able to convince him to hear her pitch or accept her offer to go to dinner. Although... When they reached their cars, she tossed her shoes onto the back seat and contemplated how awkward it was going to be to drive in a pair of slippers. Then she looked at the towels she was carrying and the robe. "So, do you want me to wash these and bring them back, or should I just give them back to you here?" Walker wasn't even paying attention. He was busy rearranging boxes in the back of the massive Yukon. "Mr. Bradshaw?" she asked with a hint of snark as she stepped closer. "Walker." Now it was her turn to hide a smile. "See? That wasn't so hard, right? Okay, Walker. I wanted to know if you wanted me to wash the towels and robe and return them, or just give them to you now." He straightened. "Seriously?" "Seriously what?" "Harlow, there are a couple of cheap towels and an equally cheap robe. I haven't figured out where the laundry room is or if there's even a washer and dryer on site anymore. So, keep them. I don't need them back." Damn, that would have been a great excuse to pop back in at another time. "Oh, thanks." He hefted another box out of the truck and onto his shoulder and turned to walk away without a word. How rude. It didn't matter how many times he did it, which was a lot in the short amount of time she'd been here. It was still wildly inconsiderate. "Time to throw in the towel," she said wearily. "For now. Tomorrow's another day." And really, her clothes were a mess. She had mud in her hair, and everything from the waist down hurt from the fall. A nice hot shower was definitely in order. She took one last look at Walker and... Walker, because he's always walking away. Yeah, that thought hit her out of nowhere, but it made her giggle as she climbed into her car. Driving away from the resort with no progress was a definite bummer, but maybe she'd have to sit down with Swati and Charlene tomorrow and discuss another strategy. Because right now, I've got nothing. The drive to her apartment took around 30 minutes. As soon as she was inside and the door was shut, she immediately stripped out of her ruined clothes, leaving them in a trail behind her on the way to the shower. The hot water felt freaking amazing, and she was enjoying it. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw Walker Bradshaw walking away from her. Probably some sort of metaphor or something. He's walking away just like this deal is potentially walking away from me too. Damn it. This so wasn't the way she envisioned the rest of this day going. Right now she should be freshening up to meet Walker for dinner. They would meet up at Dominic's, drink wine, talk real estate deals, eat some amazing Italian food, and talk about how much money they were both going to make while saving the town. Now I'm stuck home alone, eating a frozen dinner by myself, and wondering if I can even afford to stay in real estate, she murmured as she rinsed her hair. If she didn't close a deal soon, she was going to have to find a second job, and possibly a third. Pushing that depressing thought aside, she finished up in the shower. After drying off and slipping a clean robe on, Harlow padded out to her living room and got comfy on the sofa. Her phone was dinging somewhere in the distance, and it took her a minute to remember where she tossed her purse. Why didn't I turn this off? But when she tapped the screen, she saw it was a text from Swati. Swati, so, did you find him, the Bradshaw family rep? Swati, did you convince him to get the family to sell? Swati, are you meeting him for dinner at Dominic's? Swati, Charlene said he was kind of hot. Wink, wink. Groaning, Harlow sat back down on the couch and contemplated her response. Harlow. Hey, yes, I found him. Harlow. No, I didn't convince him to sell. Harlow. We're not having dinner together. Harlow. And yes, he's incredibly hot, but he's also a major jerk. Harlow. Like the biggest jerk I've ever met. She probably could have said more, but what was the point? It was best if no one ever found out that she and Walker had met prior to today. Swati. Well, that's disappointing. I was hoping we would be celebrating tomorrow. Swati. I was going to bake cupcakes and make mimosas. Damn, that would have been awesome. Harlow. What's the opposite of celebrating? Harlow. Is there a sad version of cupcakes and mimosas? Can we make that a thing? Swati. LOL, we can certainly try. Swati. Okay, but seriously, are you all right? Do you need anything? Swati. Want to meet me at Dominic's for dinner? Now that was definitely better than her plans for eating alone. Plus, maybe the two of them could brainstorm tonight, so Harlow could go into the office tomorrow and tell Charlene she actually had a plan B. Because at this moment, she had nothing. Zero. Zilch. Harlow. You know what? I'd love to have dinner with you. Harlow. I'm feeling a little defeated right now. Swati. I'm sorry. Sad face. Swati. Are you going to try to talk to him again? Harlow. In theory, yes. I just don't know how to make it happen. Harlow. He's really against selling. Swati. Well, maybe after some lasagna, garlic bread, and wine, we'll come up with a plan. Harlow. That sounds both yummy and smart. Harlow. What time do you want to meet up? Swati. 6:30? Want me to pick you up? Harlow. Thanks, but I'm okay. I'll meet you there. Harlow. and thanks for checking on me. Swati.
That's what friends are for. See you at 6:30.
Putting the phone down, she couldn't help but sigh. It really was sweet of her friend to check on her, but Harlow couldn't help but feel like a bit of a loser. She'd been so cocky and confident when she left the office earlier, and now look at her. A big, fat failure. Another sigh. It didn't seem possible that she was ever going to feel better. But if the lasagna, garlic bread, and wine didn't help, there was always dessert. 4. For the next 3 days, Walker felt like he walked 1,000 miles. He'd covered the entire Lakeview Harbor Resort property, making voice notes on his phone the entire time so he could go back and make detailed reports on everything later. But with every step he took, he had to fight the urge to keep looking over his shoulder because he had a feeling he hadn't seen the last of Harlow St. James. And if he were being honest, he was a little disappointed that she gave up so easily, or that she was the one person he was told to avoid. It wasn't like he was ever going to consider any offer she presented to him, but he appreciated someone who was passionate enough about their work and believed in it enough to fight for it. And she definitely seemed like a fighter. Well, a fighter who was also a pain in the ass. But still. Plus, she was sexy as hell, and no matter how much he knew he shouldn't, he still wanted her. That wasn't something he was going to get over easily. He was typically an excellent judge of character, and he truly felt like she was going to be back, even though she'd run out on him after their night together. He'd rehearsed in his mind at least 12 different scenarios and conversations they'd have if she came back, both after she snuck out on him and after their run-in at the resort. He liked that she didn't back down from him the other day. Although he didn't appreciate it at the moment, looking back, he kind of admired her willingness to go toe-to-toe with him. And once he'd gotten over his annoyance, it was almost impossible for him to forget how attracted he was to her. Every time he thought about her coming back, which was more than he cared to admit, his focus was on how she looked. But the last few days had been spent peacefully alone, and he was getting annoyed with his own company. Tonight was going to be his first night staying on the property. He'd checked out of the hotel this morning, and it was so damn quiet out here that it was almost unnerving. Today, the cable and Wi-Fi were being installed, and once that was done, he'd be able to move into the cabin. He still wasn't exactly looking forward to it, but between the new mattress and bedding, a TV, computer, and a few comfy pieces of furniture, he'd turned the space into something habitable. Plus, it was 1,000 times cleaner than it was before, thanks to the hotel maid he hired to clean it for him. Maybe it was a bit of a diva move, but there were so many other things that needed his attention that it just made sense to hire someone to come in and clean. When he asked Marie at the front desk if she could recommend someone, she immediately introduced him to one of the ladies who was on the cleaning staff at the Lakeside Inn. Money well spent. Once he could watch some TV and get online, it was the last piece to phase 1 of getting things going at the resort. He was keeping his friends up to date on things daily. Every night when he got back to the hotel, he would update everyone in their group chat. But now he could reach out whenever he wanted or needed to. Plus, he'd be able to look things up immediately, instead of having to wait until he got back to his room every night. The biggest issue was going to be food. He missed good food. Well, he missed fine dining and quality food. Since arriving here, he'd had more than his fair share of fast food and sandwiches, but he'd give his left arm to sit down at a 5-star restaurant and have a perfectly grilled steak, a glass of his favorite Cabernet Sauvignon, a loaded baked potato, and maybe some bananas Foster for dessert. That obviously wasn't going to happen, but he was definitely craving it right now. "If I want a steak, I'm going to have to buy it and grill it myself," he mumbled. Then he thought about the condition of the charcoal grills over at the campgrounds and mentally cringed. The kitchen in the lodge still had its appliances,
but it would take a team of cleaners scrubbing the place from top to bottom before he'd be comfortable cooking in there. Not that it mattered, because Walker knew his limitations, and cooking was one of them. Grilling a steak and baking a potato he could probably pull off. Same with picking out an excellent bottle of wine. But the dessert? Hell no. So where did that leave him? More fast food and sandwiches. Raking a hand through his hair, he stared out at the lake. It was absolutely breathtaking to look at, but he still wished he were anywhere but here. When his phone rang, he welcomed the distraction. He didn't recognize the number, but he answered anyway. Hello? Mr. Bradshaw? Speaking. Hey, this is Cliff with Spectrum. I wanted you to know we're done with the installation, so if you'd like to come back up to the office and test everything out, we're ready for you. Oh, wow. Okay, great. I'll be up there in a few minutes. Thanks, Cliff. Sliding his phone back into his pocket, he jogged away from the lake and followed the path up to the lodge. He'd had the electricity turned back on yesterday and figured that it was the best spot to have all the main hardware installed. Then he'd set up some remote equipment in his cabin. For the next 2 hours, they worked out all the kinks in the main setup and then got everything connected down in his cabin in the entire section, since the guys would arrive soon and would need it. Eventually, they were going to need to come back to get the entire resort online. But with all the upcoming construction, Walker decided to just deal with the necessities for the time being. When he watched the cable crew drive away, it felt like a giant weight had been lifted, and even though he was exhausted, he really wanted to celebrate. I guess I can look up where the nearest restaurant is that doesn't serve burgers, he mused as he strolled back to his cabin. And that's exactly what he did. Only, there weren't that many options, and the ones that appealed to him were at least an hour away. And while it wasn't ideal, it also wasn't a deterrent. After all, it wasn't like he had anything to do tonight other than the same thing he'd been doing every other night. Obsessing over the plans to bring the resort back to life and having Harlow naked in his bed. And honestly, he needed a mental break from it all. Making his decision, he got up and stretched before padding over to the tiny bathroom to shower and get ready. If he could have done a rehab in the bathroom before moving in, he would have. He barely fit in the shower, and it just felt crammed and uncomfortable. Something to think about when we start working on all the cabins, he murmured. After he dried off and changed into clean clothes, he picked up his phone and sent his daily update to everyone. Axel, Connor, Milo, Slater, Jace, and Kelsey had all grown up spending part of their summer vacations here at the resort. They became a tight-knit group who had stayed in touch over the years. Jace and Kelsey reconnected right here this past summer quite by accident, and they were the reason this entire project was happening. Well, mainly Kelsey. She had a real emotional attachment to the resort for personal reasons, and she actually prompted Jace to reach out and ask about the possibility of getting a team of investors together to bring the Lakeview Harbor Resort back to life and to its glory days. Surprisingly, it hadn't taken much to get everyone on board, and now, here they were. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he typed out today's update. Walker. Hey everyone, we now have cable and Wi-Fi. Walker. The crew just finished up a little while ago and I tested everything and it's working great. It's not resort-wide yet, since we're going to be doing a lot of demolition and construction, but all of the cabins here in the section I set up are connected. Walker. And that means I have officially moved into the cabin. Tonight will be my first night here. He put the phone down and went to brush his teeth and finish getting ready. When he came back into the bedroom, his phone was practically exploding with incoming messages. Connor. That's great news. Glad you're making some progress. Jace. Wonderful. Are you going to be all right staying there alone? Slater. You could have waited for one of us to show up before moving in. It's got to feel a little creepy being there all by yourself. Axel.
Don't watch any of those horror movies set at old summer camps, LOL.
Milo.
Do you have any kind of security system or cameras set up?
Milo.
You know, to make sure you can see if anyone's lurking around the property?
Slater.
We know you've gotten a little soft, Walker, LOL, working in those luxury resorts and getting pampered with massages and sleeping in comfy rooms with big, fluffy beds.
Connor.
Not to mention the spa-quality amenities.
Axel.
Do you think you can outrun a bear or an angry mob who are still pissed about your grandparents closing the place?
Slater.
Maybe you should have renovated the top floor of the lodge first. You know, make it harder for the bears or masked psychos to get to you.
Connor.
Nah, deserted lodge? Wasn't that what The Shining was about?
Kelsey. You guys, that's just mean. Kelsey. But yeah, don't watch any of those movies, Walker. Jace.
Knock it off, everyone. Walker's going to be fine.
Jace.
But who's arriving there next?
Milo.
Any issues with the Wi-Fi in the cabin? I'll work on getting us the most up-to-date equipment when I get there, which, by the way, is the middle of next month. 6 weeks the latest.
Axel.
Why the delay? We're all going to be there in 3 to 4 weeks. That was the plan.
Milo.
Work commitment that I can't get out of. I may own the company, but that doesn't mean I can leave in the middle of a big product release.
Milo.
Besides, we all know I'm not the guy who's going to be working with my hands. It's better if I show up when I can get into the office and get things set up.
Connor.
Way to get out of the dirty work, dude.
Axel.
Yeah, seriously, Milo. This was supposed to be a group effort.
Milo.
And it still is. We're hiring contractors to do the bulk of the work. You're all going to be there to oversee and make sure everything we discussed is being implemented.
Milo.
Walker, you're being awfully quiet about this.
Raking a hand through his hair, he was almost hesitant to jump back into the discussion. But he did. Walker.
I agree with Milo. We've got the meeting set with the contractors in 3 weeks. We're all going to help with demo, those of us who are going to be here, and it's going to be a matter of us picking projects we can do on our own without having to pay anyone for.
Walker.
We're not going to know what that looks like until we start taking things apart.
Walker.
And for the record, we all knew Milo's job was going to be the tech stuff. The resort was pitifully lacking in that area, and while it might not be a dirty job, I think he's going to be challenged just the same.
Milo.
Pfft, nonsense. There isn't anything tech-related that I can't handle. This is going to be a piece of cake.
Slater.
Famous last words.
Walker.
Okay, I'm heading out to grab some dinner. I just wanted to keep everyone informed about the progress. I plan on going over all my notes this weekend and seeing what I can possibly start on.
Walker.
I think a landscaper needs to come in first. I may reach out to the groundskeeper my grandparents had on staff and see if he'd like to come in and do some work. He actually cleaned up the area around our cabins already. Is that okay with everyone?
Luckily, everyone agreed, and within minutes, he could put the phone back down and get ready to leave for dinner. It would have been great if one of the guys were here with him, so he wasn't going out alone. Because, again, he was seriously tired of his own company. But it was what it was. His grandparents used to live close to here, but when they closed the resort, they sold their house and moved down to Florida. There was a time when the bulk of the Bradshaw family lived in this area or not far from here, but they'd all moved over the years. It was a shame, because then he could have reached out to one of his cousins or someone to meet him for dinner. But that wasn't going to happen, so he needed to quit fixating on it and just deal with the fact that he was dining solo. Grabbing his phone and keys, Walker looked around the cabin one last time before heading for the door. He had a new lock on the door, but the guys had gotten into his head a little bit. Too late now. Everything's here, and I'm not going to pack it all up and take it back to the hotel. No matter how tempting it was. Fucking Axel. Staying here felt quiet and isolated,
but his mind never went in the boogeyman direction until now.
Just don't think about it. Everything's fine. Peaceful is a good thing, and nothing bad ever happens in Harbor Town. Staying here alone is no big deal.
With a curt nod, he reached for the door and pulled it open, only to come face to face with a wide-eyed Harlow St. James. He fought the urge to smirk because he knew he hadn't read her wrong. She hadn't given up on her quest. "Oh, Walker, hey," she said a bit breathlessly. "I was just about to knock." Stepping out onto the small porch, he pulled the door shut behind him.
"What can I do for you, Harlow?"
She straightened a bit, and it was like she was mentally putting on her real estate armor. "I wanted to talk to you about those offers I mentioned the other day. I'd love the opportunity to sit down and share with you some of the amazing possibilities we've been presented with."
There was no way she was going to present anything of interest to him, but he wanted company rather than spending more time alone. That's the only explanation for why he opened his mouth and said, "Why don't you join me for dinner, and we'll talk about it?"
And for a moment, he wasn't sure who was more surprised by the question, him or Harlow. She was fairly certain she misheard Walker, because there was no way he was seriously inviting her to dinner, not after the way he'd been so openly hostile toward her. Plus, he was kind of stealing her thunder. What? Nodding, he walked past her and down the steps to the path before facing her again.
"Dinner? Have you eaten?"
"Eaten?" Another nod.
"Yeah, dinner, food."
And he was grinning at her. "It's a little early for dinner."
"Yeah, but the place I want to try is about an hour away, so by the time we get there, it won't seem so early."
Okay, now her curiosity was piqued. "Where are you going?"
"The Artisan Grill. I looked up the menu online and it sounds fabulous. I was in the mood for something a little more upscale than burgers and sandwiches."
She could certainly understand that, but the Artisan Grill was out of her league. She'd never eaten there, and as much as she wanted to say yes so she could have the time to talk to him, it would be rude to ask him to pay for her meal. If anything, she should pay for his, since she was the one presenting deals to him. Walker glanced at his watch and then back at her.
"What do you say? Will you join me?"
Damn. She wanted to say yes, but she couldn't. "Thank you for the invitation, but, I'm not really prepared to go someplace that, I'm not really dressed to go somewhere that nice." The way Walker looked at her almost felt like a caress. His eyes scanned her from head to toe and then back again.
"Harlow, you look fine. Business casual is the dress code, and you totally fit that."
It would be weird, wouldn't it? The two of them going out to a really nice restaurant for dinner by themselves? It would be different if they didn't have carnal knowledge of each other, but they did, and she didn't feel like it would be even the slightest bit comfortable. "I just don't think—"
"Come on,"
he urged.
"It's my treat."
Well, since he offered, she supposed it would be rude to turn him down. Wow, that didn't take much to change my mind, huh? "Are you sure? Just a few days ago, you were ready to have me physically removed from the premises." This time he smiled, and wow, it felt like a sea of butterflies took flight in her belly. This was the man she originally met, handsome and charming and utterly appealing. He looked good when he cleaned up a bit, and his smile was lethal, and she hoped she wasn't openly ogling him right now.
"I'm sure, Harlow,"
he said.
"To be honest, I was dreading going out to eat by myself."
"Oh."
"I'm willing to hear your pitch, but you need to know that I'm still not going to accept any of them."
Oh.
She hated the thought of being a pity dinner companion, but it was still a chance to talk to him and maybe get him thinking about how beneficial selling the resort could be. Maybe plant a few seeds that he can hopefully let take hold.
"Do you want to drive with me, or should I follow you to your place so you can drop off your car?"
It took a moment for her to consider the options, but she ultimately decided to just leave with him from here. Driving home alone later didn't bother her, which is what she told him. "And you're sure about this? It's okay if you want to change your mind." He laughed softly, shaking his head.
"I don't get you. I thought you'd jump at the idea of having me alone in a car for an hour."
"What the hell does that mean?" she snapped, feeling oddly offended, like he thought she was so desperate to get him alone and get her hands on him again or something.
"I mean, this is your big chance to tell me all the things you claim you want me to know while I can't get away,"
he replied with amusement.
"I'll be a captive audience the entire way there and back."
Oh. Sliding his hands into his trouser pockets, he studied her again.
"If you're not comfortable with this, or you've changed your mind, it's okay. I just thought—"
"No," she quickly interrupted. "I haven't changed my mind. I'm still just surprised by your complete 180 and the invitation. That's all."
"All right. That's good."
He nodded toward the parking lot.
"You ready?"
Was she? "Let's go." They walked in total silence, and she couldn't speak for Walker, but she was trying to save everything she wanted to talk about for the drive. Realistically, they were going to be together for the next 4 hours, so she needed to pace herself. Walker held the passenger door of the Yukon open for her, and she was thankful she'd dressed a little more practically today. She'd learned her lesson with the pencil skirt and heels the other day, that's for sure. So while the black skinny jeans, black tank top, gray plaid blazer, and black boots looked totally cute and fashionable, it wouldn't have been her choice for going out on a date. "No, this is not a date. It's just dinner," she reminded herself. Smoothing a hand over her hair, Harlow waited until they were pulling away from the resort property before she spoke. "How's the evaluation going?" she asked.
"Exhausting."
It was crazy how she could hear it in his voice. "What kind of stuff have you been doing?"
"I think I've walked every inch of the property at least 3 times. I've examined every single building, every structure, every path. I grew up coming here, and it's kind of wild how it somehow feels smaller."
Pausing, he shook his head.
"There's a lot of overgrowth, and there are definitely spots where trees are going to have to come down. I actually encountered several downed trees. Fortunately, they didn't hit any of the cabins or structures, but there's more than a handful of them, and they're all big. I've taken a ton of pictures and made a bunch of voice notes I've typed up every night when I got back to the hotel. I finally checked out of there this morning. Tonight's the first night I'm going to be spending in the cabin."
"Really? You're really going to be staying there?" He nodded.
"You saw me moving stuff in the other day. What did you think I was doing?"
"Honestly, I wasn't thinking about it. I was too focused on getting you to talk to me." Walker glanced at her briefly.
"Well, now you have my undivided attention. So, talk."
The bark of laughter was out before she could stop it. "Just like that? Talk?"
"Sure. Why not?"
Why not, indeed. "Okay. So, over the last several years, I've had multiple sources, individuals and groups, come to me to inquire about the resort," she began. "Some wanted the entire property, some wanted only a portion. We've had interest in both commercial and residential projects. The only thing we haven't had was interest in simply taking over the resort. And after each conversation, I reached out to your grandparents to gauge their interest."
"And was there ever any interest?"
"No."
"Can I ask you something?" She nodded.
Why do you keep pushing this, then? If you've talked to my grandparents, and they've turned you down time and time again, and then you talked to me and I turned you down, what more is there? To me, it's obvious that this isn't going to happen.
People can change their minds, she reasoned. Just because they said no a year ago or a month ago or
a few days ago,
he pointedly asked, but she didn't let it stop her. It doesn't mean they won't say yes in the future. Things change. Circumstances change. Who's to say that there might come a time when Dale and Peggy might want or need the money the sale of the resort property would bring? She paused and looked at him. And it would bring them a lot of money, Walker.
I get that. I'm well aware of what the property is worth.
Okay, great. So you know the market value, and now you're evaluating everything that's on the land, the buildings, the inventory, and whatnot. Why are you doing that if you're not going to sell it?
That's not important,
he said smoothly.
Tonight is all about you giving me the sales pitch you've been so keen on giving me. So please, go on.
This wasn't exactly the setting she had planned on, but it was the only one she had. Reaching down for her purse, Harlow grabbed her tablet and quickly pulled up the small presentation she had prepared. For the next 40 minutes, she read over everything, presenting each proposal along with a list of pros and cons to prove that she had done her research. She detailed how each client would benefit the community with their projects and all the reasons she felt were important for Walker and his family to make an informed decision. The entire time she spoke, Walker had done nothing more than occasionally nod or make a non-committal sound. By the time she was done, she had no clue about what he was thinking or if any of those proposals had sparked any interest. It was maddening. So, what did you think? She finally asked. For a solid minute, he didn't respond. And when he did, he didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked,
You said you haven't eaten at this place before. Is it because you've heard bad things about it, or you just never wanted to try it?
Seriously? She had just done the most thorough and impressive presentation of her life, and all he wanted to talk about was the restaurant? As much as she wanted to call him out on it, Harlow decided to bide her time. It's a little out of my budget, she admitted. I grew up in Harbor Town, and my family never had the kind of money to go to some place as nice as the Artisan Grill. But I've heard it's got a fabulous menu, and anyone I know that's ever eaten there has raved about it. He nodded.
Good to know.
And then it was back to the silence. Luckily, they pulled up to the restaurant just minutes later, and after that, they made small talk about the atmosphere, the menu, drinks. She had no problem keeping the conversation casual, but eventually he was going to have a normal conversation with her about everything she presented, whether he wanted to or not. He asked if she wanted him to pick the wine, and she agreed, mainly because she didn't know enough about wine to really know what was good and what wasn't. After that, Walker ordered the escargot for an appetizer, and then the grilled ribeye with a baked potato and a Caesar salad. Harlow was overwhelmed by the menu, and when she hesitated, he had encouraged her to get whatever she wanted. It felt wrong to make him spend so much on one meal. But I'd like the oysters Rockefeller to start, and then I'll go with the surf and turf, please, she said demurely. And I'd also love a Caesar salad. Handing the menu to their server, she smiled. Thank you. When they were alone again, Walker chuckled.
I thought you were going to go with a side salad and a bowl of soup,
he teased.
Then I remembered how much you enjoyed that bacon cheeseburger and fries the other night.
Oh, I'm not shy about eating, she replied with a small laugh. But it's also weird to be ordering such an expensive dinner. Like I said, I kind of grew up poor, so this is a little over the top for me." Leaning back in her chair, she studied him. "But you seem to know your way around a fancy restaurant. I guess I never thought of the Bradshaws as being wealthy. The resort is so rustic, and the menus were always more on the home cooking scale. It never made me think about what they were like in real life."
"Oh, my grandparents are very down-to-earth and the least pretentious people in the world. I went to work in the hospitality field and manage a chain of upscale, all-inclusive resorts."
She was pretty sure her mouth was moving, but no words were coming out.
"When our family gets together, it's a lot of comfort food and potluck meals. I'm the only one who broke tradition and wanted more of the finer things in life. That's why my grandparents were never interested in the offers, Harlow. The money doesn't mean anything to them."
How is that even possible? Don't they want to retire without having to worry about anything financially? And by just walking away from the resort, they're still going to pay taxes on all of it. It doesn't make sense for them to keep paying money on something that's not garnering an income. Her head was spinning at the ridiculousness of the whole thing. If Dale and Peggy Bradshaw weren't concerned with money because they had a lot of it, then why let the resort get into such awful shape? Why not do the upgrades and renovations to keep it in good condition? All this time she was convinced they were bad at business and ran it all into the ground. But if that were the case, how were they able to retire and walk away? Didn't they need the money? "It makes no sense," she repeated, noticing how Walker didn't seem the least bit fazed by her reaction. "Walker, explain this to me, because I'm completely confused."
"Believe it or not, the resort is completely paid off and has been for the last 20 years. My grandparents were good with money, and they invested wisely. They're not hurting for money in their retirement. Trust me."
Their server came over and poured their wine, and she watched as he tasted it and nodded his approval.
"Now, don't get me wrong. I agree that they should have done more to keep the resort in better shape. It's heartbreaking to see it in such a state of disrepair. But I think they procrastinated, and then it got to be too much. The thought of having to do so much work overwhelmed them, and they ended up doing nothing."
"Every year the tourist crowd became smaller and smaller," she told him. "I knew a lot of people who worked for your grandparents, and I couldn't believe it when they started just closing up sections of the resort."
"Yeah, there are a lot of cabins that aren't habitable. Same with some of the activity buildings. I don't know why they waited so long."
Harlow took a sip of her wine, but her mind was racing, and she knew she couldn't help but ask the obvious question. "So then what are you doing here, Walker? What good is this evaluation of yours going to do?" He leaned back, and there was something in the way he grinned that made her uneasy. There was a certain Cheshire cat quality to it, and it had her bracing herself for whatever it was he was about to say.
"The evaluation is for me and my team of investors,"
he said matter-of-factly. "Your team of investors? I don't understand." He couldn't be saying that he bought the resort, could he?
"We're not selling the resort, Harlow, because I'm taking it over. Well, me and a half-dozen of my closest friends. So, you see, there can't be any other deals because it's done."
5. The look on Harlow's face was priceless. And while Walker thought he'd feel smug dropping that bombshell on her, right now it just felt a little mean. Shit. He took another sip of his wine, but his eyes never left her face. When he put his glass down, he couldn't take the silence any longer. "Say something," he quietly urged. She looked around almost frantically for a moment before placing her napkin on the table. "I need to go," she softly murmured as she got to her feet.
"Go? Harlow, come on, wait a minute."
Now he was tossing his napkin on the table and standing, but she was halfway across the restaurant by that time. He hated making a scene, but desperate times and all that. He caught up to her in the lobby and reached out to snag her arm and stop her. "Harlow." "What?" she snapped, turning to him, her dark eyes shooting daggers at him. You can't leave," he stated, but that just seemed to annoy her. "Yes, I can, and I am." Yanking her arm free, she took a full step back. "You know, if you had just told me the truth when I first showed up at the resort, I would have moved on. But no, you wanted to be evasive and cruel. So, fine. Good for you, mission accomplished. I hope you feel good about yourself." Walker watched her storm out the door and was too stunned to speak. Temporarily. Then it was his turn to get annoyed as he shoved the door open and went after her. "I didn't want to be cruel, Harlow," he stated when he found her standing on the side of the building. Her phone was in her hand, and she was furiously tapping something out. "For years, I've been hearing nothing but how all the local realtors were acting like vultures to my grandparents. And your name just recently came up as the biggest vulture of them all. So yeah, maybe when you showed up the other day, I was majorly irked. And yeah, I probably should have just told you then. But you also never asked." Harlow slowly turned her head to look at him, and Walker seriously felt a moment of panic because she looked ready to throttle him. It didn't matter that she was petite and realistically couldn't hurt him, but the way her anger was simmering just beneath the surface was palpable. "I never asked," she said, taking a step toward him. "That's your excuse? Because I didn't specifically ask you? What is wrong with you? That was the sole reason I was there, Walker. And for the record, I did ask. I asked you what was going to happen to all of the property since your family has no interest in selling it. And I pointed out how you're here doing some kind of evaluation and moving into one of the cabins, and your response was to tell me it was none of your business," he murmured, "when you could have simply saved us both a lot of time and told me the truth." Arms crossed over her chest, she shook her head. "You have no idea how much time I invested in this proposal. Time I could have put towards something useful. Instead, you wanted to play games. Well, bravo! You win." She clapped her hands briefly before looking at her phone again. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to confirm my ride." She walked away from him, and even though he shouldn't feel guilty, he did. Damn it. "You don't need to confirm a ride," he said wearily as he trailed after her. "Please come back inside and eat. Buying you dinner is the least I can do." Her back stayed to him. Okay, so she wants me to beg a little. Fine. But he needed a minute to think of what exactly he needed to say, because he still felt like she was overreacting. He'd told her no multiple times regarding the sale of the property. The fact that she persisted was on her. Yeah, probably not something I should say right now. He could also point out how he was fairly certain she knew who he was the other night when they slept together, and this was probably some sort of elaborate scheme to get her foot in the door with his family. But that seemed a little far-fetched and paranoid. She surprised him by turning around, looking sassy with a hint of lingering fury, and not the least bit forgiving. "You're right," he forced himself to say. "I should have said something to you, and shouldn't have waited until we were here to do it. So, I'm sorry." "Nothing." "I wasn't deliberately trying to be cruel. My grandparents warned me about the locals, and you specifically, and I made a decision based on that information. That was wrong, and I'm sorry." Still nothing. What he wanted was to demand that she take some responsibility for the entire thing, but that would only convince her to leave, and he really wanted her to stay. So, that's what he said.
I'd really like you to stay, Harlow. Please.
The bored look and the long sigh weren't promising, but when she stepped around him and headed back to the door, he figured he'd made his point. But then she added, "Fine. My ride wasn't going to be here for at least an hour, and I'm hungry." Laughing softly, he followed her back inside, impressed with her, well, everything. He couldn't remember the last time anyone made him squirm the way she just did, and he kind of liked it. Their server was nervously waiting for them by their table, and Walker thanked him as he held out the chair for Harlow.
"Sorry for stepping away so abruptly,"
he said. "No worries, sir. Your appetizers will be out in a minute." Walker sat down and tried to get a read on Harlow. Now that they were seated and their meals on the way, he wasn't sure what they were supposed to talk about. Rehashing everything about the property was pointless, but he wasn't sure she felt the same way. The only thing to do was to start a conversation about something else.
"So,"
he began,
"what made you go into real estate?"
It wasn't a complete change of subject, but he literally knew nothing else about her. "I worked as a receptionist for the agency when I was in high school. I didn't have a car, so I couldn't get a job at the mall or any place too far away. I could walk to the office after school, and Charlene, she owns the agency, would drive me home every night. We'd have these talks about what I was going to do after graduation, and I honestly had no clue. She offered to help me get my real estate license if I was interested, and I figured, why not?"
"Do you ever think about what you would have done if she didn't make you that offer?"
Their appetizers came out, and Harlow's attention was fully on the food. "Oh my goodness, this looks amazing. I've only ever had oysters Rockefeller once before. My friends and I had gone down to Manhattan for a weekend, and I splurged. None of the restaurants in Harbortown served them, but I swore if I ever found them on a menu again, I'd order them." He sat back and watched her taste the first one, and the look of pure delight on her face was enchanting. It was also very telling. First, Harlow was a passionate woman, although he already knew that. But this differed from the sexual passion. What he was learning was how she was passionate about her job and her food. Second, she was very open about her feelings. There was nothing passive about her. She let her feelings be known no matter what the situation. And last, he was quickly becoming more and more fascinated by her. And even though his grandmother's warning played in his head, he quickly pushed it aside.
"What's your favorite meal?"
he asked, before taking the first bite of his escargot. I don't think I have just one. I mean, I enjoy a good burger, obviously. I'm obsessed with Chinese food, and I love warm and gooey chocolate chip cookies. But I'm also a big fan of the half-moon cookies." She paused for a moment. "I'll eat my weight in wings, but only after I've had a few beers. I don't know why, but whenever anyone asks what I want to eat, like if it's a special occasion or something, I tend to go for Italian. Dominic's is a restaurant in town, and they make the best lasagna. It's definitely comfort food to me. I'm sure there are places that make it better, but it's my go-to dish when I'm there. What about you?"
"I'm almost afraid to tell you."
Her fork was halfway to her mouth when she hesitated. "Why?"
"Because you're going to think I'm a snob,"
he admitted. "Only one way to find out," she said with a wink, before taking a forkful of oyster.
"You know I run a chain of luxury resorts, right?"
She nodded.
"We have some of the best chefs in the world, and I've just grown accustomed to things like Wagyu beef and fine wines. I love a good steak. When it's paired with the right wine, it's almost a religious experience for me."
"You're right. I do think you're a snob." He didn't take offense.
Our Orlando resort does the most incredible oysters, Rockefeller.
I'll have to take your word for it, but these are pretty damn amazing.
Our Galveston resort has the best steaks, hands down. It doesn't matter that we're a chain. Each resort has their own restaurants with their own unique menus, and I have a favorite dish at each one.
Are you planning on turning the Lakeview Harbor Resort into one of your luxury ones?
Not exactly, he replied honestly. We are going to essentially keep the resort the same as it's always been, but with some modern updates and upgrades, and definitely making it all a little more luxurious. I think what they started with was fine for a time, but it's not what people are looking for now on a vacation.
I disagree, but go on.
All the buildings need to be renovated. The amenities need to be updated, and we need to bring everything up to code and into this century. And while we're at it, we're going to make it a little less rustic and a little more upscale. The business model was solid. With all the updates and upgrades, we're going to bring in a wealthier demographic who will spend more money, and not just at the resort, but with the local businesses.
Yeah, but...
The loss of guests was primarily because the resort was showing its age.
She nodded before taking a sip of her wine.
Obviously, you're familiar with the property. Did you ever stay on site as a guest?
Another nod. Oh, lots of times, mainly with friends. The parents of one of my best friends worked there, and we used to come up and spend the day. Well, days. It's how we spent most of our summers. My parents didn't think it was necessary to stay there since it was so close to home.
That made sense. When you started researching the resort as a real estate agent, what were your thoughts? So much for not talking about the resort.
I thought it was outdated and in desperate need of attention. Most of the prospective buyers wanted to bulldoze everything and start fresh because either it would cost too much to rehab everything, or they were going to use the property for something other than a resort.
Which would you prefer to see?
It's a toss-up, she replied without hesitation. We need to have the tourism back if Harbortown is going to survive. The resort takes up so much property that could be used for other things. Some of the plans for retail space were really appealing and would bring national chains to the area. That's a big draw. However, having a vacation destination in the area has done well in the past. I'm just not sure making the resort into something upscale is going to work here.
Why not?
Walker, have you actually looked around town? It's nothing but cute little mom-and-pop places. Your rich clientele isn't going to be charmed by it. They're going to be turned off. The people who live here year-round can't afford to change their businesses to meet what you're doing.
You don't know that,
he countered. But I do, she volleyed right back. You're forgetting that I've been working with the locals for years. I know what kind of businesses have come and gone, and...
But this new model for the resort will draw more businesses to the area, Harlow. Not just the ones that are owned by the people of Harbortown.
Then you're still putting them out of business, she said sadly. Unfortunately, bringing in new and shiny businesses is still going to have a negative effect on the people who live here. Sure, some of them can go to work for these new snooty boutiques and whatnot.
I didn't say snooty.
You didn't have to. Eventually, the people who have lived here all their lives will be forced to move because taxes will go up. They'll want to sell their homes and move away, but there isn't going to be anyone to buy those homes because they're old and outdated. It's very depressing.
I didn't peg you for being a pessimist,
he said blandly before taking another sip of his wine.
It's not going to be a quick fix. The work that needs to be done is going to take at least a year. We're going to have market research done, and I've already reached out to the company who handles PR for the resorts I work for. I believe the people who always came to Lakeview Harbor Resort are still going to come back. We're just going to have more upscale offerings.
And the people who used to stay there probably won't be able to afford it, Walker, she replied with frustration. I don't understand how you're not getting that.
Everything can't stay the same, he argued lightly. If you sold the property to one of your many potential clients, would you be arguing with them about what they were going to do with it?
If they asked me, then yes.
Why am I not surprised? We know what we're doing, okay? And we're going to make sure every bit of the property gets the attention it deserves. We want to do things right. And that means we may reopen the resort in stages.
Stages? You mean because everything won't be ready at once?
Exactly. The lodge and at least one section of cabins are the top priority. But we also need to have some amenities ready for guests. This is an enormous undertaking, and we're already going to miss out on an entire season. Plus, we have no idea what the weather is going to be like or what complications we may hit. There's a lot that can go wrong. So I'd rather under-promise and over-deliver, you know?
I guess that makes sense. Still, you're essentially going to have a year to make things come together. Hopefully that will be enough. Nodding, he took another bite of his appetizer. Is this going to be your full-time gig when it opens? Are you going to run it?
If he didn't have food in his mouth, he seriously would have laughed out loud. When he finished chewing, he shook his head. Hell no. I took a 6-month leave of absence. I'm still going to be available if anyone needs me. But my bosses were willing to give me the time because I'm very good at what I do.
She grinned and made some sort of non-committal sound.
What?
He asked.
What was that sound?
What sound?
You know what sound. Come on, out with it.
Leaning forward slightly, her smile grew. You're not only a snob, but you're arrogant. Again, he didn't take offense. Instead, he leaned closer.
The two typically go hand in hand.
It shouldn't have felt flirty, but it felt flirty. And when Harlow made a low, sexy humming sound, he knew it was flirty. In that moment, Walker knew it wouldn't take much to keep things flirty, so he had to work a little harder to get things back on track.
So tell me, Harlow,
he said gruffly, forcing himself to sit back a bit.
What do you do when you're not out making real estate deals?
She also sat back, but she took a sip of her wine before replying. Sadly, nothing exciting. I've been focused on this deal for a long time because it was going to be kind of life-changing for me. I love Harbor Town, but traveling has been a dream of mine for as long as I can remember. So, she shrugged. I guess I'll need to work on a new dream.
Damn. He felt like he should apologize again, but wasn't sure it would help.
Unfortunately, I shouldn't have put all my eggs in one basket, she went on. Lesson learned. She finished her wine and studied him. What about you, Walker? What do you do when you're not running one of those fancy schmancy resorts?
Rest, he said with a mirthless laugh. I work a lot, like way too much. And while the work isn't exactly physically taxing, mentally it's exhausting. I used to love to get my hands dirty and building stuff when I was a kid. And believe it or not, I'm looking forward to doing just that with the resort.
You're going to do the work yourself? She asked incredulously. Now he really laughed.
Not all of it, hell no. We're meeting with several contractors in the coming weeks who will do the bulk of the work. But the guys and I are going to do as much as we can ourselves.
Their server cleared away their appetizer plates and returned with their salads. What kind of work are you and your friends going to do? He poured himself a second glass of wine and refilled Harlow's glass as well.
You know what? Let's not talk about the resort anymore tonight. I realize that was part of the reason we're here, but it sounds like it's been consuming your life for years. And I know it's been consuming my life for months, and it's going to keep doing that for months to come. I'd seriously love to talk about anything else.
Instead of saying anything, she took a sip of her wine.
And as much as we both seemed to be avoiding the elephant in the room, we got along very well Friday night, even before we went back to the hotel. I really enjoyed talking with you. Although what? Did he really want to say what he was thinking? I realize we were both holding a lot back that night, conversation-wise. I think if we had talked about why I was here, and about your job and what you've been working toward,
the night would have ended much sooner, she said with a small laugh. He nodded, glad they were clearly on the same page.
So now it's all out there, and hopefully we can put it aside, and maybe let down our guards and just talk. What do you say?
She looked hesitant, and he really couldn't blame her. Without talking about the resort, what else was there? And was he prepared to find out? 2 hours later, she was back in Walker's Yukon and heading back to the resort. She'd canceled the car she was going to take home because once they went back into the restaurant and started talking, it just seemed childish. And once she got over her shock and anger, she'd had a great time. Walker was a great conversationalist, something she already knew from their previous dinner. Funny and charming, but also intelligent and truly fascinating. If he wasn't such an arrogant snob, she'd be crushing pretty hard on him right about now. But she couldn't. She shouldn't. Glancing over at him as he drove, she admired his profile in the moonlight. He had a strong, stubbled jaw, long, dark lashes, and some very kissable lips. Then she looked at his hands. Oh, dear Lord, his hands. They were large, and when he helped her into the truck, she remembered how they felt, touching her bare skin, while taking her to heights of pleasure she never knew existed. They were slightly rough and calloused, and she had fantasized about them more than once in the last week. If I take off my blazer, maybe he'll slide one of those magnificent hands up my arm. Inwardly, Harlow groaned because she rarely drank more than 1 glass of wine, and she had a feeling maybe she was a bit tipsy. Not much, but it wouldn't take a lot for her to admit some of these naughty thoughts out loud, and she could not let that happen. Although, it wasn't like she ever had to see Walker again. Now that she knew there was no chance of her making any kind of deal on the property, there wouldn't be any reason for her to go back out there. And if what he said earlier was true, he was going to be beyond busy once work started on the resort. So what if, maybe, just maybe, she didn't watch what she said? What if she went with raw honesty and saw where it went? Was one more night really going to hurt them?
You've gotten quiet, Harlow,
he said softly.
Everything okay?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little lost in thought.
Care to share what you're thinking?
The giggle was out before she could stop it. Composing herself, she decided to ease into the conversation. I was thinking that I had a really pleasant time tonight. You know, after we went back inside. He nodded.
Me too. The food was amazing. I'm glad we made the drive out here.
Agreed. That was the best meal I've had in a long time. Thank you for inviting me. The look he gave her was a little wicked. Or maybe it was the dim lighting. She couldn't be sure.
It was my pleasure,
he said in that low timbre voice.
Thank you for accepting the invitation. And for giving me a second chance.
Well, It would have been awkward to have to stand out on the sidewalk for an hour while a perfectly good meal was going to waste.
So it wasn't really about me,
he reasoned.
It was about the food.
She pretended to think about it. Maybe at first. But then you proved to be just as enjoyable as the meal. He looked at her again, one dark brow arched enticingly.
Enjoyable, huh? I'm not sure anyone's ever described me that way.
It's true, she said firmly. Great conversation, never a lull. You picked a great bottle of wine and an amazing restaurant. All in all, very enjoyable. And that's not including how enjoyable he was last Friday night.
I'm glad you think so. I had a great time tonight, too.
He paused for a moment.
Very enjoyable.
She hummed. No one's ever said that about me either. I think I like it. This time, when Walker looked at her, his expression was a bit more somber.
You only had the 2 glasses of wine, right?
That's it. And I know you did as well, but you stopped drinking over an hour ago and had coffee. She smiled sweetly. Are we comparing notes on how much liquid we each consumed? Or were you going somewhere with that question?
Harlow St. James, conversations with you are never boring. That's for sure.
Do you want them to be? We can talk about the weather. I can tell you all the town gossip, although there's not much to tell lately. After Eileen Jacobs took off with Tommy Wilson, things just haven't been the same.
And why is that?
Oh, it was a big drama for a while. Eileen had been dating Brian Aruby for years. But Brian's an accountant and not very exciting. And even though they seemed happy, we all found out that Eileen had been having a secret, torrid love affair with Tommy Wilson. And Tommy was with the local police department, so it was an enormous scandal.
What happened?
Poor Brian came home from work one day, and Eileen had left him one of those Dear John letters, and then rode out of town on the back of Tommy's Harley. I'm telling you, it was all anyone could talk about for weeks. I'm sure you're used to much more sophisticated behavior and drama where you live, especially around your snooty resorts. She paused. Wait, where exactly do you live? If you manage all those resorts, do you have one city that's sort of your home base?
I have a place in Galveston, but when I knew I was coming here, I broke the lease. It seemed pointless to keep paying rent on an apartment I wasn't going to be at. It would essentially be just paying for a closet or a storage unit. But I have it in my contract that I have a suite at each resort location. They're already furnished, and I keep a small selection of clothes and personal items in each of them. It's not ideal, but it works. When all the work is done here, I won't have to rush to find a new place to live. I can take my time and decide.
Is that how you want to keep living? Just bouncing around from one resort to another?
It's been working so far, but I know there's going to come a point when it will get old. I enjoy traveling, but it might be nice to stay in one place for more than a month at a time. It was something I worried about when I decided to take on this project. Would I be able to handle staying here for 6 months?
If you had to pick a place to settle down, where would it be?
Good question. And honestly, I'm not sure. I love my job, and I love all the cities I work in. They each have a little something special about them that I'd miss.
You're lucky, Walker. I would love to be able to travel the way you do. I've never been far from Harbor Town. It's one of the reasons I was so consumed with trying to sell the resort. The commission would have allowed me to get out of here and see all the places I've always wanted to see. Harlow nearly jumped out of her skin when he took her hand in his. resting them on the console between them.
If you could get on a plane right now, where would you go?
Oh, that's easy. I'd go to Nashville. He smiled, giving her hand a gentle squeeze.
Tell me why.
I love country music. Well, I love all music, but I particularly love country music. I'd love to see the Grand Ole Opry, and after that, I'd go to Myrtle Beach. I don't know why, but I've always wanted to go there.
Both good choices. Where's your next stop?
This is silly, Walker. And it makes me sad because she shrugged. It's never going to happen.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. There's no other property available that would give me the financial freedom.
I'm really sorry,
he murmured. You don't have to apologize. I should have listened and stopped being so damn pushy. They drove in companionable silence for several long minutes. Harlow asked him about the cities he lived in, and he told her stories about some of his favorite places and the most popular attractions that were nearby. He spoke so matter-of-factly about it, and she figured it was because they weren't a big deal to him. This was his life, and he didn't know it any other way. It wasn't his fault that her father was a convicted criminal, and her mother was the town drunk. Yeah, Walker's life was a damn fairy tale compared to hers. Just another reason she should hate him. But she didn't. When they pulled through the front gates of the resort, she sighed. The night was over, and she was a little sorry to see it end. Walker parked the Yukon next to her car before getting out and opening the door for her. With her hand in his, she climbed down and ended up standing very close to him. Almost inappropriately close. But did she move? No. Did he move? No. So, what were they doing? Swallowing hard, she looked up at him. Thank you for a wonderful dinner. Even with all the, drama. I still had a nice evening.
I did too. I wasn't looking forward to eating alone. So thanks for taking pity on me and joining me.
Unable to help herself, she smiled. Yeah, it was a real hardship hanging out with an attractive man while eating steak and lobster. He smiled down at her, and she desperately wished he'd say something that would give her a clue about how he felt. Was he sad the night was over? Was he thinking about the last time they were this close, and where it had led? And did she want to wait and find out? Or did she want to take matters into her own hands? So, you've moved into the cabin, huh? Lame, Harlow, and super obvious what you're angling for.
I have,
he said, as his thumb gently caressed her wrist.
I had to furnish it myself, because everything had been donated. Plus, I hired someone to come in and clean it. Would you like to see it?
She pretended to think about it before shrugging. Sure, why not? It's still kind of early. There were solar lights along the gravel path, but Walker continued to hold her hand.
There's another cluster of cabins over on the other side with a paved path. But we want to work on them first, because they're closest to the lodge. This cluster I'm staying in was the one that was always reserved for my family. It just felt natural to choose them. Plus, they're the closest to the parking lot, so it was easier to move stuff into the cabin.
Did you choose the one you always stayed in? He shook his head.
It was one of the larger ones, and it was in the roughest shape. Since it's only me, I don't need a lot of space. Plus, I wanted something I could move into without requiring major repairs.
That makes sense. What about your friends? Will they have to do work on the ones they're all going to stay in? Or are they going to fix up rooms in the lodge?
They're going to stay in the cabins, too. This way, everyone has privacy. There are a dozen of them over here, and I inspected them all, and there are enough that don't need structural work, so they should be okay. I told them they might have to purchase a few things to make them habitable, and I'm having a cleaning crew come in before they all arrive. But maybe I'll just order the basics, so they can move right in.
I'm sure they'll appreciate that. They walked along, and when they came to Walker's cabin, Harlow had a moment of panic. Was this smart? Should she be pursuing anything with the man who essentially killed her dream? Oh. That thought hit like a ton of bricks. It was one thing to have a one-night stand with a guy she would never see again, which was her theory on Friday night. However, it was another to have a second experience with the guy who single-handedly ruined any hopes of her achieving her biggest dream of getting out of Harbor Town. Crap. Carefully, Harlow pulled her hand from his as he stepped up onto the porch. He turned and looked at her, and she wished she hadn't acted impulsively. Again. It was crazy how attractive he was, and how much she truly wanted to go inside with him. Maybe it wasn't smart, and maybe it was wrong. But clearly making good decisions wasn't her strong suit. So...
"Everything okay?"
he asked, and she heard a hint of vulnerability in that masculine voice. Nodding, she smiled. "Everything's fine. I figured you needed your hand to unlock the door."
"Oh, good."
And yeah, his shoulders sagged with relief. He turned his back to her, and even in the dim lighting, she admired his physique. He looked amazing when he was all sweaty in jeans and a t-shirt, and he looked even better in snug trousers and a button-down shirt. And I already know he looks even better out of them. Oh, God. She was a goner. The door opened and light spilled out onto the porch as Walker turned and held his hand out to her. This was it. This was the defining moment. Was she going to stay or go or... She put her hand in his and climbed the step onto the porch and let him lead her inside.
"It still needs a lot of work,"
he said, closing the door behind them.
"I thought about painting, but overall, the cabin needs so much work that it seemed like putting a bandage on a leak, you know?"
Overall, it was a little dingy, but it was clean, and the furniture was new, so it wasn't terrible. "I bet this is a big change from the resort suites you live in, huh?" she teased.
"Oh, absolutely."
They stared at each other, and Harlow could feel her heart racing and wondered if Walker's was doing the same. It was crazy to be nervous, but there was still a chance that this was all one-sided on her part, and she was the only one thinking sexy thoughts. Like, maybe he just genuinely wanted to show off the cabin. Or, hell, maybe he was even a little uncomfortable staying on the property all by himself. She knew she would if she were in his shoes. "At least you bought a new bed and pillows and whatnot. It would probably be kind of awful to have to stay here and have it be the same stuff that had been sitting here for the last 6 months. Or 60 years, she added with a laugh.
That never would have happened. I wouldn't have allowed it. I know we both acknowledged over dinner that I'm a bit of a snob, so I never would have been able to sleep on an old, cheap mattress or scratchy sheets. Staying at the Lakeview Inn was bad enough. I don't think they've updated any of their bedding in around 20 years.
Her mind immediately went to exactly how Walker looked sprawled out in bed, wearing nothing but a sheet. They probably haven't, she forced herself to say, her throat suddenly going dry. I don't think they stay busy year-round, but maybe if they did some improvements, people would want to stay there. I imagine you don't get a lot of return business if the beds aren't comfortable."
"Very true," he murmured. And maybe it was her imagination, but he was suddenly closer. "Last year, I convinced corporate to replace all the beds in each of the hotels. I had gone on vacation with my family to Hawaii, and the place we stayed in had the most amazing beds. Like, the best I had ever slept in. So we tested them in a few of our VIP suites, and the guests loved them."
He nodded toward the bedroom.
"And that's what I had sent here."
Harlow felt her eyes go wide. If the mattresses were fit for VIP suites at deluxe resorts, they probably cost a fortune. And he put one in this outdated, dingy cabin? Pfft, snob. Ugh, why am I like this? Forget about the snob and focus on how freaking sexy he is. No, wait, wrong order. Focus on the snobbery and stop thinking about Walker and beds and sex, which was almost impossible to do. The man oozed sex appeal, and it didn't matter how wrong this was and how much she shouldn't want it. The fact was, she did. Badly. Hell, she was practically obsessed with the thought of having sex with Walker again.
"Harlow."
The grin he gave her was so damn sexy it should have been illegal.
"I asked if I could get you something to drink."
She stared up at him and came to a decision. She wasn't going to wait for him to make a move. Life was too short, she had nothing to lose, and he was far too tempting. "No," she said, boldly pressing her body up against his. "I don't want a drink, Walker." She knew instantly that he was completely on board with where this was going. His grip on her waist tightened, and his gaze darkened.
"What do you want?"
he murmured gruffly, even as he began to lower his head toward hers. She quickly shrugged her blazer off and tossed it on the sofa before grinning up at him. This. Reaching up, Harlow curled her hand around his nape and dragged him down to close the distance between them. But he stopped her just before she could press her lips to his. Shit. I totally misread the situation. 6. Had he thought about kissing Harlow again? Yes. Even after his grandmother's warning when he knew he shouldn't. But before they took this any further, he needed to know one thing.
"Did you know who I was that night?"
he asked, his voice oddly gruff.
"Did you know I was a Bradshaw?"
Then he held his breath and waited for her to be outraged and argue with him. "No," she said softly, her hand still gently resting on the back of his neck. "I had no idea who you were, and it never even entered my mind that you could be related to Dale and Peggy."
"Good."
That was all he needed to hear. His arms went around her as she pressed every inch of her curvy body up against him. At some point, the evening had gone from awkward to antagonistic before the two of them finally started to relax with each other. He figured they'd come back here and wish each other a good night, and Harlow would leave. But when she put her hand in his and climbed out of the truck, there were definitely some flirty vibes. And not just on her part. Before he knew it, he found himself hesitant to let her leave. Now he was glad he hadn't. Her hands raked through his hair before smoothing over his shoulders and down his arms, and he wanted her to keep touching him. Hell, He wanted to start touching her, but not while standing in the middle of the cabin. Breaking the kiss, they breathlessly looked at each other. He knew what he was about to say could totally kill the mood, but there was no way he could keep going until they cleared the air a bit. Swallowing hard, Walker forced himself to take a small step back.
Harlow, wow. That was amazing and also unexpected. After everything that's transpired, I just thought nothing would ever happen between us again.
He nearly groaned when she licked her lips. I know. I was arguing with myself while we were still outside.
Arguing?
Yeah. I mean, I don't agree with anything you're going to do here at the resort. I think you're going to destroy everything that made it charming, and the repercussions are going to be felt throughout the entire town.
Shit, not this again. Okay, but what just happened here doesn't have anything to do with the resort,
he reasoned.
I thought it was because we were equally attracted to each other. If I'm wrong...
You're not wrong, she said slowly. But I was having a hard time wrapping my head around wanting to be with you again. If you were just Walker, the guy I met Friday and hit it off with, it would be one thing. But you're not, she said sadly. You're Walker Bradshaw, the guy who single-handedly ruined all my plans for selling the resort and doing something with it that nobody wants. He pinched the bridge of his nose and fought the urge to argue with her, even though it wasn't what he really wanted.
Harlow.
I'm serious, Walker. No one wants your upscale resort up here. Lakeview Harbor Resort has been a staple in this community, and the fact that you're not respecting that is just wrong, and... She was breathless and staring up at him with the deepest, most beautiful yet tortured eyes he'd ever seen. They would never agree on the resort. He knew what he was here to do and had a plan firmly in place for it. Nothing Harlow or anyone could say would change that. But right now, he really wished he was just Walker, the guy she met and hit it off with. If they could just put all this business stuff aside and... Straightening, he took another step back and held out his hand.
Hey, I'm Walker. It's nice to meet you.
She looked at him like he'd lost his ever-loving mind, and maybe he had. What? So he repeated himself.
I'm Walker. And you are?
Her eyes lit up when she realized what he was doing, and slowly she placed her hand in his. I'm Harlow. It's nice to meet you, Walker. She glanced around. Are you new to the neighborhood? He had to fight not to laugh.
You could say that. What about you? Are you from around here?
Nodding, she gave him a small grin. Born and raised. While continuing to hold her hand, he leaned in slightly.
Interesting. Are there any good places to grab a burger? Or any fun and interesting festivals?
She blushed slightly. There's a pub in town that makes the best burgers, and the next festival isn't until Memorial Day. Maybe if you're still in town, you can check it out. He nodded.
I might just do that.
As fun as this little game was, he had more important things on his mind.
May I make a suggestion?
Walker's thumb was caressing her wrist, and he could tell she was desperately trying not to move closer to him. Her perfectly arched eyebrows furrowed slightly. Sure?
Stay,
he whispered. Her smile was part shy, part temptress. Okay. Walker reached down and scooped her up in his arms before striding into the bedroom. Placing her down in the middle of the bed, he loomed over her and simply enjoyed the view. There wasn't a damn thing sexy about what she was wearing, but he couldn't wait to peel it all off of her. With one knee on the bed, he pulled back slightly and unbuttoned his shirt, enjoying the way she was watching him. He undid the buttons on the cuffs and then slowly took it off. And when he leaned back in, Harlow smoothed one delicate hand up over his abs and chest. Gently, he took her hand in his and slowly ran his tongue along her palm, making her shiver. It was crazy to be here with her like this again. Weren't they enemies just hours ago? Or maybe not exactly enemies, but adversaries? How did they go from that to this? But he already knew the answer. He was attracted to her from the moment she turned around while they were in line at the pub, and he was still attracted to her. Everything outside of that one point didn't matter right now. That was a problem for another day, wasn't it? Do I really even care? There's a sexy woman sprawled out on my bed. Focus on that. So he did. Gradually, he lowered himself until his body completely covered hers and was incredibly pleased when she reached up and pulled him in for another kiss. Her lips were soft, the feminine hum was sexy as hell, and her tongue was teasing his in the most erotic way. The kiss got deeper, wetter, a little more frantic, and it was hard to tell who was more in control. That's when he quickly maneuvered them until Harlow was on top, straddling him, giving him a wild sense of déjà vu. He moaned with pleasure as she moved against him. His hand slid into her dark, silky hair and gave a gentle tug. She quickly lifted her head, her eyes looking a bit glazed with desire. Walker's hands roamed down and rested on her bottom, giving it a gentle squeeze. "I needed to touch you," he admitted. "That's good, because I've been waiting to feel your hands on me," she whispered. "Oh, yeah? Since when?" It was crazy how much he wanted her to say since she left him Saturday morning. "Since the drive back here, I couldn't stop staring at your hands." She nibbled her bottom lip, and it was ridiculous how she even made that look hot. "Where would you like to feel my hands, Harlow?" She surprised him by reaching for his hands and bringing them up to her breasts and holding them there. The throaty moan she let out was like hitting the launch button. After that, it was borderline madness. One minute she was on top, then he had her rolled beneath him. Their kisses became more desperate, their touches more frantic. Clothes came off. One of their shoes shattered something, and he didn't even care enough to look for the damage. All he knew was that he needed to get her naked and kiss and lick and touch every damn inch of her, and hopefully have her return the favor. When the last garment was on the floor and Walker was braced above her once again, he was nearly crazed with desire. He couldn't remember the last time a woman had turned him on as much as Harlow did. Carefully, he caressed her jaw and slowly let his hand, his fingers, gently glide down over her throat, her breasts, before resting on her hip. Her back arched as she gave him a wicked grin. "Don't stop, Walker. Keep going." It was all the encouragement he needed, and he did exactly as she asked. He kept going, loving the way she kept begging him to never stop. Walker woke up when he felt Harlow moving away from him. It was late. although he had no idea exactly what time it was because his watch was somewhere on the floor. He waited to see if she was just moving to get more comfortable, or if she was actually getting out of the bed. When the blankets peeled back, he figured it out. She was trying to leave while he was sleeping again, but he wasn't having it. "Don't go," he whispered, smiling into the darkness when he heard her soft gasp. "I thought you were sleeping." "I woke up." Reaching out, he gently tugged her arm. "Seriously, Harlow, don't go. Please." "Walker." It was only a partial protest, because it wasn't long before she was curled up beside him again. He adjusted the blankets and pulled her close, kissing the top of her head. They'd made love twice. The first time had been embarrassingly fast, but he made it up to her on the second go-round. He was exhausted and satisfied, and yet he was also ready to go again. He just needed to make sure she was too. So he let his hand trail lazily up and down her back, with the occasional pause to squeeze her magnificent ass. "Do you have some sort of aversion to spending the entire night with me?" he carefully asked. Yawning first, Harlow shifted slightly before saying anything. "I don't know. It just seemed like something I should do. And for the record, it was almost 6 a.m., Saturday morning when I left." "Oh." "Plus, you don't strike me as the kind of guy who likes to spend the entire night with a woman." She laughed softly. "Like, if we were at my place, I think you would have left by now." Okay, wow. He wasn't exactly sure what to say to that, because that was quite an assumption, and an insulting one at that, even if it was accurate. Why would you?" "I imagine a guy like you know, one who works at these swanky resorts, has the opportunity to meet a lot of single women who are there on vacation. I'm sure you get a lot of women doing the whole girls' trip thing. And let's face it, you're very attractive, so the women are naturally drawn to you." She shrugged. "But because it's probably frowned upon for you to mingle with the guests, any sexy stuff would have to be done on the sly, and that would mean you don't spend the full night with them." She pulled back a little more. "And I'd bet good money that they never come to your room because you don't want them to know that you have a suite on site." Shit. She completely nailed that one, and it made him sound like a crappy person. "Am I even close?" she asked. It would be easy to lie, but what was the point? "A little too close," he mumbled. "Sorry." "Don't be. It's kind of scary how you figured that out after knowing me for only a handful of days." "Well, to be fair, what I've gotten to know about your personality really made the rest kind of obvious. And I think any guy in your position would be beyond tempted to do exactly what you're doing." "Yeah, but it's not as sleazy as you're making it sound. It's not like I take a different woman to bed every night. Hell, sometimes it's weeks between times I'm with anyone." "Walker." "You're making it worse. Like I'm getting a serious ick factor, and just thinking about what you're saying makes me want to bolt, so..." Okay, sorry. That was kind of a douchey thing to share." When she squirmed to put some distance between them, he held her a little tighter. "I'm sorry. I don't want you to go. If you want, I won't even talk." It seemed drastic, but he really didn't want her to go. Again. It was crazy, because after he realized who she was, his initial instinct was that she was a pain in the ass. Beautiful, but a pain in the ass nonetheless. She'd been pushy and annoying. But over the course of their dinner, he saw a completely different side of her. Or rather, he saw the woman he met at the festival. She was confident and funny, and yet a little shy at the same time. He never got a lot out of her about her life, but he assumed she was a private person. The last thing he expected was for her to come back to his cabin and kiss him senseless. Although, that's what he had hoped would happen when he invited her to join him. He just figured he'd be the one seducing her, not the other way around. Not that he was complaining. So, will you stay? I want to say no, but... Pausing, she yawned again before snuggling closer. So he went back to letting his hand trail lazily up and down her back, with the occasional pause to squeeze her very grabbable bottom. Their legs were tangled together, and he knew she was on board when she started to lightly grind against him. It was on the tip of his tongue to say how much he wanted her, but he did just kind of promise not to talk. Plus, he preferred to show her how he felt. So, slowly he rolled her beneath him, kissing her softly, languidly, as she hummed with pleasure. This time, there was no rush, no frantic movements. It was slow and sweet and beyond satisfying. And when they finally exhausted each other, he knew she wasn't going to leave until the sun was fully up in the sky. Harlow came awake slowly, careful to slowly disentangle herself from Walker. She had no idea what time it was because there wasn't a clock in the room, but she was fairly certain it was very early. Wow, déjà vu much? The sun was just starting to come up, and it was way earlier than she usually woke up. Beside her, Walker was sound asleep, and as much as she would love to stay in the world's most comfortable bed, he wasn't lying about that, and stay curled up beside the world's sexiest man, she felt like she needed to leave. She shouldn't be considering sneaking out again, but she wasn't a fan of the awkward conversation they were probably going to have when they were both awake. Walker Bradshaw was completely out of her league, and the exact reason her crappy life was going to stay crappy. She knew it wasn't personal. It wasn't like he deliberately decided to take on rebuilding the Lakeview Harbor Resort just to spite her. But she knew she would always look at him and know he was the reason she didn't get the deal she had been working on for years. And she certainly didn't want to keep coming back here and having it rubbed in her face. The smart thing to do was cut her losses and leave. The cabin and Harbor Town. It was time. Hell, it was past time. When her father had been convicted of murder 10 years ago, she should have left. Of course, she had only been 15, so it wasn't exactly possible. But if her mother hadn't turned into a raging alcoholic, maybe they could have moved on and had some sort of normal and happy life. That ship had sailed too. But now she was an adult, and maybe it was time to stop making excuses and blaming everyone else for her rotten luck. Maybe if she finally left this tiny resort town, she could have the life she'd always wanted. She might have to work a little harder since she hadn't had a decent commission in months, but that wasn't a big deal. Harlow was used to working hard. She had to in order to support herself and her mother for years. Fortunately, her mother had latched onto the bass player in a Bon Jovi tribute band and left town 3 years ago. Harlow hadn't heard from her since. Good riddance. Now she was truly alone, and this whole situation with losing out on the sale of the resort could be the push to finally make her get off her ass and start living her life on her own terms. She'd been holding out hope that Dale and Peggy selling, that she stopped thinking about anything else other than just waiting for them to change their minds. She'd made some mediocre sales, but this was going to be her unicorn. And now that ship had sailed too. Sighing quietly, she began to inch her way toward the edge of the bed. She already knew that Walker was a fairly deep sleeper, but that didn't mean she wanted to make a bunch of noise and risk waking him up. She had barely gotten one leg out from under the blanket when his hand landed on her arm, scaring the crap out of her. She gasped, but didn't say a word.
"Stay, Harlow,"
he whispered sleepily. Why couldn't he just let her go? Walker, He rolled toward her, somehow getting her back in arms, and their legs tangled together.
"Stay,"
he repeated, kissing her cheek. I really should go, she softly whined, but she didn't even believe herself. He inched down, kissing her throat.
"Not yet. Stay a little longer."
Her hands languidly moved up to rest on his shoulders and then raked up into his hair. But we shouldn't. Walker gently rolled her beneath him.
We should.
Frankly, she had to agree. The next thing she knew, they were kissing. Slow, sleepy kisses. The kind where they could either be the start of something super sexy or the kind that you're totally content to just keep you where you're at. Personally, she wouldn't say no to heading in the super sexy direction. Again. It was dangerous territory. She was getting addicted to Walker. Well, physically addicted at least. It was completely possible that if sex were taken out of the equation, that they wouldn't have any desire to be around each other. So, she decided it was okay to indulge this one last time. Once the sun was fully up and she could climb from the bed and leave, she wasn't coming back. Savor every sensual moment, she told herself, because it will be over far too soon. Harlow gave herself over to the pleasure, the feel of his hands, the warmth of his skin. She wasn't even sure it was normal to still want someone after spending an entire night making love. I'm totally okay with being abnormal. His stubbled jaw rubbed along all her most sensitive spots, and she moaned with delight, silently begging him for more. And he more than willingly obliged.
"I think all the bathrooms are going to get major upgrades,"
Walker said, as she stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. He handed her his robe.
"Here, put this on. I made us some coffee."
This so wasn't the way she envisioned the morning going after they finally got out of bed. She was prepared to get dressed and go, but he offered her the opportunity to use the shower and mentioned something about breakfast. Her stomach growled right on cue, so she figured a few more minutes with him wouldn't kill her. Slipping the robe on, she shimmied out of the towel and smiled when Walker bent down to pick it up. She almost wished he wasn't so nice, because he was making it harder to be okay with leaving here and not seeing him again. Then he handed her the coffee mug and motioned for her to join him at the tiny kitchen island. The first sip was so damn good that she almost couldn't believe it. Holy crap, she said almost reverently. That's good.
"It's a special brew from the resort I work for. I asked them to ship me a case of it,"
he explained.
"And before you say it, yes, I know, it's a total snob move. But I don't care. There's no way I can start my day, especially all the days of the next 6 months where I'm going to be working my ass off, without a proper cup of coffee."
I never considered myself a coffee connoisseur. I never got into going to Starbucks or needed any kind of specialty coffee. But this is something I'd travel to get.
"I'll get more shipped for you,"
he said simply. And while it was a sweet gesture, Harlow kind of took it a different way. Is that my consolation prize? She quietly asked, staring down into her mug. Like, thanks for your interest in the resort. Here's some coffee for your trouble. For a moment, you could have heard a pin drop. Beside her, Walker twisted in his seat and faced her with a small sigh.
That wasn't what I was doing at all. You said you liked it. I knew you couldn't buy it anywhere around here, and I figured I could get it for you. There's no ulterior motive here, Harlow.
He shrugged.
It's just something I do. It's part of my job, but it's also what I do in my everyday life. If there's something someone wants and I can get it for them, I do.
Oh. She let out her own sigh before looking at him. Sorry. I guess I'm a little
defensive. Yeah, I get it, and I completely understand.
He took a sip of his coffee before going on.
I guess it was a lot to ask for us to completely forget about the whole resort deal.
The mirthless laugh was out before she could stop it. Yeah. Especially since we're sitting right here in the middle of the resort. They both grew quiet, drinking their coffees.
For what it's worth, I do feel bad about the whole thing. I didn't when I figured out who you were,
he admitted.
You've really upset my grandmother with your persistence. She gave me a fairly stern warning not to trust you.
Her eyes went wide. Seriously?
Yeah, seriously. I mean, come on. You were essentially badgering an old lady. How did you think she was going to feel?
She hadn't given it much thought. Every time Peggy and I talked, she was always very nice. But so was I. And there were never any harsh tones or snarky comments. But she was always a little... I don't know. She never sounded like her no was a final no. Does that make sense?
Sadly, it does. My grandfather and I just talked about this the other day. He said how she's not overly assertive with you and the other realtors who've reached out, and that she comes off sounding a little wishy-washy.
I never thought of Peggy as sounding wishy-washy. She was always very gracious. She always thanked me for my interest and promised to call if she ever changed her mind. Pausing, she sighed. If she told me to fuck off, believe me, I never would have called again. Beside her, he chuckled.
I essentially said that to you when you showed up here, and you still came back.
Tilting her head, she said, no. And let's be honest, part of your attitude was because we'd slept together and you found out that I was in real estate and thought I was using you.
That's fair. But my mother also raised me not to curse at women.
It was adorable how he almost blushed while admitting that. That's kind of sweet. But I think if someone were seriously baiting you, she'd understand. Walker grinned, and he looked so damn good that she almost leaned in and kissed him. But she didn't. Instead, she finished her coffee and stood. I should get dressed and go. I'm sure you have a lot to do today. He slowly got to his feet.
There's no rush,
he told her.
I was just going to do another walkthrough on the cabins and work on some plans for them.
That's okay, I still should...
And we haven't had breakfast,
he went on.
I didn't make anything while you were in the shower because I wasn't sure what you liked. I've got some cereal, some frozen waffles, eggs, bacon.
Once again, her stomach spoke for her. Traitor. Walker made his way around and into the kitchen.
Personally, I was thinking about the waffles. They're large, like Belgian waffles.
He grinned at her.
And I love to warm up the maple syrup and put butter on them. What do you say?
I say that sounds like way more than I normally eat for breakfast. It wasn't a total lie.
Then consider it brunch,
he reasoned.
And if you're still worried, you can walk the property with me to work it off.
Just the thought of it made her laugh. Are you crazy? I'm not going to walk the property with you. I'm not dressed for it.
You're dressed better than you were the last time you were here,
he teased with a wink, before pulling the box of waffles out of the freezer.
The jeans and boots are fine, and I can lend you a t-shirt. It'll be fun.
Without a word, he walked past her again and went into the bedroom. Harlow couldn't see what he was doing, but she also didn't want to follow him. When he came out a minute later, he was grinning from ear to ear.
There's a variety of shirts on the bed. Go ahead and get dressed while I make breakfast, he said confidently. How about a second cup of coffee?
The smart thing to do was to thank him but decline. The shirt, the coffee, the waffle. But apparently, where Walker was concerned, she was borderline stupid. Yes to the coffee, and I'll be out in a minute, she said cheerfully, while blocking out all logical reasons why this had disaster written all over it. 7. 2 hours later, Walker had to remind himself that he asked Harlow to do this with him. But as she argued with him for the umpteenth time about his design plans, he was ready to escort her to her car. "You're not being practical," she said with a huff of annoyance. "Do you even remember what it was like to stay in one of these cabins with your family? If you're going to try to bring back some of the long-time guests, you are going to have to provide accommodations for the ones with more than one child." "That's what the rooms in the lodge are for," he argued, "and not for the first time. There will be plenty of rooms with 2 beds up there. Why can't the cabins just be for couples?" "Because for all the years the resort has been open, families have stayed in these cabins. How are you not getting this?"
"Oh, I'm getting it. I'm just saying that it's not like a freaking law. We're allowed to do things differently now."
Her shoulders sagged, and she let out a long breath. "Okay, think of this as real estate," she began after a long moment. "Different people come to the table with different budgets and needs. Not everyone is going to want a singular hotel room or adjoining rooms. Some, especially with kids and if they're on a budget, they'll want a cabin because it has a kitchen. They can bring their own food and make most of their own meals without spending a lot of extra money. If you turn all of these cabins into romantic little tiny homes, you're alienating an entire demographic. Plus, if I were here for a romantic getaway, a kitchen would be pointless. I wouldn't want to cook. I'd want to go out for romantic meals."
Damn, he hadn't thought about that. Although, then I would eliminate the kitchen and turn it into a small kitchenette with a mini fridge and coffee maker and make the bathrooms bigger. Ha! Problem solved.
Harlow's only response was to groan. "I knew we shouldn't have done this."
"Why?"
"Because it's just reinforcing all the ways I disagree with your plans for the resort. If you would just talk to people around town."
"Harlow, the people who live here aren't our target audience, okay? You told me yourself how your parents didn't find the need to come and stay here because you only lived a few minutes away. The locals will come up to use the amenities and get a day pass, but they're not the ones who are going to be staying here. Trust me, I'm in the hospitality business. I know what I'm doing."
She held up her hands in defeat. "Okay, suit yourself." With a weary sigh, she glanced around the cabin before walking outside and waiting for him.
"That was too easy,"
he murmured, following her out. She was slowly strolling toward the next cabin, and he caught up with her. "Who did you hire to do the construction and renovations?" she asked.
"We did some preliminary interviews and have meetings lined up with several companies when some of the guys arrive. The top 3 are Harbor Construction."
"Bob Donnelly is the owner. I sold him and his family their house last year," she said. "Actually, that was the second house I sold them besides helping them sell their previous homes. He's got a small crew that works for him, but he's got a high turnover rate. Sometimes it's just him on a job."
Okay.
He had no idea why she felt the need to share that, but whatever.
"Next is Blueprint Builders.
Dave Anderson is the owner. They've been in business for over 30 years. Dave's getting older and is currently training his nephew to take over, but none of us thinks he can handle it. But his nephew, Russell, is getting married this summer, and he and his fiancée are looking for a house, and I'm their agent."
"Okay."
Walker watched as she stepped onto the next porch and peered in through the window.
"And the last one is..."
"Oh, is it Cornerstone Construction? I love them. I recommend them to a lot of clients who want to do renovations. Marshall Reynolds is the owner, and his sons all work with him. Great family. I went to my senior prom with Andrew, the youngest son." She let out a happy sigh as she faced him. "He was my first love, but we were just too different, you know?" "I'll be surprised if you can book them for something of this size. Last I heard, they were working with a residential builder on a massive new neighborhood that's going up over in Pineview." Walker ducked his head and mentally counted to 10 before looking at her again.
"Is there a point to all of this?"
She shrugged. "Just commenting on your choices. I didn't think it was a big deal. I thought you'd appreciate the input."
"Oh."
"I know all the owners and their crews personally," she went on. "They've all got strong ties to the community, and they all knew your grandparents. I'm sure they'll all help you come to some decisions on what needs to be done and what can, be skipped."
"Harlow, that's not anyone's place but mine and the other investors, and we've already discussed it. We're not looking for anyone else's input, okay?"
Another shrug, followed by a weary sigh. "Walker, I think it's safe to say that while we are definitely physically compatible, everything else is a total miss," she said sadly. "It's probably best if I just go." He hated to agree, but she was probably right.
"I'll walk you back to my cabin so you can get your things,"
he said quietly, and together they did just that. Once Harlow had her belongings, he walked her out to her car. It felt weird, like he wanted to kiss her goodbye, but that seemed inappropriate. Shaking hands felt too impersonal. So where did that leave them? She surprised him by coming close, getting on her tiptoes, and kissing his cheek. "Good luck, Walker," she said softly, as her hand gently caressed his jaw. She took a step back, and even though she was smiling, he knew she wasn't happy. Just like he wasn't.
"Take care of yourself,"
he told her, hating how gruff his voice sounded.
"Maybe I'll see you around."
"Yeah, maybe." And with a small wave, she turned and got into her car, and Walker stood there and watched her drive away. It was all for the best, but damn if he didn't hate seeing her go. When he finally turned away, he wasn't sure what exactly to do with himself. He could keep walking through the cabins, but now he wasn't in the mood. Maybe he should think about the lodge. Or maybe he should find something he could demolish because he was so freaking frustrated right now that breaking something would probably be good for him. He began to walk up toward the lodge when his phone rang. Pulling it from his pocket, he grinned when he saw Axel's name. Thankful for the distraction, he quickly answered.
"Axel! Hey, what's up?" "Hey, how's it going? How was the first night in the creepy cabin?" "Haha, you're hilarious, and no one said creepy." "Dude, you didn't have to. We all saw the pictures you sent. Do I need to bring my guns with me for protection? Have you had any run-ins with wild animals?"
Walker rolled his eyes and contemplated whether to keep going toward the lodge or back to his cabin. He wasn't ready to deal with the unmade bed and all the dishes from his morning with Harlow, so he trudged up the steps to the lodge.
"No wild animals," he assured his friend. "And the grounds crew is going to come on Monday and start doing some work. I'll ask them to be on the lookout for any wild animals, okay?" "I mean, I'm not going to tell you not to ask them," Axel teased. "But I'm calling because I'm thinking of coming out next week. I know it's a little earlier than we originally planned, but do it," he quickly interrupted. "God, please do it." Axel laughed. "Going stir-crazy, are you?" A little bit, he admitted. And I'm second-guessing everything. And I think if someone else were here to bounce ideas off of, it would go a long way in saving my sanity. Then consider it done. I'm essentially bringing a large moving truck with me. Bring whatever you need. And there are plenty of different cabin sizes to choose from. Nah, it's not all personal stuff, although there is a decent amount of that. What I'm bringing is a ton of tools and any excess materials I had on hand that I think we can use. Plus my motorcycle. I figured it might be nice to get away every once in a while and go on a long ride. You don't need to bring any materials, Axel. We've got everything worked into the preliminary budget. Look, everyone else is coming into this project with a big cash investment. I didn't have nearly anything. My foster parents were the ones who used to bring me up to the resort when I was a kid, and when I left them at 18, I had nothing. But I'm good at building stuff, and that's my primary contribution to this project, Walker. So, believe me, there aren't a lot of things that I'm bringing, but it's all stuff that's going to be put to good use. Yeah, when Walker had pitched the idea to his friends, Axel was one of the first to want in, but he didn't have the money like everyone else did. He had thought it wouldn't work out, but then he pitched the idea that his investment would be in labor. He had been working in construction since he was a teen, and he was great at what he did. It was a no-brainer to the group, and even if Axel didn't come and put in the sweat equity, they still would have included him. That all sounds great. When do you think you'll get here? Next weekend. The plan is to be to you sometime Saturday afternoon. Will that work? Are you kidding? That's perfect. And any idea which cabin you want? I sent you guys the pictures, and if you know which one you want, I'll have someone come in and clean it, and I will have it stocked as much as possible. I wasn't going to start doing any of that for another week, but if I'm going to work on yours, maybe I'll just get going on everyone else's too. At least ordering stuff. Wait, I'm looking at the pictures now, Axel murmured. You're in the first one, right? The blue one? Yeah. I think we should leave the bigger one for Connor, don't you? He's going to have his kid with him for part of the time, so they'll need more than one bedroom. Definitely. I know he'd never ask, but good call. Maybe I'll see who I need to get in touch with about the playground, too. I'm sure his daughter would like someplace she can play. Also a good point, Axel said. Okay, so you're the blue one. The one next to yours looks seriously rough. Then the next one will be Connor's. He paused. Is there one close to a supply shed or something, even if it's not in this row of cabins? I just figure it will be easier for me to unload everything and have it close by. The one all the way at the end of the row is the closest, but it's not exactly right next to the storage shed. There's still a path you have to walk. That's fine. Maybe I can see about landscaping it to make it easier to get to when I get there. Let me look at the pictures of the cabin and see what it's like on the inside. The porch has some rot, so you might want to replace the steps before you move in. I've got a loft in my cabin, and we can throw a mattress up there for you to crash on for a night or two. That works. If you could, go and measure everything, and I'll bring the lumber with me. It might not be aesthetically what we're going for, but it will be good for the interim, you know? I do. And I'm really psyched that you're going to be here so soon. This is going to be great. I'm sure it's weird being all alone out there. There's plenty to keep you busy, but it's not the same as having someone there to talk to. Walker immediately thought of Harlow and how he really enjoyed having her to walk around with this morning, even when she argued with him about everything. Totally true. He vaguely agreed. So, is there anything specific you want me to order for you? A certain kind of mattress or pillows or... Oh, I'm bringing all of that with me. I broke the lease on my apartment and I figured I'd see where I'm at once things are done at the resort. I know you're only there for 6 months, but my plan is to be there until it opens. And who knows? Maybe I'll stay in Harbor Town and work at the resort. Seriously? You'd consider that? It's not like I've got anything tying me here to Baltimore. Or anywhere for that matter. I used to love going up to Lakeview Harbor Resort. Everything was so peaceful, and I just never knew things could be like that." He let out a mirthless laugh. "And I never found another place like it. So let's just say I'm open to it." "Wow, I had no idea. I would love it if you stayed on. In all our group discussions, I guess none of us really committed one way or the other to staying or going once the resort opens. You know Milo's not staying. He's got his company out in Seattle. He's not looking to relocate, so you know he's going to come and do what needs to be done and maybe hang around for a bit, but he'll be out of there before you know it. I guess. Connor's going to get all the kitchen stuff set up. He'll do menus and work on training a kitchen staff, but he's got a kid. And a pain-in-the-ass ex," Walker added. "Yeah, but last I heard, Rachel was moving to Paris with her new husband." "Holy shit! For real? Connor never mentioned that to me." "He and I talk a lot. And between you and me, this project is happening at the perfect time. I think he needs the distraction, and so does his daughter. Connor said the kid's been a real handful lately." Well, that didn't sound good. "And he thinks bringing her here while they're tearing up the resort is going to help?" "She's going to stay with Connor's parents until he gets settled, but he's unwilling to abandon her the way Rachel is." Damn. I had no idea things had gotten so bad. I feel like a super shitty friend. Don't. He doesn't really like to put it out there to everyone because he's embarrassed by the whole situation. Why? Rachel's the one who cheated. She's the one who walked away from her own child to pursue her... What even was it? Dancing? Acting? "Landing a rich older husband," Axel said blandly. "She's a gold digger. Connor's got money, but he's not in, billionaire territory. That's what she wanted." That's even worse. Connor's family has money, but they all still work. It's not like they're old money either. Rachel never understood that. And the fact that Connor's a chef and owns restaurants, that wasn't glamorous enough for her. We'll have to see what Connor can realistically do. His daughter is going to need to be in school, and I'm sure he doesn't want to move her away from her friends. Honestly, Walker, you'd have to talk to him about all that. I didn't do that deep of a dive with him on the subject. Right. And what about Slater? Do you think he's going to stay until we're open? He better. He's the guy setting up all the activities and adventure stuff. I mean, I guess he can set up the programs and then you hire people to run it, but I figured he'd be hanging around afterwards too, at least part of the time. Walker let out a long breath. I feel like we've been talking and planning for months, but obviously there is still a lot more to talk and plan, huh? Laughing softly, he added, I can't wait for us all to be together here. It's been far too long. I agree. It's gonna be good. Axel agreed with a laugh of his own. So tell me what you're working on today. It wasn't like Harlow was deliberately trying to make Walker's life difficult, but she also didn't miss an opportunity to tell everyone she ran into in town about how he was changing the resort into something that wouldn't benefit their community. Was it her fault that the topic came up while showing a house to Russell Anderson? Or that she ran into Andrew Reynolds while getting lunch at the pub? And it was a complete coincidence when she ran into Susie Donnelly in the supermarket and the topic of the resort just happened to come up. Okay, so basically she'd done everything except start a picket line. Ooh, a picket line, she murmured. That's not a bad idea. What's not a bad idea? Swati asked as she walked past Harlow's desk. Picketing the Lakeview Harbor Resort, she said with a grin. We are not swanky resort people. All the tourists and families and vacationers who've been coming up to Harbortown for years aren't looking for an upscale resort. She shrugged. Walker is going to put all this time and money into the resort and ruin it. Swati sat back down and gave Harlow a sympathetic smile.
Or maybe it's going to be a good thing.
How can you even say that? That resort has been a staple in this area for decades, and everyone loved it. What they didn't like was when Dale and Peggy started letting things go. I'm not saying he has to make everything identical, but he needs to take into consideration where the resort is located. This isn't Vail or Beverly Hills, for crying out loud.
Okay, but maybe inviting a wealthier demographic to the area will help the local businesses.
Ugh, now you sound just like him, she mumbled before straightening in her seat. Think about the shops here in town. Sure, they're quaint, but can you imagine celebrities coming here and being charmed by them?
No one mentioned celebrities, Swati countered. Why? Did Walker mention that he knew celebrities? Is that who he's catering to? Do you think we can get the Hemsworth brothers to come here?
Oh my God! Do you even hear yourself? No one's friends with celebrities. She huffed with annoyance. It was a poor example. Either the local business owners are going to have to up their game, or new businesses, with owners from New York City or Miami or LA, are going to set up shop here and put our people out of business.
You know, you weren't this pissy when that one developer wanted the property to build luxury vacation homes. You didn't even bat an eye.
Another huff. Okay, technically, you're right. But those people were going to sell the houses to people who would be living here probably only part-time. And they were looking for a quiet, small town. Vacationers are a different breed. I just think it's a bad move, that's all.
Or, and don't get mad at me for saying this, are you just against everything Walker's going to do because he's the reason you didn't get to sell the resort?
For a moment, she could only stare because... Damn it. I'm not saying you're wrong, she began slowly. But I don't know. I listened to his plan, and there's a lot of it I don't agree with for multiple reasons. Am I maybe being overly critical? It's possible. But for all his knowledge of the hospitality business, he's being very closed-minded.
Just because he doesn't agree with you.
Trust me, he's being closed-minded, okay? He only wants the cabins to be for couples.
Wait, seriously? Doesn't he realize the perk of those cabins was so families could prepare some of their own meals to save money?
See? That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. He's going to try to turn it more into a couples resort instead of a family one. Families will be relegated to the lodge or to their campers. And unless he plans on bulldozing some of those cabins, there's no way he can turn them into romantic little, tiny homes. If my boyfriend took me to some rustic cabin and told me it was a romantic weekend, I'd be wildly disappointed.
I didn't think you had a boyfriend. I thought you and Leo broke up.
She let out a long, tired breath. Okay, if my hypothetical boyfriend took me there. Is that more specific? Swati grinned and shrugged.
Some girls enjoy rustic cabins in the woods. Just because you don't doesn't mean no one else will. I hate to say it, but you're being a little unreasonable, Harlow. You're making this personal, and it's not.
Again, maybe.
And it didn't help that it had been almost a full week since she'd seen Walker, and he was all she thought about. It was stupid to say she missed him, because he made her absolutely furious when he wasn't turning her on. Ugh, talk about a rock and a hard place. When Ben says he wants to take me on a romantic getaway, Swati said after a minute, I don't even care where we go. I'm just happy to be with him.
That's because you're newlyweds, Harlow reminded her.
No, it was always like that. It's great if the place is nice and has a romantic atmosphere, but when you're with the right person, you can make any place romantic. It was on the tip of Harlow's tongue to ask her if she could make someplace like the Lakeview Inn romantic, but knew it was a lost cause. Maybe she was making this personal. Maybe. No, absolutely not. Other people agreed with me too. That was true. Most people she mentioned Walker's plans to were disappointed that he was going to change things. Some even mentioned how disrespectful it was to his grandparents, but she didn't comment on that. She wished she knew who the other investors were and if she could talk to them without having to involve Walker. That was completely doubtful, so she didn't give it another thought. Deciding to stop thinking about the resort, she checked her email. After responding to a few and scheduling several appointments to take clients to look at houses, she didn't know what else to do with herself. Swati got up to meet her husband for lunch, and Harlow sat there feeling restless. She did some busy work, played some solitaire on her phone, and straightened her desk. But she still couldn't relax. "For goodness sake, Harlow, go for a run or something," Charlene said casually as she came out of her office. "I've been watching you fidget for the last 20 minutes. What's going on?"
Honestly, I don't even know. I've been out of sorts all week. Ever since I found out about Walker Bradshaw and his plans for the resort, everything's just been weird.
Her boss smiled sympathetically at her. "I know you're disappointed, and I completely understand. But you have to look at it like you've closed a chapter."
I get it, but it wasn't a chapter I wanted to close this way.
Walking over, Charlene sat on the corner of Harlow's desk. "You put a lot of time and effort into trying to convince Dale and Peggy to sell, so I get why you wanted a different result. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen, and sitting here obsessing over it isn't good for you. It's okay to mourn the loss of the deal, but you also need to move on. In real estate, you always need to be out there trying to make the next sale. If you allow yourself to keep sitting here like this, it's not going to help you in any way, shape, or form."
I know you're right. I just don't know how to stop thinking about it, especially because it's all happening right here in front of me.
"But it's not, Harlow," Charlene gently told her. "The resort is 20 miles away. It's not like you have to look at it every day. You're choosing to make yourself miserable."
She slowly got to her feet.
"Do you have any showings today?"
She shook her head.
"Tomorrow?"
Another head shake. "I've got 2 appointments on Sunday and 2 more on Monday."
"Perfect. I think you need to take a mental health day. Get your nails done, maybe get a massage, or go home and sit on the couch and eat a pint of ice cream. Whatever you need to do to make yourself feel better, do it. It's a Friday afternoon, and you have the rest of today and all day tomorrow to do things that bring you joy. But when you come back to the office on Monday, I don't want to see you moping around anymore. Okay?"
She nodded. Okay.
Now she just needed to figure out what to do with herself. A manicure could be nice, but a massage sounded good too. It had been a long time since she'd treated herself to something frivolous. But ice cream on the couch really sounded the most appealing. Standing, Harlow gathered things, keys, phone, purse, and was about to step around her desk when Charlene walked over and put an envelope down on it.
"What's this?"
"It's a gift certificate for a massage. I bought it when I thought you were going to, close the resort deal, and it was going to be a reward."
"Charlene,"
she whined. I know. I considered holding on to it and giving it to you when you sold your next house or whatever milestone came along. But I know you, Harlow. You weren't going to treat yourself to anything other than maybe a pint of ice cream, and then you'd just be sitting home alone.
"You said I could."
"I did. But I kind of hate thinking of you doing that. You can do it after the massage. I'll call the spa and let Pat know that you're coming over. You know they're never fully booked, so I'm sure they can take you right away."
Picking up the envelope, she stared at it before looking back up. "Thank you. This means a lot."
And in a very un-Charlene-like move, her boss hugged her. "You're a good person, Harlow, and I know that good things are going to come your way."
When? She wanted to ask.
but didn't. When they separated, Harlow smiled. "I'm going to enjoy this more than you know."
"I know you will. You just needed something to force you to relax."
Walker did while giving me multiple orgasms last weekend. And the weekend before. Ugh, she needed to stop thinking like that. Thanks again, Shar. I'll see you Monday. Have a good weekend.
You too. And I expect to see you walk in here Monday with a big smile on your face, ready to take on the world.
That made her laugh. I'll do my best. So she left and drove across town to the Blissful Body Spa. And as Charlene predicted, they could take her right away. "Thanks, Pat. I appreciate you finding a therapist to see me," she said with a smile. "You came in at the perfect time. We're booked solid after 3 today and throughout the weekend. Anything in particular you need the therapist to know? Any areas that need attention?" She laughed softly. "I think I'm tense from the roots of my hair to the tips of my toes."
"Ah, so this is all about relaxation. Got it."
She typed up some notes on her tablet. "Deep tissue or Swedish massage?"
I think if you really need to relax, Swedish is definitely the way to go."
She made a few more notes before stepping around the desk. "I'll take you back to our locker room so you can change into one of our robes. Claudia will meet you in the quiet room in 10 minutes. Help yourself to some cucumber water while you wait." "Oh, okay. Thank you." It felt weird to be doing any of this, mainly because she'd never done it before. But it was so tranquil, she couldn't help but relax. 10 minutes later, she was almost naked, she'd kept her panties on, and lying on a heated table with her face in some sort of donut pillow and her body covered in a sheet and blanket. It felt a little weird, but once Claudia put on the sounds of the ocean and began massaging her, Harlow swore it was one of the most relaxing moments of her life. It didn't take long for her to just let her mind go blank as all the tension left her body. I need to do this more often. She wasn't sure how she'd make it happen, but now that she'd tried it, she was going to find a way to do it again. Her hour was up way too soon, and she felt practically boneless when she got off the table. Hell, she practically felt drunk, she was so relaxed. But by the time she was dressed and back up at the front desk, she was more alert and ready to drive. "Was it good?" Pat asked. "Oh my God, it was amazing. You'll be seeing me again soon, I promise." Instead of stopping at the grocery store and getting ice cream, she opted to do an online grocery order while she was still sitting in the parking lot of the spa, so she could go home while in this peaceful zone. Not once for the rest of the day did she think about Walker or the resort. And it was glorious. 8. Walker saw the massive truck driving through the resort gates and smiled from ear to ear. Axel was really here.
Son of a bitch, he wasn't lying. That is one massive trailer.
Axel drove a full-sized pickup truck, and it was hitched behind a large moving truck. It was a miracle he'd made it up these small back roads with such a large haul. He parked in the middle of the parking lot, and Walker couldn't blame him. It wasn't like anyone else was here, so why not make it easy on himself? And when he hopped out of the truck and stretched, it felt like a giant weight had been lifted.
When you said you were bringing a moving truck, I did not expect anything like this,
Walker called out as he walked over.
Holy shit, Axel. Just how much stuff did you bring with you?
They shook hands and then hugged before breaking apart.
I told you I left Baltimore, so this is pretty much everything I own. It's a lot of tools and lumber.
He shook his head with a laugh.
Probably more of that sort of thing than personal belongings. I sold most of my furniture, but kept the bed and a few small pieces just for comfort. And the TV. I figure we'll deal with everything else as needed. And your motorcycle's in there too?
He grinned.
Yep, it was a hell of a drive. I got pulled over more than once, and there were a few times in the last 100 miles where I swore I wasn't going to make it. But I did. I figured if things got too difficult, I'd unhitch the pickup and go back for it later. I almost did it when I drove by the Lakeview Inn, but I remembered it being a pretty straight run from there to here, so...
They both laughed.
I'm just so damn glad you're here. You have no idea.
He clapped Axel on the back.
So, what do we need to do first? I know you've been driving for a while, so I'm guessing you'd like to walk around a bit? Hell yeah. Show me where we're staying and let me see what we're dealing with. I wouldn't say no to an early dinner, though. Last time I ate was about 6 hours ago. I was afraid to stop because this setup was a beast to park. We'll go into town and grab something. There's a pub that does some amazing burgers. You'll love it. Awesome. Okay, give me the tour.
They walked around for more than an hour. Axel examined the cabin Walker was staying in, and then the one he was going to move into before following the path from it to the storage building.
I think I can get the moving truck pretty close to everything, but if we could take down a tree or two, it would be helpful. Like I told you, the grounds crew will be here on Monday. You can tell them exactly what you need. When do you need to return the moving truck? I've got it until Tuesday. Then I need to drive to Pineview to return it.
He grinned at Walker.
Obviously, you'll need to go with me and drive me back. That is not a problem. I'm happy to do it. Hell, by then we might be able to start buying some supplies so we can get to work on either your cabin or some of the other ones to make them ready for the guys. We can talk about that later. Right now, I'd kill for one of those burgers. What do you say? You ready? Absolutely.
Clapping Axel once again on the shoulder, they made their way back to the parking lot and hopped into Walker's truck. On the way into town, they talked about trying to do some of the preliminary repairs on Axel's porch today, but honestly, Walker felt like it was fine to wait another day.
The town still looks exactly the same,
Axel commented as they drove.
I know, it's weird. I felt like I was driving back in time. Ha! Exactly. Man, when you first called and talked about the possibility of renovating the resort, it was like an answer to a damn prayer.
Sighing, Axel raked a hand through his hair.
I feel like I've just been existing, you know? None of the jobs I was working on gave me any sense of satisfaction. But this is going to be everything because it's a place I love. I get it. I felt the same way until I got here. Then I was completely overwhelmed because it's really gone downhill. I'm almost embarrassed by how much my grandparents let the place go. It had to be overwhelming after a while. You know, you put things off, and then you put a few more things off, and before you know it, there's a shit ton of stuff that needs to be done. You know they did the best they could. And now we're going to make it all amazing. From your lips to God's ears, because I'm telling you, it doesn't matter how many times I've walked the property, it feels like it's almost too much. That's because you were here alone. Once we start actually working, you'll feel better. You need to start seeing results, that's all. I hope so.
They pulled up to the pub, and it was just a little after 6, and it looked like it was just starting to get crowded. While they waited to be seated, Walker couldn't help but glance around. This was where he'd met Harlow. It was highly unlikely that they'd both be here at the same time again, yet he was still disappointed when he realized she wasn't there. Even as they walked to their booth, he kept looking around. By the time they sat, Axel figured out what he was doing.
Dude, who are you looking for? What?
Grinning, Axel nodded to the room.
You looked at every person here like you were searching for someone specific. What's up? Crap. It's nothing. Just, I don't know, looking.
It was possibly the lamest thing he had ever said, and by the look his friend was giving him, he felt the same way.
Fine,
he murmured.
I met a woman here the night I first got into town. There was a festival going on, and there was a line of people waiting to get in here to eat. Her friends didn't want to eat here, but she did, and we ended up having dinner together."
Leaning back against his seat, Axel shrugged.
"And?" "And that's it."
He lied.
"I guess I was curious if she ate here regularly."
Another lie, and Axel clearly knew it.
"Are you sure that's it? Because that would have just caused a casual look around. You, my friend, were looking with some serious intent. So, care to tell me the rest of the story?"
Laughing softly, he shook his head.
"No."
Picking up a menu, he tossed it across the table.
"Dinner's on me. I'd rather have the story about you and this mystery girl." "The burgers here are great,"
Walker said, trying to deflect.
"I can highly recommend the bacon cheeseburger. Their fries are pretty great, too." Okay, I get it. You're not going to talk about it. Fine."
They quietly scanned their menus for a minute before Axel perked up with a low whistle.
"This must be the place where all the attractive women come to hang out. I think I know where I'll be spending my free time."
That made Walker laugh.
"What are you talking about? Those two women who walked in?"
He nodded toward the door.
"Very attractive and very sexy, especially the brunette."
Walker was sitting with his back to the door, but when he turned around to look, he immediately froze. It was Harlow. Well, Harlow and one of her friends from the night of the festival. Shit. Turning back around, he could feel himself scowling.
"You typically go for blondes, don't you?"
Axel asked.
"If I go over and introduce myself, we can—" "Don't even think about it,"
he said through clenched teeth, and then watched his friend's expression go from neutral to curious. Huffing with annoyance, he knew he had to explain himself.
"The brunette is the girl I had dinner with." "So? You said it was just dinner. All the more reason to maybe invite her and her friend over." It wasn't just dinner." "I knew it! Ha! This is awesome. Go on."
Was he really excited about his friend being here just an hour ago?
"We spent the night together, okay?"
He hissed quietly, practically leaning across the table so no one would hear him.
"And then she showed up at the resort a few days later." "She stalked you?" "No. Well, sort of. Turns out she's the real estate agent who has been relentlessly pursuing my grandparents to convince them to sell the resort. My grandmother warned me specifically about her." "And you still slept with her?" "I didn't know who she was at the time."
Leaning back, he shook his head.
"Anyway, she showed up at the resort, and I told her to leave, that she was trespassing and whatnot. And I ended up not telling her what we were doing with the resort." "Okay, and?" "Then she came back again several days later, and I invited her to dinner."
Axel grinned.
"Yeah, you did."
Ugh. He wanted to laugh because his buddy was totally egging him on, but he was trying to hold on to a little bit of his dignity.
"Anyway, I let her pitch me all the offers she had on the resort, and then I told her me and a bunch of investors had purchased the property."
Axel's smile immediately faded.
"You told her over dinner? After leading her on about a deal?" "I never led her on," he clarified. "I told her up front that I wouldn't be accepting any deals. I just didn't tell her why."
For a long moment, neither of them spoke, but Axel broke the silence.
"That's harsh and a little mean. Did she storm out?"
Walker explained how he essentially groveled and how they ended up enjoying the rest of their dinner together.
"So you drove her home and wished her good luck, and now you just don't want to talk to her again?"
He let out a long breath as a response and did his best not to make eye contact.
"Dude, please tell me you didn't sleep with her again,"
Axel hissed. This time he was the one leaning across the table.
And now you don't want to see her because you snuck out? No one snuck out. But, yeah, we slept together again. At the cabin.
He shook his head.
We even had breakfast together, and then I took her around the resort a bit, but we realized it was just awkward. Plus, she's completely against everything we're doing with the place, and it was exhausting to keep arguing with her. What's there to be against? That we're not going to make it exactly as it's always been. I told her we want to make it more upscale, more luxurious. We want to turn the cabins into romantic tiny houses for couples and maybe even add some glamping pods. Plus, we ultimately want to cater to a more elite clientele instead of just families.
Axel leaned back again and studied him hard.
I don't remember us discussing all of that. I thought we were going to give the entire place a facelift and do the updates it desperately needed. But you never mentioned changing who we were catering to.
At that moment, Walker was fairly certain his jaw was on the floor.
Seriously? I'm pretty sure we covered this. That's why Slater's coming on to add all the new activities and adventure packages. Families on a budget aren't going to pay for all those extras.
Shrugging, Axel looked less than impressed.
Then I guess I didn't get the memo.
He paused.
So where'd you leave things with the brunette? We just said goodbye and good luck.
And yeah, saying it out loud had him seeing her face when they said it. The sadness, the disappointment, all of it. He was saved from having to say anything else about it when their server came over.
Hey, hope you haven't been waiting long. It's like half the town is here tonight and there's already a line out the door,
she said, as she placed a couple of glasses of water down in front of them. What can I get for you guys? Walker was about to place his order when Axel spoke up.
Would it be okay if we had a few more minutes? I haven't decided yet.
Sure thing. Take your time. Just flag me down when you're ready. She smiled and turned and walked away.
It really is busy in here,
Axel murmured.
Seems like the decent thing to do would be to invite your lady friend and her friend to join us. After all, this booth is more than big enough for 4 people. I'd really rather not. Harlow and I don't need to— Yes, you do,
Axel said with a wink as he slid out of the booth.
I'll be right back.
And before he could do a damn thing to stop him, Axel was halfway across the room. There was no way Walker was going to make a scene, but he seriously hoped that Harlow would turn down his friend's invitation to join them. He was sure that she didn't want to hang out with him any more than he wanted to hang out with her.
Liar.
Okay, he wouldn't mind having another night, or several, with her. But it wasn't possible. They were too different, and would never get along or agree about what he was here to do. It was better to just let things go. But apparently he was the only one to feel that way, because she was currently laughing with Axel as she and her friend were walking towards the booth. He immediately got to his feet and tried to look like he was totally fine with this whole thing. But when she went to sit with Axel, he carefully maneuvered everyone so she ended up beside him. And yes, the shit-eating grin Axel gave him proved he knew exactly what Walker was doing. He didn't look at her. His attention was on his friend, who was introducing him to Harlow's friend.
Obviously you and Harlow know each other,
Axel was saying.
But this is her friend, Gwen. They were having a girls' night and planned on coming here for dinner and then going to a movie afterwards.
He smiled at Gwen.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Walker, Gwen said politely. While we were waiting for a table and trying to decide about a movie, Harlow and I were talking about how fun it used to be when your grandparents hosted movie nights at the resort. She smiled. Remember how they used to set up that giant outdoor movie screen? Those were such great times. Do you think you'll do something like that when you reopen the resort? He glanced at Harlow and noticed the small smirk on her face. He wouldn't put it past her to be nudging anyone and everyone in town about how great the old version of the resort was and to fight him on the new changes. We haven't decided. That would be awesome, Axel said excitedly. I remember those nights too. There were a lot of Disney movies, but I remember a couple of times they played some classic James Bond ones. Those were my favorite nights.
Remember the snack carts that were scattered around? Gwen asked. You could get popcorn, candy, juice, giant pretzels. They really made it feel like you were at a drive-in movie.
Great memories for sure,
Axel said before picking up his menu.
So, what's good here?
It was on the tip of his tongue to remind him how he'd already covered that, but he kept it to himself. Axel and Gwen had to share a menu, which meant he needed to share his with Harlow. He held it up and handed it to her.
You can look at it first,
he said quietly. I already know what I want, she said stiffly. You can look at it.
Sighing quietly, he took it back and scanned it, already knowing he was going to get the damn bacon cheeseburger, just like Harlow probably was.
When he glanced across the table, he found Axel looking between the two of them, still grinning, still wildly amused.
I'll deal with you later, he thought. Yeah, he was going to kick Axel's ass when they got back to the cabin. Friends were supposed to have their friends back, not throw them to the wolves. Or in this case, the woman he was trying to forget. It was going to be a hell of a long night.
Axel Hayes might be Harlow's new favorite person in the whole wide world. From the moment he came over and introduced himself, she was charmed. Plus, she saw it as an opportunity to hopefully convince him to see her way of thinking where the resort was concerned. So imagine her delight when it turned out he was already there without her saying a thing. It was perfect. And Walker was miserable. She could feel the misery coming off him in waves. Yippee. It was worth all the awkwardness just to have a front row seat while listening to Axel take her side. So, Axel, she said cheerily, you used to vacation here too?
Oh, yeah,
he replied. He was definitely handsome in a rugged, works-with-his-hands kind of way, and he seemed way more relaxed and carefree than Walker.
That's how Walker and I met, he went on. We all were up here around the same time during the summer, though I'm pretty sure Walker's family stayed longer than the rest of us.
The rest of you? He nodded.
You'll meet everyone over the next several weeks. Beside the two of us, there's Connor, Milo, and Slater. Jace and Kelsey are also investing, but they're not doing anything at this stage. Maybe Jace is. He's an electrical engineer, and he said he'd come and do an inspection for us.
He looked at Walker.
Do we know when Jace is coming? No.
Harlow had to fight the urge to laugh.
Anyway, Axel continued, Jace will be here at some point, and then he and Kelsey will come right back before the grand opening. It was Kelsey's idea to save the resort.
Oh, really? I didn't know that, she murmured, instantly wanting to hate this woman.
She had a real attachment to the place and was up here last summer. You know, the last summer the resort was open, and just hated the thought of it closing forever. She had Jace reach out to Walker, and the rest is history.
She nodded, but wasn't sure what else to say. Thankfully, their server came over to take their orders. I'll get the grilled chicken sandwich, Gwen said. With coleslaw and fries, please. Oh, and a Diet Coke.
You got it.
Then she looked at Axel.
I'm going to get the jalapeno and bacon burger, he stated. And I'll take fries, an order of onion rings, a Coke, and...
He glanced at the menu again.
Can I get an order of mozzarella sticks to start with?
Laughing, Beth, their server, nodded. You got it. She looked over at Harlow. And for you?
Get whatever you want, Axel told her. Walker's treating.
Turning, she looked at Walker, who simply hung his head. Okay, I'll have the bacon cheeseburger, fries, a Coke, and can we get an order of the spinach and artichoke dip for the table?
Absolutely.
Beth said, turning her attention to Walker.
And for you, sir? She heard him sigh before saying, I'll also get the bacon cheeseburger with fries and a Coke.
He handed her the menu.
Thanks. I'll have your drinks out in a minute.
As much as she was again enjoying Walker's misery, she felt the need to at least try to make things a little better.
You don't have to pay for our meals. Gwen and I have no problem paying for our own dinners. Right, Gwen?
Her friend nodded. Right. Not that we don't appreciate the offer, but it's unnecessary. She smiled at Walker. But thank you anyway.
All he did was offer a weak smile and a small nod. Then things got awkwardly quiet.
Where did you travel here from, Axel? She asked, to fill the silence.
Baltimore. But I packed up everything, and I'm going to be calling Harbor Town home for a while.
You mean until the resort reopens? He shook his head.
I'm not sure. As of now, I'm open to staying on indefinitely. I've got no ties to anywhere else, so...
What about your family? Gwen asked. Axel shook his head, studying his water briefly.
I don't have one,
he said, sounding more matter-of-fact than sad.
I grew up in the foster care system. I lucked out and spent all my time after the age of 8 with the same family, but they never adopted me.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Gwen said quietly.
I keep in touch with my foster parents, but they moved to Montana to be near their grandkids, so...
He shrugged.
It's just me.
Harlow could totally relate, but she didn't mention it. She hated talking about her family because they were awful, and it usually led to some uncomfortable conversations.
Where's everyone else coming in from? Harlow asked.
Beside her, Walker didn't answer, so she looked over at Axel.
Connor's coming from Boston, Milo's coming from Seattle, and Slater's coming in from either Alaska, Colorado, or Wyoming.
He lives in 3 different places? She asked with amusement.
No, he works for one of those adventure travel companies, and he runs guided tours in like a dozen different places. He's going to come here and create some amazing activities and tours for guests of the resort. You know, something beyond sitting around a fire pit or doing catch-and-release fishing.
I always enjoyed the catch-and-release fishing, she murmured.
You've made your point, Harlow, Walker said stiffly, and without looking at her. You don't approve of anything we're doing. Got it. Message received.
And without another word, he got up and walked away. She looked over at Axel, but he didn't seem in any rush to get up and go after him, which she thought was odd. Don't you think you should go after him? She finally asked.
Nope, but if you ask me, you should.
Her eyes went wide. Me? Why? Resting his arms on the table, Axel explained.
You've got him tied up in knots, Harlow. I don't know all the specifics about what went down between the two of you, but whatever it was, it's weighing heavily on him.
She snorted with disbelief. I don't see why. We both agreed that we have nothing in common. I don't like what he's doing with the resort, and he clearly doesn't like it when people disagree with him. She shrugged. I thought we parted amicably.
I've known Walker for over 20 years, and I'm telling you, you need to talk to him. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Harlow turned and looked around, but she couldn't find him. Did he leave?
I hope not, Axel said with a laugh. He's my ride.
Groaning, she slid out of the booth.
Fine, I'll go find him, the big baby.
When she stood, she said to Gwen, "Watch my purse. I'll be right back." Once she stepped outside, she spotted him right away. He was pacing along the side of the pub near the parking lot. When he saw her coming, he shook his head, and she swore she heard him groan. So she decided to go for a little humor. "Couldn't you come up with your own move?" He frowned.
Excuse me?
Getting up and storming out of a restaurant is my thing, she said simply. You don't get to just steal it. She thought for sure that he would have at least smiled a little bit, but he didn't. What is your deal? She demanded. That was pretty childish to get up and walk out on your friend.
My friend? He asked sarcastically. In case you haven't noticed, he's been doing everything possible to annoy the shit out of me.
Isn't that what friends do sometimes? I mean, come on, Walker. You can't be that uptight. She paused. Are you mad because he asked us to come and join you?
Yes!
He shouted, totally surprising her with his honesty.
Why would you even agree to it? I thought we were both okay with not seeing each other again.
He had her there, but did she really want to admit that she accepted Axel's invitation just to spite him? It would have been a crazy long wait for a table, she lied. And he seemed super friendly, and I didn't think it would be a big deal. We're both adults, and this is a small town. Chances are we're going to run into each other from time to time.
Not if I don't leave the resort,
he mumbled. Oh my God, you did not just say that. His gaze was hard and steady, and if he thought he was going to intimidate her, he was sadly mistaken. I'm not going to apologize for how I feel about what you're doing. I'm allowed to feel however I want. Does it suck because it means there obviously can't be anything between you and me? Yes. As much as I probably shouldn't say this, I wouldn't have minded seeing if what, we had could have been a little more than just a one-night stand.
2 nights.
A smile tugged at her lip. Yes, 2 nights. Sighing, she moved closer to him. Between my feelings about what you're doing to the resort and the fact that your grandparents warned you about me, which I still can't believe, we never stood a chance. So, can we just call a truce and get through the meal? Rather than answer, he raked a hand through his hair and paced away a few feet before turning and facing her again.
This wasn't supposed to happen,
he said stiffly.
Meeting you, finding out you're the agent who's been calling my grandparents. It's complicated everything.
She moved in close again. Okay, I get that. But I can't change it. I can't change who I am or what I do. Or did. I'm not going to bother your grandparents, and I know the property isn't for sale. What more do you want from me? The look in his eyes was tortured.
I wish there wasn't this thing between us, Harlow. You have no idea how much it bothers me.
Which part? That I disagree with your plans, or the fact that there's this sexual attraction? For a moment, he didn't say anything. Then, before she knew it, he reached out, cupped her face in his magnificent hands, and kissed her. Harlow pressed up against him, wrapping her arms around him. It was wild and needy, untamed and exciting. It was wrong, and yet right. It was everything. She wanted to wrap herself completely around him, wanted to feel him stretched out on top of her as he touched her in all the delicious ways she knew he could. Just as she was getting lost in the fantasy, Walker tore his mouth from hers and stepped away, muttering a curse. So much for the fantasy.
I'm sorry,
he muttered.
That totally didn't help the situation.
It would have if you didn't stop, she said flippantly, and was surprised when he actually laughed. She was even more surprised when he pulled her into his embrace and simply held her. Damn. She could handle the snob. She could handle the arrogant jerk. And she could definitely handle the sexy lover.
But the nice guy? Yeah. She wasn't sure what to do with that. So for a few moments, she just held on and savored the moment. It was going to be gone way too soon. With her head against his chest, she could hear his heartbeat, and it was racing just as much as her own. "This sucks, Walker," she whispered. "I know." Not that it mattered. There wasn't a solution. She wasn't going to just get over her feelings about everything, and he certainly wasn't going to change all his plans just to appease her. That left them right back where they were that day in the parking lot. But for tonight, they could enjoy some dinner with friends. And when it was time to leave, she could walk away, knowing that all this emotion wasn't one-sided. Slowly, she maneuvered out of his arms and took his hand. "Come on. Our friends are waiting, and our food is probably already on the table. And I don't know about you, but I hate a cold burger." All she could do was force a smile she didn't really feel, and she could tell he was doing the same. Back inside, she let go of his hand and smiled at Gwen and Axel as she approached the table. "Sorry about that," she said as she sat back down. "Everything okay?" Gwen asked. Harlow nodded. "We're good, thanks." Walker came and sat back down beside her just as Beth came over with their appetizers. She was about to reach for some of the dip when he gently grasped her hand under the table and gave it a small squeeze. It was such a small and simple gesture, and yet it felt like so much more. Unfortunately, she couldn't focus on that right now. Axel was asking about some of the local businesses, and Gwen was busy explaining where the most popular places were in town. Harlow chimed in because pretty much all the businesses were small, but they definitely had some that people flocked to. And she avoided mentioning how many more businesses used to be here before the resort closed down. No need to go down that road again and start a whole new argument. "There's a great ice cream place that's been here for years," Harlow told him. "I believe they're on their 3rd generation. The ice cream is homemade and so damn good." "Oh, and they serve sandwiches and stuff, too," Gwen added. "And right next door is a bookstore, the Lit Loft. I know most people either read on their tablets or order their books online, but there's something to be said for walking around a bookstore and holding the book in your hands." "Yeah, I'm not much of a recreational reader," Axel commented. "It's still a fun little shop to browse around," Harlow said with a smile before looking at Walker. "What about you, recreational reader?" He didn't look nearly as grumpy. "Depends on my mood. I don't mind a good mystery or thriller once in a while, but it's not my go-to hobby." And just like that, the lingering tension seemed to fade away. They talked about the town, the shops, all the places they would find helpful during the renovations. It wasn't the kind of night she would have preferred with Walker, but if this was all she could get, she'd take it. 9. Smashing things felt great. He knew it would, but the more things he smashed, the better he felt. "What the hell are you doing?" Axel shouted as he came storming toward him. Walker had the sledgehammer poised over his head, ready to take down another wall. "What? What's the matter?" Slowly, he lowered the tool, using it to lean on. "Dude, look around. We were only going to demo that one wall between the registration desk and the offices. You took down that and 3 others and we're starting on a 4th. For a moment, Walker simply blinked at him like he didn't fully comprehend what he was saying. Then he looked around and realized what he had done. Shit. "I guess I got a little carried away," he said with a nervous laugh. "You think?" Axel raked a hand through his hair in frustration. "If you're not going to stick to the plans, No, I am. I just got a little distracted. It felt good to do something like this, and I got carried away. It's not like I'm going to make a habit out of it, okay? You can relax. Walker, we've been working for 4 days, and you're definitely distracted. You refused to talk about Harlow after we all left the pub the other night, but clearly she's the distraction.
He went to argue, but realized he didn't know what to say.
Look, we are just getting started here, and if you keep trashing things, either the contractors are going to charge us even more than what we budgeted, or you're putting a shit ton of extra work on us. You need to deal with the issue. And by issue, I mean Harlow.
He frowned.
Yeah, I got that. I get it. This place is a huge stumbling block for the two of you. She doesn't like what you're doing, and you don't like people disagreeing with you.
Again, he went to argue, but Axel kept going.
The thing is, and I'm saying this as your friend and as a co-investor, I'm not fully on board with your vision either.
He shrugged.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? If it ain't broke? Seriously? Look, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. You want to make one section of cabins like a romantic retreat? Great. We can incorporate landscaping and private patios and that sort of thing. Personally, I think it can be cute. Pricey, but cute. But the rest of the cabins? They were always booked. Always. And they were booked by families. You're not going to get the couples crowd that you're thinking. And then we're going to have cabins sitting unused and not making money. He wasn't ready to admit defeat yet. I get what you're saying, and I guess we can talk about it when everyone gets here this weekend. Even Milo's going to be here for a few days, so we'll have a big sit-down meeting and vote on it then. Will that work?
And yeah, he was heavy on the sarcasm by the end of that question. All Axel did was smirk, and that ticked him off.
What do you even know about all of this? You're not just listening to what Harlow said, are you?
When his friend looked away and busied himself, Walker got suspicious.
Axel?
Sighing loudly, Axel turned to face him.
Okay, I wasn't going to mention this until the guys were all here, but if you're going to keep pushing, then I don't have a choice. What? You know how I've had to go into town and over to Pineview to get some tools and supplies? Well, I got into some conversations with the guys at the lumber yard and the Home Depot. They were all familiar with the resort, and I decided to do an informal poll.
Now it was his turn to sigh loudly.
We've been over this. The locals aren't who we're marketing to. But there's still people who visit here and know what they like and don't like in vacation destinations, Walker.
He muttered a curse before continuing.
Look, we all get it. You went into the luxury resort business and that's your thing. But it's not the only thing. What made this place so special and so successful for over 30 years is how it was a place for families. Hell, that's how we all met. And I get that. But it's okay to change things. I don't know why that word is coming across as a bad thing to everyone, but change can be good too, you know. Did you do any market research? Have you considered having a professional company do it for us so we don't go in the wrong direction here? Harlow mentioned how the majority of her clients are families, and that most of the people moving to this area are families. Again, the locals aren't. The locals use the resort a lot throughout the year.
Axel interrupted.
The community rents the space for events. The schools come up here for field trips. And your grandparents always gave discounts to the community. Those were the people who kept this place going in the off-season. If you don't believe me or Harlow, talk to your grandparents about it. Oh, he was going to, but... Wait. Harlow didn't mention any of this when we were at dinner the other night. I know. So then, how? I ran into her in town. I was driving around just sort of taking in the whole thing, and I saw her walking into her office.
He shrugged.
I stopped in to say hello, and we got to talking. Why? Why would you seek her out after everything I told you? Do you have any idea how fucking pissed I am right now? I do,
Axel replied evenly.
But my reason for stopping in there initially had nothing to do with you or the resort. The fact is that we're all going to be using the cabins here for a while, but that's not permanent. I wanted to talk to her about rentals, or even the possibility of buying a place. I'm not jumping in right now, but I need to start planning ahead. Why didn't you say anything to me about that? Believe it or not, Walker, I don't need to share every thought or concern with you. I've never done that with anyone in my entire life. I'm used to answering only to myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound like... It's cool. I get it.
Turning, he faced Walker.
But I meant what I said. You need to talk to Harlow because you're too distracted. And that's going to lead to either someone getting hurt or you costing us thousands more. Think about it.
He walked away, leaving Walker surrounded by the rubble he created.
The thing was,
Axel was right. He was distracted and making stupid mistakes. But he didn't see how talking to Harlow was going to change anything. They were still in the same shitty situation as they always were. And...
Damn it, why can't I just forget her?
He muttered with frustration.
Because you clearly have genuine feelings for her,
Axel called out from the next room.
Shut up!
Although, it made sense. He just wasn't happy about it.
I'm going out. I don't want to see your face until tomorrow,
Axel said loudly.
Tell Harlow I said hey.
Walker didn't bother responding. Instead, he left the lodge and went down to his cabin and took a shower. By the time he was dressed and heading out the door, it was barely 4. He didn't know where Harlow lived, so he was going to have to go to her office first. He didn't even have her phone number. He'd thrown away the card she'd given him, and now he wished he hadn't. Not that it mattered, because somehow he would make this work. He was about to pull away from the resort when his phone dinged with an incoming text, and he shook his head when he saw it was from Axel, and it was Harlow's phone number.
Axel, I wasn't sure if you had this, and thought it might come in handy. Winky face.
Axel,
and if you do show your face here tonight, you better bring some beer and maybe some snacks. Good snacks, not the cheap kind.
Axel,
I have a feeling we'll both need them.
Axel,
good luck.
Tossing the phone onto the passenger seat, he pulled away, telling himself her number was Plan B. The entire drive into town, Walker tried to think about what he was going to say. They'd already established all the reasons why nothing would work between them. But was she as miserable as he was? Couldn't they maybe pretend the resort didn't exist and just spend time together? The snort was out before he could stop it. The resort was his life for at least the next 6 months. There wasn't a way for him to just not talk about it. And just like that was impossible for him, it would be wrong to ask her not to talk about her feelings about it, no matter how much he wanted to. Hell, if she could just keep her opinions to herself and accept what he was doing, they would get along fine. Great, even.
This is impossible, he murmured. Why am I even going into town?
He contemplated turning around and just going back to the resort and dealing with Axel and his bullshit. But if he did that, he'd need to bring back beer and snacks. So really, he was stuck going into town anyway. For the rest of the drive, he forced himself to think about the upcoming weekend when the guys would all arrive. They had coordinated their flights and whatnot, so they would all be arriving by lunchtime, and he was seriously impressed by that. They were going to do everything at the resort, all their meals, all their planning, everything. They were going to fully immerse themselves in all of it, which meant using the lodge for practical reasons. The cleaning crew was coming tomorrow to handle the cabins and the kitchen of the lodge, along with a common area that they were going to set up for their meals and meetings. Although, now that he made such a mess knocking down the extra walls, that was probably going to be a massive problem.
That I will handle tomorrow.
He and Axel could clean up the demo debris while the crew worked on the cabins. Problem solved. He slowly pulled up to the real estate office and saw Harlow's car. There were a few more moments of doubt before he forced himself to get out of the car and go inside. He was nervous and unsure of exactly what he was going to say. But maybe when he saw her, it would just come to him. Walker quietly pulled open the door and stepped inside. There was no one at either one of the desks in the small open office, but he heard voices coming from what he guessed was possibly a conference room. He stepped farther into the space and didn't want to potentially interrupt a meeting, but the closer he got, the clearer he could hear. There should be no problem getting all the signatures we need for a petition. If the majority of the town is against these proposed improvements on the resort, then they'll have to reconsider, right?
What the? Was that Harlow pitching the petition idea? Seriously? Harlow, we all appreciate how passionate you are about what Walker Bradshaw and his team of investors are doing up at the Lakeview Harbor Resort. But, and I say this with love, it's really none of your business. Walker wanted to hug whoever just said that.
Yes, it is, Harlow countered. I put a lot of time and energy into all my research on the resort. You know, in case I could find someone who simply wanted to take it over. I know the clientele, Charlene. I know the type of people who loved staying there.
And I get that. But no one wanted to buy and take over. Do you know why?
All he heard was a mumble.
It's because that business model is outdated. Obviously, I can't tell you to stop talking to people or sharing how you feel, but all you're doing is essentially fighting a losing battle. Is it worth it? That resort has been almost an obsession for you for years. I think it's time to find something else to be passionate about. I'm saying this as your boss and your friend Harlow. Please. More mumbling. Now it just felt awkward to be standing there, and he was about to turn and leave when the other woman, not Harlow, came walking out. When she spotted him, her eyes went a little wide, but she quickly adjusted her expression. "Mr. Bradshaw! Hello!" She walked toward him with her hand out. "It's nice to see you again. Can I help you with something?" He shook her hand and was about to respond when he spotted Harlow standing in the doorway. Clearing his throat, he nodded toward her. "I was hoping I could speak with Harlow." "Of course," she said, and quickly excused herself, walking into what he guessed was her office and shutting the door. "How long were you standing out here?" Harlow asked from the doorway. "You were talking about a petition," he replied, slowly walking toward her. Oh. He should be angry, but he couldn't. It was all he could do to not take her in his arms and just kiss her right here, right now. "Why are you here, Walker? After dinner the other night, I can't work. I can't focus. I'm a menace to everything Axel and I are trying to do," he said gruffly. "I think about you all the damn time and... Damn it, and what? I needed to see you." Her expression was neutral. "We've been over this. We can't." Now they were practically toe-to-toe, and Walker reached out and gently grasped her shoulders. "We can. I think we truly can. I'm not saying it will be easy or that one of us or both of us won't get frustrated at times, but..." Pausing, he muttered a curse because he sounded like an idiot. "I think we deserve a chance. Maybe it will work, maybe it won't. but I think we gave up too soon."
Tilting her head, her hair swung to the side. "What about your grandmother?"
Oh, crap. He'd forgotten about that. This isn't about her. This is about us. And when the time comes, I'll deal with her."
One dark brow arched in response. "When the time comes?"
"Yeah,
he said softly.
when we get to where we want to do the whole meet the family thing, I'll deal with her."
She stiffened, and he wondered what he said wrong. But then she relaxed and even gave him a small smile. This is quite the difference from the man who stormed out of the pub last weekend. He grinned.
"Yeah, well, some things are worth fighting for."
One hand reached up and caressed her cheek.
"I think you're worth fighting for."
Harlow visibly relaxed, moving in so close that she was pressed up against him from head to toe. "Come home with me," she whispered against his lips.
"I was hoping you'd ask."
He gave her a quick but thorough kiss before taking her by the hand.
"Let's go."
She stopped at her desk and grabbed her things before following him out the door. "I've got my car here, so follow me. My apartment's only a few minutes away." Then she grabbed him and kissed him soundly before smiling and running over to her car. Walker ran to his and quickly got in, laughing the entire time as they sped across town. The entire drive to her apartment, Harlow kept one eye on the road and the other on the rearview mirror, making sure Walker was still behind her. In a million years, she never would have thought he'd come and find her and tell her, well, everything that he told her, especially after he heard her plans for the petition. Sigh. The petition. It had seemed like such a great idea, but Charlene's words really hit hard. This whole thing with the resort had turned into an obsession, and not a healthy one. The fact of the matter was that Walker stepped in to save a beloved vacation spot. Was he doing it the way she would have? No. But that truly wasn't any of her business. The only thing she was getting out of all this anger and frustration was more anger and frustration. And wasn't she tired of that by now? Hell, her entire life had been filled with anger and frustration, along with a healthy dose of disappointment. Wasn't it time for her to find some happiness? Wasn't it time to find something that brought her joy? An image of Walker naked in her bed came to mind, and she knew without a doubt that he could bring her joy and pleasure. So much pleasure. Just the thought of it had her turning into her apartment complex practically on two wheels. She parked, and luckily Walker was able to park beside her, and the two of them nearly ran to her door. Before she could open it, he spun her around and backed her up against the door. She loved when he did things like that, and kissed her like a starving man, and she was the meal. I would gladly be his meal, she thought. Hands braced on his chest, she gave him a small shove, breaking the kiss. "Inside. We need to take this inside." Turning, her hands fumbled with the keys, and she nearly cried out in frustration, and Walker took them from her and unlocked the door. She went to thank him, but it was his turn to give her a gentle shove, forcing her into the apartment. He slammed the door behind him, and Harlow walked backwards, staring intently at him as she led him to her bedroom. A quick glance over her shoulder had her breathing a sigh of relief, because she had remembered to make the bed this morning, and it was fairly clean in there. As if reading her mind, Walker stalked her.
"I don't care if it looks like a damn tornado went through there. I need you on the bed. Now."
Oh, my. Her heart was racing as she backed up, and her legs hit the bed. She gasped, and they both froze. Walker's hand twitched, and she could tell he was barely holding on. She knew the feeling. Her knees were weak, and she was trembling. "I don't need seduction," she told him, her voice sounding oddly breathless.
"What do you need?"
he asked, stepping in close. His breath was hot against her cheek before he nipped at her earlobe.
"Tell me, and it's yours."
Now there was a loaded question. But like she said, she didn't need seduction or pretty words, and she didn't think he did either. "I need you naked on my bed," she said hotly, taking her turn nipping at his jaw. "And I want to be naked and tangled all around you." It was hard to say who moved first. Somehow she found herself nearly flying through the air before bouncing on the mattress. She fumbled to get her blouse off as Walker roughly removed her shoes and began tugging on her pants. "Worry about yourself, Bradshaw," she hissed, shimmying the rest of the way out of her pants. Walker made quick work of getting undressed, and before she knew it, they were exactly as she needed them to be. He was kissing her, and she was kissing him back. Their hands were everywhere, and yet it still wasn't enough. "Take me, Walker," she whispered between kisses. "Now, please." He was poised above her, holding her hands over her head. And then, time stood still. He was looking at her with so much emotion, with such intensity, that it felt like he was saying a dozen things to her.
"You deserve more than me taking you like some sort of beast,"
he said, slowly resting his forehead against hers. She felt like maybe she should argue that point, but he beat her to it.
"And I promise to cherish every inch of you. Later. Right now, you've unleashed something in me, and I need you so damn much,"
he said with a near growl. He claimed her lips in a savage kiss, and she relished it. All of it. The heat, the wildness, the taking. They could deal with the cherishing another time. Right now, she was happy to hold on and enjoy the ride. "This sucks." Beside her, Walker chuckled.
Ouch. Way to bruise a guy's ego."
"What? Oh, no." Laughing, she shook her head. "That's not what I meant. Everything we did, and are hopefully starting again, has been fantastic. No, I was talking about the bed. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the one you have in your cabin. I don't think I've ever slept as well or ever experienced anything so comfortable in my life."
"I told you it was amazing."
"You did. And now we're stuck in my lumpy old bed, which is also smaller than yours."
"I'd say we can easily get in the car and go to the cabin, but Axel's still crashing with me while he does some repairs on the one he's going to move into."
"Sounds cozy," she teased.
"Yeah, well, it's not ideal, but he's up in the loft. It's not like we're spooning together or anything."
She laughed again. "Well, thank goodness. Otherwise things could get super awkward when you go home tomorrow." Walker shifted so he could see her face.
"Tomorrow, huh? You're not planning on kicking me out?"
Smoothing her hand over his chest, she shook her head. "Not anytime soon. I thought we could order some takeout and enjoy a night in. That is, if you can stand this bed for an entire night." He caressed her cheek.
"As long as I'm here with you, I don't care how the mattress feels." It was sweet of him to say, but she didn't fully believe him. The clock on her nightstand showed it was almost 6 o'clock. Technically, they could call in their dinner order and make love again. Or they could put dinner on hold for a while. She casually mentioned those options to him to see if they were on the same page. "Chinese food," he said, slowly rolling her beneath him. "And I'd like to work up more of an appetite before we call it in. I'm not ready to get out of bed. And I also don't enjoy being rushed. I believe I promised to cherish you and take my time this time around." She felt herself blush. Well, I wasn't going to hold you to that. You might not, but I am. This time when he kissed her, it was slow and tender. Harlow felt herself practically melting into a puddle as she wrapped herself around him. He felt so good, kissed like a dream, and she had no idea how they ended up like this again, but she wasn't about to question it right now. They would definitely talk about it later, but she wasn't going to think about it now. Much. And then she wasn't thinking at all. She was feeling. Feather-light touches, soft kisses, warm breath, Walker's stubbled jaw. It all felt so damn good. It was like she was floating on a gentle wave, and she was giving herself over to the sensations. Over and over and over. She wanted this feeling to last, for him to never stop touching her, kissing her, wanting her. But more than anything, she secretly wished that Walker would love her. And that was the most terrifying realization of all. "I think they forgot the duck sauce." Harlow got up from the couch and stretched. "No worries, I have extra packets in the fridge. I'll be right back." "I'm pouring the wine," Walker called after her. "Go for it." In the kitchen, she found the extra packets of sauce that she always had on hand, but took a minute to just be alone and allow herself to absorb everything that was happening. And not just dinner. She'd just spent hours tangled up in bed with Walker. She was exhausted and satisfied in all the best possible ways. Not that she was surprised. They didn't have any problems physically. But now they were out of bed, somewhat dressed, and there were only so many things they could say about dumplings and mushu pork. At some point, they were going to have to talk and figure out where things were going from here. These sexual get-togethers were great, but it wasn't something she wanted to continue, especially if it meant when they weren't having sex, they were ticked off and annoyed at each other. "Did you find any?" he asked, strolling shirtless into the kitchen. "Huh?" Grinning, he walked over and kissed the tip of her nose before taking the packets from her hands. "The duck sauce." "Oh, right, sorry. My mind wandered for a minute." If anything, that seemed to please him, as he took her hand and led her back out to the living room. "I didn't want your food to get cold." "Thanks." They sat and filled their plates with food and got comfortable on the couch. It probably would have been easier to sit at her tiny kitchen table, but this was way more comfortable. As predicted, they talked about the food until there was nothing left to say, and then Walker surprised her by asking about her family. "Do they live nearby?" Crap. The simple thing to do was lie or just say no. But if they were going to seriously try to have a relationship, then she needed to be honest. "They don't," she began slowly. And before he could ask where they were, she explained. "My dad is in prison and has no chance of parole." Walker's eyes went a little wide, but he didn't say anything.
Yeah, so, he was convicted of first-degree murder 10 years ago. 2 counts. He beat 2 of his coworkers to death.
Holy shit, Harlow,
He said quietly.
I don't even know what to say to that. I'm so sorry.
There isn't much other than that to say, she assured him. He wasn't a good guy. Like, ever. He was always picking fights with people, always angry. He worked in a food processing plant, like a factory sort of thing. He didn't get along with these 2 guys in particular, and he planned how he was going to kill them. She shuddered just thinking of how she found all of this out after he had been arrested. Everyone in town knew about it, and she had been harassed for years afterwards. Her mother used to say that they had nothing to be ashamed of. They weren't the ones who committed the crime. Easier said than done, when you're still in school and people are just constantly reminding you that your father's a killer.
That had to be very scary for you,
he said, interrupting her thoughts.
I can't even imagine how you must have felt.
It was awful, she said, her voice oddly detached. She no longer cried about it, no longer had any feelings about it. Most of the time, she did everything not to think about the situation. We're a small town, and it wasn't something that was kept quiet, so I've lived in that shadow for a long time. No one talks about it anymore, but there were a lot of years when I wasn't so lucky.
Damn. And your mom?
The mirthless laugh was her first response. She turned to alcohol after the whole thing, and got a reputation for being the town drunk.
Jeez,
he said, before muttering a curse.
How are you even still sane, Harlow? Or I guess I should ask why you're still here in Harbor Town. I would think you would have moved as far away as you could as soon as you turned 18.
That was the plan, but unfortunately it also wasn't an option. I didn't have the money to go anywhere, and I was still trying to take care of my mom. Charlene, my boss, she really took me under her wing and did what she could to look out for me. She's also one of the reasons people around here stopped looking at me as the daughter of 2 train wrecks and started seeing me for myself. She gave me a chance and let me prove myself. Putting his plate down on the coffee table, Walker reached over and did the same with hers, before gently pulling her into his arms. Kissing her forehead, he held her close.
Thank you for sharing that with me. I'm sure it's not something you enjoy talking about.
It's not. She burrowed closer. But you'll never have to worry about running into either of my parents. My father's never getting out of prison, and my mom took off 3 years ago with the bass player of a Bon Jovi tribute band. I haven't heard from her since she left. He didn't comment. He simply held her for a little longer, and it felt comforting. It had been a long time since she'd felt comforted by anyone. Her life was fairly solitary, except for her friends. Her grandparents, her father's parents, still lived in the area, but she rarely saw them. After everything that went down with her dad, her mother had pulled her away from what she referred to as the evil family. After her mother took off, Harlow had gone to see them. It was awkward, and they weren't the warm and fuzzy type. But once a year or so, she'd reach out, hoping to try to rebuild their relationship. Other than them, there was no other extended family around. Her parents had cut all relations with their families, and so it left Harlow almost completely alone. Until now. Maybe. She didn't want to get her hopes up, but she couldn't help it. Everything about this moment with Walker felt right and promising. If only— No, don't go there. Not yet. Harlow allowed herself another minute of just being held in his muscular arms before she leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. "Our dinner's getting cold."
"That's what microwaves are for,"
he murmured, placing a kiss on her forehead. "Mine's not so great." Pulling back gently, she smiled. "Thank you." He looked confused.
"For what?"
"For just listening. I don't like to talk about my family, and usually I don't have to because everyone already knows the stories. It's embarrassing and awful, and I hope you won't judge me because of the things they did." His expression turned fierce, even as his hand gently caressed her face.
"Never. You are your own person, and I genuinely like the person you are, Harlow. That's why I'm here. That's why I couldn't stay away."
Relief washed over her. "Oh, okay, good."
"I want to know more about you. Hell, I want to know everything. We have a lot working against us, and I almost dread bringing it up."
He paused, shifting slightly, and seemed to be carefully considering his words.
"Here's the thing. I don't want you to judge me based on the things my grandparents did."
Now it was her turn to be confused. "I don't—"
"The resort,"
he clarified.
"the business. I get that you're passionate about keeping everything the same, but that was my grandparents' way. I'm my own man, and my investors and I want to do things our way, forge our own path, and make the business something that's truly ours. My grandparents made something that was special, and it resonated with thousands of people over the years. I'm just asking for the chance to try things a different way, and maybe resonate with a whole other group of people."
Wow. When he put it like that, it was almost impossible to argue with it. After all, wouldn't she hate it if someone kept her in the same box? The victim of awful parents? Didn't she appreciate being able to make a name for herself and for people to know her for her own accomplishments, rather than the things her infamous father and mother did? When she met his gaze, she saw a wariness there, like he was expecting her to argue with him. But she didn't. She couldn't. "That seems fair," she told him, before leaning in and kissing him softly on the lips. "Now that we've settled that, let's eat."
10. Saturday morning, Walker made his way around the first floor of the lodge and inspected all the work they'd done. He and Axel had done a decent job of cleaning up all the extra demo work he'd caused, and the cleaning crew handled the rest. Now, the kitchen was spotless, and they had one of the common areas, a spot that used to be set up with a few tables and chairs outside of the dining room, ready for him and the guys to use for eating and to work. Things were coming together, and in a few hours, the heavy work would finally get started. Not that he and Axel hadn't accomplished a lot, but once the rest of the guys were there, they were going to meet with the contractors and make final decisions on who they were hiring, and then they were all going to jump in and start getting down to business. He couldn't wait. The only downside was that he wouldn't be seeing Harlow this weekend. They had talked about it, and as much as he wanted to be with her, he had to be here for the guys, so they could all get on the same page. It was important, especially since Axel was already on the fence about all the plans. He couldn't afford to have everyone else suddenly doubting the business model he had so carefully put together. Thankfully, Axel had finally moved into his own cabin, so maybe he could still invite Harlow over. He'd have to text her once everyone was there and plans were figured out. "Probably not tonight," he murmured as he continued to walk around. He hadn't seen these guys in a while, so it should be just them tonight. Maybe tomorrow night he'd invite her to come and meet everyone, and then stay in his cabin. Yeah, just the thought of having her around made him smile. "Ugh, wipe that sappy grin off your face," Axel commented when he walked across the room. "I get it. You're getting laid and probably thinking about the next time you're gonna get laid. No need to brag." "I didn't say a word," Walker replied with amusement. "Sheesh, somebody's grouchy." "Yeah, because I'm not getting laid. Duh."
Shrugging, he continued to walk around inspecting everything.
"That sounds like a you thing. I thought you hit it off with Gwen the other night. Why didn't you get her number?" "Because she's got a boyfriend and is practically engaged," Axel replied miserably. "Besides, she was definitely cool and nice, but I wasn't really attracted to her. Do we need to plan a night in town then soon? You know, all of us guys can go to the pub, or we can find another bar if you'd like." "Walker, I don't need you trying to help me hook up with someone. I'm a big boy," he teased. "I'm perfectly capable of doing that on my own. Just trying to be supportive, that's all. Besides, you're not the guy to be playing wingman, not now that you and Harlow are a thing. Not that I'm begrudging you your happiness or anything, but I'm thinking Connor, Slater, and Milo might be more up for the task. Not Jace? I know he's only going to be here for a week, but he and Kelsey are engaged, and I think they either want to be married here at the resort once it opens, or honeymoon here. He'd be the last guy I'd ask to play wingman. You're the second to last." "Gee, thanks," he mumbled. "Anyway, I have a feeling we're going to be too busy for me to be worrying about a wingman. Since we only have Jace here for the week, and Milo a little less than that, I think we need to be hyper-focused, you know? Make the most out of the time we have with them to get as much done as possible." "Yeah, I can see that. Milo's going to need to do a lot of work on his own that none of us are going to understand. And Jace is dealing with the electrical stuff, so we know exactly what to talk to the electricians about when we hire them. I don't think he'll need a team of us hovering. He'll probably just give us a report at the end of it all."
Axel shrugged.
"Still, we need to keep our focus on the work, Walker. You've been here for 3 weeks, and while stuff has gotten done, there's so much more than I imagined. I think the guys are going to feel the same way."
He frowned.
"I sent videos and pictures and reports," he said defensively. "None of this should have come as a shock. I mean, yeah, I was shocked when I got here, but I conveyed all of that every time I reached out to all of you. Okay, calm down. I'm just saying that even with the pictures, it was still a bit of a surprise, that's all. We need to— Yeah, I heard you. We need to focus. What I don't get is why you're harping on that with me right now."
Axel faced him, his expression completely neutral.
"Like I said, I'm happy for you and Harlow. I'm glad you worked all your shit out. I just don't want her to be a distraction."
His bark of laughter was out before he could stop it.
"Is that all? Pfft, you don't have to worry. My focus is fully on getting the job done here. But I'm not going to work 24/7, and I don't expect anyone else to either. We'll burn out before anything gets done if we take that attitude. I'm going to see Harlow when I can, but it's not going to take away from the work I need to do, okay?" "Just felt like it needed to be said," Axel said evenly. "I wanted to make sure we were on the same page."
He nodded.
"We are."
Axel's phone rang and he excused himself, and Walker took the opportunity to take out his phone and text Harlow. She mentioned having to show a house this afternoon, but she wasn't doing anything this morning. Walker.
"Hey, beautiful. How's your day so far?"
He grinned when he saw that she was responding right away. Harlow. Hey. So far it's been a bunch of boring responsibilities. Harlow. Laundry, changing the sheets on the bed, cleaning. Harlow. 0 stars. Do not recommend. That made him chuckle. Walker.
"What time are you meeting your clients today?"
Harlow. 2:00. We're going to look at 3 different houses. Harlow. They just threw those last 2 at me a little while ago, so I made arrangements. Harlow. I'm hoping that means they are super motivated to buy. Walker.
That would be awesome.
Harlow. I know, right? Fingers crossed. Walker.
You got this.
Harlow. Thanks. Harlow. Are the guys there yet? Walker.
Not yet. Connor texted a little while ago that he was an hour out.
Walker.
Same with Jace, who shocked us by saying Kelsey was with him.
Walker.
Milo and Slater flew together and should arrive around the same time.
Walker.
Axel went shopping earlier, and we have the kitchen fully stocked with food for lunch and dinner tonight. But I'm guessing tomorrow everyone's going to want to stock their own cabins.
Harlow. I can't wait to see how you fix them all up. Walker.
Oh, you can't tell from the outside, LOL. And the insides have just been cleaned, and I ordered mattresses for everyone and some pieces of furniture to get them started. After they all get settled, they can add what they want.
Harlow. That makes sense. Harlow. So you're probably going to be busy all weekend, huh? Walker.
I think so. But maybe Sunday night you can join us for dinner and meet everyone. Kelsey would probably appreciate a break from all of us. What do you think?
Harlow. I would love that. But why don't you wait until you guys get settled and see where you're at? Then you can let me know. It's not like I'm super busy or live far away. Walker.
I know. I just miss you already.
Harlow. Miss you too. She sent an entire line of heart emojis, and they made him smile. Harlow. I need to go take a shower and start getting ready. Have fun today, and let me know how the weekend goes. Walker.
I will. And I fully plan on calling you tonight when I crawl into bed.
Harlow. Ooh, phone sex? Is that what we're doing?
That hadn't been his plan, but now that she mentioned it...
Walker.
Maybe.
Winky emoji. Walker.
I'll talk to you later, and good luck today.
Harlow. TY. He slipped his phone back into his pocket before heading into the kitchen. They had all the makings for sandwiches with a ton of chips and salads and drinks. Axel had even picked up an almost obscene amount of snacks and cakes and cookies. It almost looked like he had shopped for a bunch of 10-year-olds. Which, considering the group that was about to be there, it was kind of accurate. They did have a tendency to revert to their younger selves when they were together, and Lakeview Harbor Resort was the place they had first met as kids. So, chances were pretty good that they were going to act like a bunch of kids this weekend. And he was really looking forward to it. He grabbed a bottle of water and decided to head down to the cabin and relax until everyone got there. Axel was still on the phone, and there wasn't anything else that needed to be done, so it was the perfect time to just sit and chill for a little while. No sooner did he get settled than he heard horns beeping, and he knew quiet time was over. When he looked at his watch, he realized they were right on time, and he felt his smile grow. Here we go. Jogging out to the parking lot, he spotted Axel already shaking Connor's hand, and then saw Jace and Kelsey getting out of their car. He went over to greet them first, shaking Jace's hand and hugging Kelsey.
This is a surprise. We didn't think you were coming until things were further along.
I know, she said bashfully. I really thought I could wait, but I wanted to be here to see you all breaking ground or whatever you're going to do. Plus, I'm still a little in shock that it's happening.
All thanks to you,
Jace said, as he put his arm around her, kissing the top of her head.
You made this happen. Then it really only makes sense that you are the one to officially break ground,
Walker told her, smiling as her eyes went wide. Really? You'd let me do that?
Absolutely.
Axel and Connor joined them, and it took several minutes for everyone to greet one another. By the time they were done chatting, another car pulled in, and they all turned to see Milo and Slater park and get out. There were lots of hugs and handshakes, along with comments about how it all felt like they were stepping back in time. Then everyone started sharing their favorite memories.
Remember the s'mores contests? Remember the canoe races? Oh, man. Remember the time we nearly took down that tree by the boat ramp?
Is my record for the highest number of jump shots still on display? Walker knew this sort of thing was going to go on for a while, so he quickly interrupted with a piercing whistle to get everyone's attention.
We've got lunch stuff up at the lodge. Why don't we go and eat, and then you can unload your cars and we'll go to the cabins afterwards. How does that sound?
Fortunately, they all agreed, and he led the way up the path and the steps to the lodge.
Holy shit,
Slater said as soon as they walked in.
What the hell happened in here? I didn't think you were demoing yet.
Axel smirked at him, and Walker knew he needed to come clean.
I was supposed to take down one wall behind the reception desk, and I got a little carried away and just kept going. How? He was distracted because of a woman, Axel announced with amusement. I had to ban him from doing any more demo until he went and got his love life settled.
There were tons of hoots and hollers and a few whistles, so now he was going to have to explain that as well. Fucking Axel. He was able to keep everyone distracted as they walked around looking at everything. He let Axel show them around while he busied himself with getting all the food and drinks set up. It took almost 30 minutes to corral his friends and get them seated, but he loved their enthusiasm. Sandwiches were made, salad and chips were served, and drinks were poured. "It looks so weird," Kelsey said. "I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing all the rooms empty is a little spooky. Did your grandparents save anything?" Shaking his head, he said,
Not really. They donated almost everything. There's a storage room downstairs that had a ton of towels, toiletries, cleaning supplies, and a few small appliances. Axel and I went through them and placed most of it throughout your cabins. I wasn't sure what everyone was bringing with them, but we figured it couldn't hurt. I brought an entire moving truck with me, Axel explained. But it also had all my tools and a ton of lumber and building supplies that I had left over from other jobs. I put most of it in the storage building that's fairly close to my cabin. I think we're going to need to consider building another one because the one that's standing isn't in great shape. We need something sturdier for the property maintenance stuff. Which we should also consider replacing sooner rather than later, Walker added. There was a collective groan, and he knew he needed to put people's minds at ease. Looking back, we probably should have toured the property ourselves before we signed the deal. Hindsight and all. All I can say is that we may have to reevaluate a few things so we can make sure the basics, the foundations of the property, are addressed first. That means some enhancements may have to wait. Or we don't do the enhancements, and we stick to what's here and just make them right, Axel said evenly, his expression almost smug. It took everything he had not to react, but clearly everyone noticed the tone and were now intently staring at the two of them. Why don't we let everyone settle in and relax, and we can deal with all of that later, Walker suggested pleasantly, refusing to be baited. With a shrug, Axel murmured, Fine by me. I have a feeling there's a story here, Milo said slowly. And I'm guessing this has something to do with the upgrades? Jace asked. And you don't think we should do them, Axel? Then they were all talking at once, and it was borderline chaos. There were loud voices, accusations, and plenty of questions until a loud whistle screamed through the air. Kelsey was standing on her chair, staring down at all of them sternly. We have been here less than an hour, and you're already acting like a bunch of brats. Obviously, there are things that need to be discussed and decided on, but civilly. Geez. Slowly, she climbed down, with Jace's help, but stood with her hands on her hips and looked at them all. Now, let's have a pleasant lunch, unpack,
and tour the property. Then we can talk about upgrades, ideas, and what's necessary and what's not. Deal? She snapped.
Deal,
they all murmured, afraid to disagree with her. Jace snickered.
That's my girl.
Harlow smiled as she drove through the resort gates. He needs me. Walker had called her last night in a near panic because his friends were all arguing over the plans for the resort. She had done her best to calm him down and told him today would probably be better. It wasn't. So when he texted her 2 hours ago begging her to come and join them for dinner and help him stay sane, there was no way she was going to tell him no. But honestly, she was torn. Part of her wanted to run in and high-five everyone for seeing the flaws in Walker's plans. If they were arguing, it meant that not everyone agreed with his proposal. But the other part of her, the girlfriend, hated how tense and upset he was and wanted to comfort him. That means no high-fiving, she mumbled as she parked the car. I have to be completely neutral and just listen and not speak. That totally wasn't her strong suit, but she was going to try. Really, really try. No sooner was she opening her car door than Walker was jogging over to her. Hey, how are... She never got to finish. She was in his arms and he was kissing her like his life depended on it. Wrapping herself around him, she gave as good as she was getting and was wildly disappointed when he pulled back. Wow, that was some greeting, she told him, caressing his jaw.
You have no idea how happy I am that you are here,
he admitted, resting his forehead against hers. Walker, it can't be that bad. These are your friends. You've been working on the plans for the resort for months. Why is everyone suddenly freaking out?
Come on,
he said quietly, taking her hand and leading her down a path that led away from the cabins he and his friends were staying in. They walked around a bend and ended up in a small area that was probably once just a pristinely manicured seating area. Right now it was overgrown, and the benches looked sketchy. Still, she sat beside him and waited for him to explain what was going on.
Okay, I realize the irony in all of this, but almost everyone agrees with you,
he murmured.
Axel confronted me about it a few days ago, and I thought it was just him, but other than me and Connor, everyone else is in favor of returning the resort to its former glory.
Damn. Harlow really wanted to stand up and cheer, but seeing how miserable he was kept her firmly in her seat. Sighing, she squeezed his hand. I know how disappointed you are, and I'm sorry for that. He looked at her with a mirthless laugh.
Come on, Harlow. I know you're a little happy about this.
That's not the point, she countered. You had a vision for this project, and it's not going the way you planned. And for that, I'm sorry. Has everything been decided? I mean, is there no chance of you getting your way in any of it?
The truth is, there's a lot more work here than any of us, especially me, realized. We don't have the money to do all the things that I want to do, but we do have enough to bring the resort back with maybe a few extras.
For a moment, she didn't say anything. So, what are you losing then?
My couples retreat cabins are a no-go.
Forever or for now? He shrugged. Walker, come on, talk to me.
If we're going to rehab the cabins, then they'll be like they are now. Floor plans will stay the same, but everything will get a refresh. We won't be upgrading them into luxury suites, and it doesn't make sense to rehab them down the road.
What else?
If all falls in line with that, we lose the market I was aiming for, and we keep things a little more on the generic side. It's not what I wanted.
He was practically pouting.
And maybe I'm being unreasonable.
He was.
But I had a vision that I was excited about. And now? Now I'm not.
Now that she could totally understand. It was hard to get excited about a project that has zero of your ideas incorporated into it anymore. For a few minutes, neither said a word, and she wished she had something wise to say to make him feel better. But she didn't. All she could do was sit here and listen to him talk without passing judgment. "Where's everyone now?" she asked.
Up in the lodge getting things ready for dinner. Connor's a chef, and he went shopping today and planned some big meal to celebrate.
Another shrug.
Last night, we grilled burgers and hot dogs, and I thought it was a fun, nostalgic meal to kick things off. Tonight, we're apparently doing steaks.
He sounded positively miserable. Squeezing his hand again, she forced him to look at her. "You love steaks. You told me that the night we went to the artisan grill. I would think you'd be happy about it." And still another shrug.
I went and picked the wine, so I'm happy about that. I'm just kind of dreading sitting down with everyone and dealing with the fact that they're all going to vote against me. It's like being on one of those reality shows where you're voted off the island.
"Okay, but..."
"But it's my island, Harlow," he said with exasperation. "This place belongs to my family. My grandparents are still the majority owners. Shouldn't that count for something?"
"Have you talked to them about it?"
No.
"Why not?"
Because they specifically said that all the work and changes and updates and whatnot were up to us. They were simply maintaining their share of the ownership.
"Oh."
And I really wanted to turn the campgrounds into glamping pods. Do you know how popular those are right now? They're so cool. Here, look.
He pulled out his phone and showed her a video from some resort in Tennessee. As much as she hated to admit it, they looked amazing. "They're huge," she commented. "You couldn't have them and regular campgrounds."
Exactly.
"Damn."
I know.
He murmured.
This whole thing it sucks. I feel completely defeated, and I don't know how to move forward when my passion is gone.
Resting her head on his shoulder, she nodded. "And I know that feeling pretty darn well. That's how I felt about selling this place. Once that option was gone, it was hard to be excited about just selling houses." He shifted slightly.
"Oh, yeah. How'd your showings go yesterday?"
Looking up at him, she smiled. "They made an offer on one of the houses, and the seller accepted."
Congratulations. That's awesome.
He kissed her softly, and she loved how he could even think about her when he was so miserable.
Good for you.
"Thanks. I knew they were motivated, but I didn't think they'd be making an offer so soon, although I'm really glad they did. And they have relatives that want to move to the area, so hopefully I'll be selling them houses too."
That's really great, Harlow,
he said, and she knew he was being sincere. But then he grew quiet again. "Can I ask you something?"
Maybe?
And yeah, he followed that with a nervous laugh. "I get that you're in this project deep. You guys have things budgeted, and you are having to potentially shift gears, right?"
Right.
"So there would be no way you could maybe expand?" His dark brows furrowed.
Expand? We're pretty much all investing our life savings and then some into this. And if everyone is still not on board with what I envisioned, what good would an expansion do?
"Well, it would mean keeping the resort in its classic state," she reasoned. And then you would have this new bougie section. Tons of resorts do that, and it's in line with what you've been planning, but without, endangering, is that the right word? The integrity of the Lakeview Harbor Resort. Does that make sense? Walker raked a hand through his hair before shaking his head.
Not really. It sounds like what I'm already trying to do. I'm not seeing the difference.
Think of it like this. You have 1,500 acres here of established resort property. You and your team are going to go over every inch and return it to its former glory.
Okay,
he said slowly. But then you purchase, say, an additional 25 acres, nothing major, but not too small, that is possibly connected to the existing resort property. It's like a new snooty or bougie addition where you can cater to the crowd you, Walker Bradshaw, want to cater to. If it's not successful, down the road you can then present it to your investors and perhaps grow and take over some of what's here, whether it's existing cabins or the campgrounds. By doing it that way, you're not sacrificing what's here and proven to work, but you're also going to have real-life stats on whether the new stuff works.
And if it doesn't?
That depends. If you do those glamping pods, you just find another way to market them. Maybe as a special event space. Advertise it as a place for girls' trips, or bridal parties, birthday parties, bachelorette weekends, book clubs. I think really leaning into the female market would be great. Make themed weekends, and have your event coordinator come up with things like, maybe a pajama party theme. Enjoy a cozy night in with friends, complete with pajamas and movie night. You could rent one of those giant inflatable outdoor screens and have a rom-com marathon. All he did was nod thoughtfully. Or maybe like a bohemian theme and use dream catchers, macrame, and colorful fabrics for a relaxing vibe. You could have soft music and yummy food. That could be fun, right? Another nod. If you worked with a book club, you could theme it on whatever book they read. If it's a fantasy book, then you could decorate with fairy lights, fairy wings, and whimsical decorations. If it's romance, you could do soft music, lots of twinkly lights and flowers and wine, and... Pausing, she laughed softly. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. This sort of thing really isn't my strong suit.
You could have fooled me. That sounds amazing,
he said earnestly.
Do you think it's possible? Is there any land available near here that borders the resort but isn't lakefront? I'm guessing lakefront would make the price go up.
Oh, it would. That's why this property is worth so much. The buildings weren't worth a whole lot. It's the land people were interested in.
I'm sure. So, do you know of any property for sale?
Offhand, I don't, but I can do some research tomorrow when I'm in the office. Is that okay? If you want, I can skip dinner and go back into town and start looking.
No, absolutely not. I want you here with me tonight.
He leaned in close and kissed her, and Harlow melted against him. Walker was a great kisser, and it was crazy how much she'd missed him these last few days. I would do it, she whispered when they broke apart. I'd go and dive in and see what I could find, if it would put your mind at ease.
To be honest, I'm not sure my mind can be put at ease right now. I'm completely tense after being blindsided by everyone's sudden change of heart in the direction of the resort. And, as we both know, I don't handle opposition well.
She knew he was trying to poke fun at himself, and that just made her heart ache for him a little bit. I would have too, she assured him. If I went into anything where I thought my friends and I were on the same page, and then out of nowhere they all changed their minds, I'd freak out. Remember the night we met?
At the festival?
She nodded. We were all going to eat at the pub. That was the plan. Then, suddenly, everyone changed their minds. It pissed me off.
Harlow, you were cool as a cucumber. You told them all to do whatever they wanted to do, and you were going to eat at the pub.
On the outside. Inside, I was pissed off because I hate when we deviate from the plan. Gah, you have no idea how much that bugs me.
I'll keep that in mind.
He kissed her again.
Now come on, I guess we should head inside.
Walker stood and held out his hand to her.
Just promise me something.
Of course.
Even if you agree with them, could you just not say it out loud?
Pausing, he shook his head.
God, I'm sorry. What am I even saying? I shouldn't be asking you to be fake. That was wrong. Forget I even said it.
Walker.
No, I'm serious.
With her hand in his, he led them away from their little hiding spot and toward the lodge. She was going to argue with him, but figured that might just aggravate the situation. The best she could do was see how things went once she was inside and talking to everyone. "Oh, wait, I brought dessert," she told him. "I left it in the car. When you greeted me and we started walking, I forgot about it."
What did you bring?
"Oh, just an assortment of stuff. Brownies, cookies, and an apple cobbler. I made the cobbler myself, but picked up the rest from the bakery."
You didn't have to do that.
"I know," she said, handing him the cobbler from the back seat and then picking up the bakery box for herself. Good manners dictate that when you're invited to dinner, you should bring either a hostess gift or dessert. There isn't a hostess, so I opted for dessert. He kissed her.
You're amazing.
Thanks. She kissed him, too. You're not so bad yourself. They walked up the path and then up the stairs, where Walker held the door open for her. She could hear conversation and laughter, and for a moment felt a brief wave of uncertainty, a feeling of, I don't belong here, but quickly pushed it away. These people were important to Walker. Walker was important to her. Therefore, these people were important to her.
You can leave if you want,
he whispered to her.
I wouldn't blame you. I have a feeling this is going to be awkward.
Stepping in close, she kissed him soundly. I think you're forgetting something. I don't cave easily. I'm tenacious, remember? I've got this. And after another kiss, she stepped inside, all the while reminding herself whose side she needed to be on. 11. You could have heard a pin drop. When he and Harlow entered the common area where everyone was hanging out and talking while Connor cooked, they all instantly grew silent. Eerily so. "Hey, Harlow," Axel called out, and for the first time in days, Walker was grateful for him. "Hey, Axel," she said easily, walking over to greet him. Before he knew it, she was introduced to everyone and totally swept up in conversation. He didn't want to hover, but he was hovering.
She's going to be fine,
Axel quietly assured him.
And everyone knows not to bring up business tonight so you can relax.
It was hard not to roll his eyes.
I don't need you to tell everyone they need to treat me with kid gloves, Axel. I know, but this is a big deal, you having Harlow here. We don't want to scare her off or cause the two of you to fight. She's good people.
That made him laugh softly.
I'm glad you approve. I do. Personally, I appreciate her honesty, and she's easy to talk to.
He nodded toward the group.
See, she's already laughing with Kelsey. It's gonna be a good night. I hope so.
They moved over to join everyone, and he put his arm around Harlow's waist and then accepted a glass of wine with his free hand. So, Milo, she said when his friend joined them, I hear you're the tech guy. I'm hoping you're going to put in some sort of security cameras around the place. It was a little unnerving staying here when it was just the two of us. Walker told me about you guys teasing him about bears and angry mobs. Milo grinned. We will have a state-of-the-art security system in place with cameras positioned on all the walkways so every area can be seen.
It's not only to look out for wild animals, but also for lost children, any acts of violence or abuse. It's just a necessity. We'll also install better lighting on all the paths. The biggest issue was making sure the entire property was online. Travelers today rarely unplug completely.
The two of them talked about residential security and also computer systems for her office. He took a sip of his wine as Jace and Kelsey walked over. "I like her," Kelsey said quietly, grinning from ear to ear. "A local girl, too. That's got to be super helpful."
Yeah, not so much at first.
As soon as he said it, he wanted to kick himself, because it wasn't a dialogue he wanted to open right now. Well, it seems like whatever the issue, it worked out. She tapped her glass to his.
"You need to relax," Jace told him. "You look like you're ready to come out of your skin. No one's going to do or say anything to start any heated discussions. We're all just looking forward to relaxing and not talking business tonight." "Oh, okay. Oof."
He took a sip of his wine.
"Any idea when Connor's going to be ready?" "It should be soon. He was going to bring out some appetizers and—"
As if on cue, the kitchen door swung open and Connor came out carrying a massive tray.
"Have Walker and his girlfriend who hates his ideas come back yet?"
he called out. There were some laughs, some groans, as Walker cursed.
"Oops,"
Connor said with a laugh.
"Sorry, buddy. Didn't see you there."
He placed the tray down on the table.
"Stuffed mushrooms and crab cakes. Help yourselves and someone pour me some wine."
Harlow turned and looked at him as if making sure he was okay.
"I'm fine," he assured her. "Apparently, my friends enjoy being instigators. Something I wish I knew before going into business with them." "Oh, stop,"
Milo said as they walked over to the table.
"We've all been razzing each other for years. You're just not used to being on the receiving end of it. Relax." Easier said than done.
Still, he joined everyone and ate the appetizers, and when Connor served their dinner, it was beyond perfect.
"Connor,"
Walker called out, raising his glass.
"My compliments to the chef."
Everyone raised their glasses as well, complimenting him.
"Don't get used to it. Tonight was a special occasion. I think most nights we're going to be doing the basics or ordering takeout." "That's fine," Slater chimed in. "We just appreciate you doing all this tonight. And each of us can chip in. It shouldn't only be on you, especially if you're going to be helping with the demo and stuff." "Of course, we all can't cook like you," Axel added. "But those are the nights we can get takeout." "That sounds good to me," Connor told them. "I'm just happy to be here."
Conversation flowed, mostly talk of the summers they used to spend here and the adventures they had. Everyone helped with the cleanup, and then Harlow brought out dessert, which they all opted to enjoy outside on the massive deck. It wasn't until they stepped outside that they realized there wasn't any furniture for them to sit on.
"What about down by the fire pit?" Slater asked. "There were benches down there, weren't there? Or we can just drag our chairs out here," Connor suggested. "We did a lot of walking today, and I know I can't speak for everyone, but I'm exhausted. If we're gonna really hit the ground running tomorrow, I wouldn't mind just being lazy right here and turning in early."
Everyone agreed. "So, Connor," Kelsey began, "when will your daughter be joining you?" Smiling serenely, Connor shook his head.
"Not soon enough. She needs to finish her school year, so she's staying with my parents. School lets out at the end of June, and she typically loves going to the fireworks show in our town, so I plan on flying up to spend July 4th with her and then bringing her back."
He looked over at Harlow.
"Our plan is to stay in the cabin, but that might not be practical. Would it be hard to find a rental here in town?"
"Not at all. There's always a decent inventory. Would you want a house or an apartment?"
"Preferably a house, but I'm open to anything. As long as we each have our own space, everything should be fine."
"Tell you what, I'll get you a list this week of what's currently available just so you can get an idea of what's around. Will that work?"
"Absolutely, thanks."
He looked at Walker.
"Do you think we all need to be living here, or am I the only one inquiring about a place in town?" "That's a personal preference thing,"
Walker replied.
"For me, I don't mind staying in the cabin because my time here is limited. I need to be back in Galveston in 5 months. It doesn't make sense for me to deal with a short-term rental." "Walker and I were talking about this recently," Axel added. "I'd kind of like to stay in the area. There's nothing for me to go back to, and I wouldn't mind staying on staff here at the resort. I asked Harlow about places too, so—"
"If anyone else is interested, I can make up lists for everyone. If you have special requirements or if you're looking for something specific, just let me know and I'll keep an eye out for you," she told the group. After that, Harlow told them all about the town and some of the highlights, festivals, where they could find all the things they need, and before he knew it, everyone was heading back inside with their empty dessert plates.
"It's late and I'm beat,"
Connor said, before wishing everyone a good night. It didn't take long for everyone to head down to the cabins. Walker locked up the lodge before he and Harlow followed suit. "My overnight bag's still in my car," she told him. They walked over to get it before heading to his cabin. Walker carried her bag and opened the door for her to step inside before him. He loved how she immediately made herself at home, kicking off her shoes, draping her cardigan on the sofa, and stretching. He loved watching her move, hearing her laugh, and knowing he had her to himself for the rest of the night. He put her bag down in the bedroom before walking back out to the tiny living room and slowly pulling her into his arms. "Thank you," he whispered. Harlow's big brown eyes looked up at him. "For what?"
"For being here and putting up with all that nonsense tonight. Especially mine."
She hugged him before leading him over to the sofa and tugging him down beside her. "I had a lot of fun, and I think your friends are very nice. You need to unclench a bit." She kissed his cheek. "It seems you don't mind dishing it out, but you don't enjoy taking it. At least that's what the guys all mentioned whenever you were out of earshot."
"Unbelievable. I would never talk trash about them to their girlfriends,"
he mumbled. Resting her head on his shoulder, she sighed softly. "You're not unclenching, Walker." Sadly, she was right. They were finally alone. Did he want to waste time pouting and complaining? Hell no.
You know what would help me unclench?"
he asked silkily. She looked up at him with a sexy, knowing grin, but didn't say anything. Slowly, Walker got to his feet, tugging Harlow back up with him.
"I think having you naked and sprawled out in my bed—"
"Which is the world's most comfortable bed," she quipped. Nodding, he continued.
"Yes, sprawled out in the middle of the world's most comfortable bed would go a long way in helping me relax."
"And unclench."
"Such a smart mouth,"
he said, right before hauling her in close and kissing her. Harlow's arms wrapped around him right before he lifted her so her legs could do the same. Then he slowly walked them into his bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. Her tight limbs kept him right there with her, which was fine with him. It was exactly where he wanted to be. Kissing her lips, her cheek, her jaw, he moved against her. She arched her back beneath him, whispering his name, and it was exactly what he needed to both calm and excite him at the same time. Harlow was becoming vital to him. It was complicated and frustrating, exhilarating and arousing. They were in a good place right now, and not just because they were in his bed and about to get naked, but personally. and emotionally. They were both strong personalities, and he knew things could change in an instant. But for now, he wanted to savor their time. Just like this. He touched her. She sighed with pleasure. He kissed her. She hummed with need. He needed her. He ached for her. And he was certain he was going to lose his damn mind if he didn't claim her right now. But she surprised him by giving him a shove that sent him rolling right before she straddled him. And he was no longer convinced that he was the one in charge. Not that it mattered. They were going to get exactly where they wanted to go, and they'd enjoy the hell out of the journey. Harlow's week was extremely busy. With new communities being built just one town over, there was suddenly a renewed interest in Harbor Town. There was talk about a new mall coming to Pineview, along with several popular restaurant chains, and some of the commercial businesses were looking for space here at hopefully cheaper prices. There were several vacant storefronts in town, which she still blamed on Dale and Peggy closing the resort. But word was getting around about Walker and his friends, too. And she was partially to blame for that. After her initial tirade all over town about her opposition to what he had planned, word traveled. Apparently, she had been rather convincing, because she had gotten calls from at least a dozen people asking if there was a way to block this new version of the Lakeview Harbor Resort. Me and my big mouth. Fortunately, she put some minds at ease and explained that they all needed to give Walker and his team the benefit of the doubt and have faith that they'd do the right thing. She knew he'd be more than a little upset that so many people were getting vocal, but she hoped she calmed them down. As a way of easing her guilty conscience, she had put together a list of rentals for all of Walker's friends to look at, even though none of them were prepared to commit to anything just yet. Still, she promised she'd do it, and she did. After compiling the list, she emailed it over to Walker for him to share with everyone. Now she needed to search for large parcels of land near the resort. Nothing had been on her radar for years. There had been no listings and no interest in the area. Unfortunately, with all this fresh interest in Harbor Town, there was also interest in land. Large parcels of land. Her inbox currently had 3 inquiries asking if she could find unused land in the area for both residential and commercial use. Charlene came out of her office to get some coffee and smiled at her. "Hey, what are you working on?" "You're not going to believe this, but over the weekend, Walker and I talked a bit about finding several acres near the resort for a possible expansion." "Expansion? With 1,500 acres, he still needs more?" she asked with a laugh. "It's for future use," she said evasively. "But I just got several emails asking the same thing. Don't you think that's odd?" She shrugged. "Not really. With all the building going on in Pineview and with word spreading about the resort reopening, it's no wonder people want to get in before prices go up. Once the resort opens, the price of property will go up. Right now, sellers might be more motivated to sell and maybe avoid dealing with the construction noise or just finally ready to let the land go." "You think? I don't remember anyone being interested before. Not while the resort was open and doing well, and not in recent years." "There was interest years ago, long before you came on as an agent. I seem to remember interest in both buying and selling. Unfortunately, it never happened at the same time." "Any chance you still have the owners' names?" "I doubt it. It was a really long time ago," Charlene said with a small shrug. "What about when you did all your research on the resort? In any of that, did you look into the surrounding parcels?" When's the last time you really looked? All the clients who came to you about the resort only wanted the resort property. No one wanted anything outside of it because it wasn't zoned, and it would have required more of an effort. And with the way Dale and Peggy had let the resort property go, it may have put people off. After all, who wants to build a neighborhood or a shopping mall next to a deserted resort? "I guess.
Plus, nothing was being done in Pineview, so this entire area was just sort of seen as unworthy of investment. Now it's a different story.
So you think if I researched who owns the property out that way, they might be interested in selling?
It can't hurt to ask.
I don't know. It feels weird to just cold call like that.
Harlow, the first time you reached out to Dale and Peggy Bradshaw, it was a cold call.
Yeah, and look how that went. Apparently, Peggy hates me because of it. I didn't see it from her point of view because I was so laser-focused on what I wanted.
Charlene made her coffee before responding.
When she came over and leaned on Harlow's desk, she had her usual serene smile.
The way I see it, you have multiple interested parties. It might not be a commission the size of the resort, but it could still be impressive. What can it hurt to just do a little research and see if you can find the owners? The worst they can do is say no. But if you don't at least try for these potential clients, they may go to someone else in another town, at another realty group, who will.
Okay. I'll go through tax records and see what I can find. Sheesh. She said it lightly, and her boss smiled before heading back into her office.
She'd never had to go in blind before. It wasn't like she knew an exact piece of land or how big it was. There was a lot of land between downtown Harbortown and the resort. She could go through the county clerk's office or use online search tools. All she needed was the property's address or legal description to start. She'd research online first, and if she couldn't find what she wanted, she'd go to the county clerk's office because they definitely have records like deeds, mortgages, and tax liens on file.
Me and my big mouth, she mumbled, but decided to reply to her emails first.
She might not have any information handy, but she'd let them know that she would look into it for them and get back to them as soon as she could.
After hitting the last send, it felt like a good time to take a break.
It was lunchtime and she was feeling a little hungry,
so maybe grabbing some food now would help her get through her research later. Or maybe I'm procrastinating. It was crazy how those early conversations with Walker, the ones where he clearly hated her, were really playing on repeat in her head right now. Suddenly, she was second-guessing calling people when that had never been a problem before.
Naturally, she knew she'd get over it because she had to. If she was going to make a deal for either Walker or the people who emailed her, she was going to have to make some cold calls. Damn it.
"Char, I'm going to grab some lunch," she called out as she grabbed her purse and keys. "Want me to pick you up anything?"
If the diner was still open, they could have just called in their usual orders. But that was no longer an option. "I really wish there were someplace close by that makes a good salad," Charlene said as she came to her office door. "Too bad the diner closed."
"Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing," she murmured.
"Where are you going to go? I'm not picky. Whatever you decide, I'll get something from there."
"I'm not sure, but maybe I'll just go to the grocery store and get stuff for us to make some salads. What do you think?"
"Ooh, fun. Yes, let's do that."
"Any special requests?"
"I'm good with anything, but I'd love a low-fat ranch dressing for mine. And maybe a rotisserie chicken, for protein."
"That sounds yummy," Harlow said, making a mental list.
"And croutons. Wait, don't they have a salad bar? You know what? I'll just come with you. I could use a break."
And just like that, they were walking out to her car and driving across town to make their salads. Personally, Harlow had never paid attention to whether there was a salad bar in the grocery store, but when they got there, she was pleased to see that her boss was right. Salads made, she made a quick run down a few aisles to pick up some things she needed at home and met Charlene at the checkout.
"Great idea," Harlow said when they were back in the car. "I'd rather someone else make my salad, but now that I know this is an option at lunchtime, it may become my thing. Maybe we should be actively pursuing new restaurants for the town.
I can't believe the Oakany just shut its doors without selling. I got the feeling it was a lot like Dale and Peggy. They couldn't bear the thought of someone else running the place. But unlike Dale and Peggy, I don't think anyone was interested in buying it, since the town was essentially floundering. Let's be honest, it still is. Even with Walker and his friends taking over the resort and all the new homes and businesses coming to Pineview, it's going to be a while before we start feeling the effects here in our neck of the woods. It could easily be a year or two before we're back on our feet, and even longer before we're thriving. It's a vicious cycle, she commented. Like, we need the small businesses to draw people here, but they need the people here in order to stay in business. I just wish it could happen sooner rather than later.
Same. But at least we solved our salad problem, right?
Charlene teased. One thing at a time, Harlow said with a laugh. When they got back to the office, they each ate their lunch at their desks. Charlene said she had emails to send, and Harlow needed to start her research. Only she didn't. Instead, she ate and scrolled through several celebrity gossip sites, and then did the same with Facebook and Instagram. It was mindless reading while she ate, and she was almost relieved when she got a text from Walker. Walker.
Hey, my brown-eyed girl, how's your day going?
Oh, how cute is he? She whispered, smiling at her phone. Harlow. It's good. How's yours going? Did you get to smash anything today?
Walker. I did. We knocked down a couple of old sheds that were rotting. I didn't get to smash them with my bare hands, but I got to drive the bulldozer.
Harlow. Good for you. Walker.
I got your email earlier and forwarded it to everyone. They all said they'd look at it later.
Harlow. That's fine, no rush. This was really just for them to get an idea of what kind of inventory we have in town. Walker.
I know you're busy, but have you had a chance to look at land? Ever since we talked about it the other night, it's kind of been playing heavy on my mind.
Crap. Harlow. That's what I'm going to work on this afternoon. I'm just finishing up my lunch, and that's next on my agenda.
Walker. Seriously, I'm not rushing you. If you have other things to do, that's fine.
Harlow. You're not rushing me, okay? I told you I'd work on it, and I am. No worries. Walker.
Okay. Woof. Thanks.
Harlow. So what else are you working on today? Did you finish meeting with all the contractors? Walker.
We have, and we've signed on with Dave Anderson and Blueprint Builders.
Walker.
And I agree about the nephew. He has no idea what he's doing and is easily distracted.
Walker.
But Dave promised to be the lead on the resort until it's done.
Harlow. That's great. I just saw Russell and his fiancée yesterday to show them yet another house. Walker.
And?
Harlow. I think they're going to end up living with their parents at this rate. They can't make a decision.
Walker. That's the impression I got from Russell, too.
Walker.
Either way, they're starting on Monday.
Harlow. Wow, that's fast. Walker.
We'd already been in talks with him, so he knew we were close to deciding.
Walker.
Between me and the guys and the landscaping crew, we've made a lot of progress all over the place.
Walker.
Why don't you come for dinner tonight and see it all?
Walker.
I miss you.
Her heart did a funny little flutter just reading those 3 little words. Harlow. I miss you too. Harlow. Is Connor cooking? Walker.
Nope. We're all on our own tonight. Jace and Kelsey are heading to the airport along with Milo. Connor's going to do a dinner video chat with his daughter. And Axel and Slater are heading out for a guys' night.
Harlow. So we'd almost have the place to ourselves? Walker.
Exactly.
Harlow. I'll pick up dinner. What time should I be there? Walker.
As soon as you can. I can't wait to get my hands on you."
She was already shivering with delight. "Harlow, what a coincidence. I can't wait for your hands to be on me." "Walker."
"You're killing me. Text me when you're on your way."
"Harlow." "Deal. See you later." When she put her phone down, she was motivated to get some information for him. She might not have time to pin down phone numbers and make calls, but she wanted to have at least a little bit of data to present to him. Letting out a long breath, she began typing in her first search, property by county. It was slow and monotonous, and it felt like she wasn't getting anywhere after an hour of searching. But with every bit of information she found, she refined her search, tried other websites, and eventually called the county clerk's office to see if she could get any information that way. All she got was an instruction to leave a voicemail. So she did. For another 2 hours, she looked at maps and property lines and wrote down parcel and lot numbers so she could hopefully share them with the clerk's office if they called her back. But then, finally, she had some luck. She found several small lots and the names of the people who owned them. Hallelujah! "Okay, here we go," she murmured, jotting down all the information. Owners' names and addresses were fine, but what she really needed were phone numbers. That took a little more time, and she was getting desperate to find all the contact information for even one owner. "How's it going out here?" Charlene asked, this time on her way to grab a bottle of water. Harlow sighed wearily before explaining everything she'd been doing for the last several hours. "I'm telling you, this is mentally exhausting. I'm seeing Walker for dinner, and I'd love to say that I made a little progress." "Here, let me see your list." Charlene walked over and studied the list of names. "Oh, I know some of them. Hang on, let me get my phone." Harlow was on her feet immediately, list in hand, and following her boss into her office. "Seriously? You think you have some of these numbers on your phone? How is that possible?" "I've sold houses to 2 of them, went to school with one of them, and I think another on the list is friends with my parents, so let's see," she said distractedly, scrolling through her contacts. Her heart was racing, and it was the first time all afternoon that she truly felt optimistic. Even if she didn't get to talk to anyone today, she could potentially start off strong tomorrow. "Okay, here," Charlene said quietly. "Write these down." She rattled off 3 different phone numbers for her to match with her list. "This 4th one, I swear I know the name. When I get home later, I'll call my parents and see if they can be of some help." "Thanks, Char. I really appreciate the help. And if I sell any of these, we can split the commission if you'd like." "Oh, sweetie, the office already gets a cut, so don't worry about it. I'm just glad to help." She sat back down behind her desk. "Are you going to make some calls now, or—" They were interrupted by the sound of Harlow's phone ringing. She quickly excused herself and ran out to her desk and saw it was the clerk's office calling. Wow, my luck is definitely turning around. "Hello," she said calmly as she sat back down, and for the next 20 minutes she went over her requests and gathered as much information as she could. Honestly, it was more than she thought she would get, and when they came to the last parcel on her list, she was almost afraid to push her luck. "I appreciate all of your time and help with this, but is there any chance I can ask you about one more lot?" The clerk, a lovely woman named Leah, said, "Of course. What lot number are you looking at?" "You are awesome," Harlow replied first. "Okay, it's lot number 1702, same road as the others." Let's see. The owner is... Oh, this is kind of funny." "Really? What is?" "The owners of lot 1702 have the same last name as you, Miss St. James." Excuse me?" "Yes, the lot belongs to Alan and Betty St. James. Any relation to you?" For a moment, Harlow didn't know what to say. Ms. St. James? Are you still there? Oh, yes. Sorry, yes, Alan and Betty are distant relatives, she lied. Thank you so much for your help, Leah. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. It was my pleasure. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks. You too. She hung up and put her phone down before covering her face in her hands. Her grandparents. The grandparents who have been less than enthusiastic about reestablishing a relationship with her. The very same grandparents who rarely return her calls. Let's just call them Plan B, she mumbled. There were plenty of other names on her list for her to work from, and with any luck, she wouldn't need to reach out to her relatives. And she was going to keep that bit of information to herself. Her phone dinged with an incoming text, and she nearly jumped out of her skin at the sound of it, and then sighed when she saw it was from Walker. Walker. Hey, just checking to see if you know when you're heading my way. Walker. No rush if you're busy. Walker. I really need to take a shower, and I kind of thought maybe you'd like to join me. That made her laugh, because the shower in the cabin was barely big enough to fit Walker. If she joined him, they'd be plastered together from head to toe. Just thinking about it got her all tingly. Making calls could wait. Harlow, I'm going to order a pizza right now and then head your way when it's ready. Harlow, don't you dare get soapy without me. 12. This is a little creepy. Creepy? Yup, definitely creepy. Walker was leading Harlow up the steps to the lodge after dark. We could make a fire and sit around it telling ghost stories. Now that would be creepy. Walking up a dimly lit path to an abandoned hotel? I'm not seeing that as creepy. He firmly had her hand in his, and there were solar lights illuminating their way, so he wasn't sure what she was freaking out about. They had taken a very sexy shower and made love before they dealt with their dinner, which went cold. The oven in Walker's cabin was old and didn't seem like it was very reliable, so they opted to come up to the lodge and use the kitchen there. As soon as they started walking up there, though, Harlow had mentioned how creepy it looked. "Why don't you leave at least a few lights on?" she asked. "I mean, it just makes sense." "Harlow, no one was supposed to be up here, so there was no reason to leave any lights on," he told her, trying to sound comforting. "Just another minute and we'll be inside and everything will be fine." She made a non-committal sound, but just like he promised, they were soon inside, and he was flipping every light switch he could find. "Better?" he asked, when he hit one last switch. It was so bright in the room that it took a moment for his eyes to adjust. "Much," she said with a smile. "Have you guys done any more work in here?" "Not yet. Jace inspected all the electrical stuff. That's sort of his thing. He's an electrical engineer. Anyway, he inspected it and he suggested that we replace everything." "Oh, wow. That's got to be a lot, huh?" He nodded, leading them into the kitchen and turning on one of the ovens. "We were expecting it. My guess is all the electrical and plumbing should be replaced. We're probably going to demo all the bathrooms, too, and start fresh. Literally, all new sinks, showers, and toilets. And we need to find an interior designer. We want the entire resort to have a cohesive look. And I could probably do the work and pick stuff out, but I'd rather have a professional do it." "You really should. That's very important. You want the rooms to be inviting without breaking the bank. Have you interviewed any designers?" "Not yet. It's just one more thing to add to my ever-growing to-do list." "I might be able to help you with that. You know, if you're interested." Walker put their pizza box down on the stainless steel island and faced her. "You know a designer?" She nodded. "Actually, I know 3. I met them at various home shows, like the big ones at convention centers, and have worked with all of them. I can't say with great certainty that they've ever done a job of this scope, but at least it's a starting point, right? He walked over and kissed her soundly.
You are amazing.
Blushing, she thanked him.
If you don't mind sharing their contact information, I would appreciate it,
he commented as he walked across the kitchen to find a cooking sheet to put their pizza on.
And speaking of contact info, any luck on the property search?
Oh, it's taking a bit more work than I thought it would. I finally had to get on the phone with the county clerk's office, and now I have a list of names and only a handful of phone numbers. I plan on making calls tomorrow. Walker looked at her over his shoulder and winked.
Like I said, amazing.
And he meant it. He knew how their relationship started after their sexy romp in his hotel room, and amazing wasn't anywhere near what he would have called her. His grandmother's words and warnings were on his mind a lot lately. While he could understand why she felt that way, that wasn't the vibe he was getting from Harlow. But if it was true, maybe that would work to his advantage as she tried to find him property for his glamping site. It was crazy how excited he was about the possibilities. He was willing to concede that maybe his vision for the resort wasn't completely right. He hated it, but he could be the bigger person and own up to it. That didn't mean he didn't still want to implement some of his ideas, maybe a little separate from the original resort complex. "Can I help you with anything?" she asked, coming over and just standing next to him.
I think we have some wine somewhere, or even some beer in the fridge, if you would prefer.
He placed the pizza on the cooking sheet.
Are you good with eating up here, or is it still too creepy?
He teased. Laughing, Harlow walked away and pulled open the refrigerator door. "Ha ha, you're hysterical. And I'm fine with eating up here like we did the other night with everyone. It was walking up here in the dark that was creepy, wise guy."
Do we want to eat out on the deck or in here?
In here. It's a little chilly out tonight. Grabbing a couple of bottles of beer, she placed them on the island. I'm kind of excited just thinking about the work that's going to be done in here. This is the space I was always more familiar with. All those empty rooms make me sad. She sighed. I imagine there is so much to think about. It's not just bathroom fixtures. It's flooring, carpeting, window treatments, furniture. And then it's not just the guest rooms, but all the common areas. Pausing, she shook her head. You definitely have your work cut out for you.
Like he needed the reminder. Honestly, the biggest thing this week was bringing in the big machinery to get the land cleared and cleaned up, especially around the cabins, so we can do repairs and paint and everything else that needs to be done. I've been here for almost an entire month, and I don't feel like we've even scratched the surface.
She hopped up on the island. Well, it may not feel that way, but you have. There was a lot of mental work, planning, inspecting, working on budgets, interviewing potential contractors that had to come first. Those things don't show when you stand outside and look around, but they're probably the most important part of the entire project. The oven timer beeped, and he slid the pizza in before walking over and stepping between her legs.
You're very wise, Ms. St. James,
he murmured against her lips before kissing her.
I love the way your mind works.
Thank you, she preened. I've been working in real estate for a very long time. Even before I got my license, I was working in the office, learning everything I could. I can handle selling anything from a trailer to a mansion, or... Pausing, she laughed softly. A resort.
Yeah, that. I know you could have, and you would have done right by everyone,
he said gruffly.
But if you did, then we wouldn't have met.
As soon as the words were out, he realized how ridiculous that sounded. After all, they were just casually dating. Her commission on selling the resort would have given her financial security for a very long time. Reaching up, Harlow cupped his jaw. "And that would have been a shame," she said softly, "because I have really enjoyed getting to know you. My life was pretty boring before you rolled into town."
Her words were serious, and he knew she wasn't making fun or making light of what he said. If anyone would have told me I was going to meet such a vibrant woman my first night here, and that she would challenge me, excite me, and just make everything here better, I never would have believed them.
Placing his hand over hers, holding it close against his cheek, he added,
"We may not have had a conventional beginning, Harlow, but that doesn't matter. I like where we are. A lot. You're the bright spot in my days."
Her smile softened. "It's the same for me. I like that we have similar life experiences here in Harbor Town, and yet you're not a hometown boy. Your world fascinates me.
I wish my life until now wasn't such a train wreck." He hated that for her, too. It was still hard to believe anyone had lived through what she had and still faced the world with a smile. "That's all behind you," he told her, keeping his tone soft. "I see only good things in your future."
"Oh, yeah?
"Do you have a crystal ball that I haven't seen yet?"
she teased, and he had to stop himself from making a ridiculously obvious and crass comeback.
"Nope. I just think only good things are going to happen for you. You've overcome so much. You work hard. You help others."
He shrugged.
"I think the universe owes you."
That made her laugh. That I have to agree with. She leaned in and kissed him, and when she pulled back, Walker could tell she had something to say, but he didn't want to push. He could wait her out. The oven timer beeped again, and he turned to get their pizza out. Harlow grabbed some plates and their beers and walked out to their dining area. It took a few minutes for them to get everything they needed before they were finally sitting. He served her first, before taking a couple of slices for himself. "Ooh, that's perfect," she said after taking a bite. "Very yummy."
The kitchen is the one area that was somewhat updated. The appliances, anyway. I guess those were the most important to them.
It makes sense. When you're feeding the masses, you need to make sure everything's working properly. Plus, the Board of Health has a lot to say about it. If they ever failed an inspection, they would have no choice but to comply or they'd be shut down.
It's weird. I work in the hospitality business, but there are aspects of it I never considered. Like the ones that don't fall under my job title. Things like the kitchen, the Board of Health. Maybe it's because I knew that was going to be Connor's domain that I never even considered it.
He studied her for a moment.
"Every time you come here, you give me more to think about."
Is that a bad thing?
He wanted to say yes, because she was pointing out all the ways he was unprepared, but that sounded like he was pouting,
which he internally was.
"Not necessarily bad," he replied carefully. "Let's just say you've humbled me. I thought when I showed up here in Harbor Town that I had it all worked out, and everything was going to go according to my plan. Mine. No one else's, because no one else knew as much as I did."
A mirthless laugh was out before he could stop it.
Man, did I get that wrong.
"Walker, you didn't get it wrong. You and the guys just obviously didn't talk things through enough. Now that you're all here, or mostly all here, you can do that. You've got a long road ahead of you with the renovations. I'm guessing you have at least 3 months before you have to get serious about operations. And considering you're all basically living here, there's no excuse not to talk."
"I guess. Most days we're all in different spots, trying to tackle as much as we can before the general contractor shows up on site Monday.
He's got permits to file, and it's not like he's going to jump right in and start transforming everything. But we've been so focused on getting to a place where he can start that it's all we've been talking about.
Really? He nodded.
And at night, when we're all up here eating or out grabbing something to eat, we're talking about how the day went.
I'm sure things will shift once the contractors are here. The main thing you need to remember is to be open to their suggestions. I don't know what everyone's contributions are to this project financially, but you're a team. Even if you put in the most money, you still need to listen to everyone's concerns. Another nod, and they ate in companionable silence for a few minutes.
What about you?
He asked.
What is work like for you?
She laughed softly, shaking her head. You're not going to believe this, but there's a lot of renewed interest in our little town.
Really? Because of what we're doing here?
Partially, but also because of the work going on over in Pineview. There's a new mall that's being proposed, tons of new houses, and... Pausing, she sighed, and he had a feeling whatever she was going to say next wasn't good for him.
Come on, Harlow.
He gently nudged.
You don't have to sugarcoat whatever you need to tell me.
There's suddenly a lot of interest in land. Today alone, I had 3 emails inquiring about plots of land. Between what you're doing with the resort and all the stuff coming to Pineview, more investors and builders are looking to be a part of it. Damn.
So, what do you think that means to me?
I'm not sure. Selling real estate, whether it's homes or property, is my livelihood. I can't only be looking for property for you. I have to help these people.
Of course. I wouldn't expect you not to,
he assured her. However, there could be people who have more money to spend or want bigger parcels, and you might not get what you want.
Oh, well, I guess that's a risk I need to take, right? And you're going to start making calls tomorrow?
She nodded. There are a few plots that could work for you. I think the size would be ideal for your project.
But
again, we need to be prepared for a bidding war. If I find land for one developer, word may travel, and I hate to say it, but...
You need to go to the highest bidder.
He finished for her.
And not just for you, but for your seller.
Exactly. I'm hopeful I'm going to find something for everyone, she told him. I just wanted to be completely honest with you. Reaching across the table, she squeezed his hand. Okay? He nodded.
Okay.
Walker let out a long breath and decided that this wasn't the mood he wanted for the rest of the night. He needed to shift gears fast.
Have you ever gone skinny dipping in the lake?
Crap! Crappity crap! It had been 2 weeks since the night she and Walker had a pizza at the lodge, and she had been very busy trying to find the right property deal for him. Only, it wasn't working out that way. Charlene stepped out of her office, and Swati perked up from her spot across from Harlow. "Everything okay?" Charlene asked. "I just sold that large parcel of land. You know, lot number 1710, she said miserably. "Holy crap, Harlow," Swati said with awe. "That was 55 acres. That's amazing." "Congratulations!" Charlene cried happily as she ran over to hug her. "That's truly incredible. What was the selling price?" 1.1 million. And yeah, she wasn't particularly enthused. Both women stood and stared at her like she was crazy, and to be honest, she was. The deal was amazing, her biggest sale ever, but it was in a really great spot for Walker. Unfortunately, the seller didn't want to break up the property, and it was way more land than Walker needed. Plus, it was much more than he wanted to spend. "Okay, maybe I'm missing something here," Charlene said, interrupting her thoughts. "But why aren't you happier?" So she explained about Walker and the situation. "And there are other pieces of land, but he's going to get outbid on them, too. I think lot number 1707 is going to sell next. I'm expecting to hear from the seller on the offer we put in." "And how big is that lot?" Swati asked. 25 acres, she sighed. "It's still more than Walker wanted. He narrowed it down to 15 acres, and the location wasn't directly connected to the resort, but he could have made it work." Swati and Charlene exchanged glances before her boss sat on the edge of Harlow's desk. "Harlow, sweetie, you are doing some amazing things right now with these deals. I mean, 2 big property deals in the same week? That's fantastic." She nodded, staring at her laptop screen. A new email popped up and she read the subject line and sighed again. 3. "Excuse me?" 3. I just got an email from Tom and Angela Foreman that they're accepting the offer I presented to them on Monday for lot number 1703. She glanced up. 17 acres. Bidding war. A major bidding war. "Let me guess," Swati chimed in. "Walker bid on it?" "Yup." "How much did they outbid him by?" Charlene asked. 75,000. She shook her head in disgust. "It's insane. It was an outrageous bid, but I had to share it with them. I couldn't keep that information, and Walker told me his absolute max bid. There was nothing I could do, but I don't feel good about it." "Are you insane?" her boss demanded. "Harlow, you are going to close on three huge property deals. These are the kind of deals that most agents would kill for. You essentially made $100,000 this week. Week, Harlow, not year, not month, but this week. You should be celebrating, not moping around because Walker Bradshaw lost out." "We get that you're, in love with him," Swati went on. "But he essentially has 1,500 acres to do stuff with. If he's thinking of changing things up down the road, then he can transform a section of the property then. Right now, these deals are great for not only you, but the entire town." "Exactly," Charlene agreed. "And I understand that this isn't the big commission you had dreamed of by selling the Lakeview Harbor Resort, but it's still wildly impressive." "I know," she said with a small huff. "I know. It's just hard to be super excited when I'm going to have to break the bad news to Walker and hear how disappointed he is." She was already dreading it. Swati braced both her hands on Harlow's desk. "Okay, not to sound like a total bitch, but, do you remember the night Walker took you to dinner? The night you went to the Artisan Grill?" Nodding, she said, "Yes, why?" "Okay, he didn't care that he was literally crushing your dream. If anything, he sort of took joy in dangling the hope of you maybe convincing him to sell and then waited until you were relaxed and enjoying yourself before he yanked it away," Swati reminded her. "He took you an hour from home, knowing that the news would devastate you." Not her favorite memory of her time with Walker. "I do remember that, but it was before we got involved. We've moved on from it. There's no way I'm going to take joy in breaking this news to him, or make it like it's some sort of payback for what he did to me." Swati shrugged. "I'm just saying that you shouldn't feel bad. Even if this isn't vindictive, he should know how hard it is to have something you desperately want taken away from you." "Aren't there more plots still available?" Charlene asked. "Did anyone else on the list say yes to wanting to sell?" "There are 2 that said no, and one who is asking for way more than the property is worth." "Wasn't there one more? I remember you showing me the map and the list," Charlene commented. "I thought I saw... The last piece of property belongs to my grandparents," she said flatly. "On my father's side." They both gasped. "I thought you were trying to reconnect with them," Swati said softly. "Tried. I have tried, but they don't seem interested. There's no way I want to reach out to them about the property they own. It feels wrong, and I don't know, it feels a bit desperate on my part. Plus, they're clearly not good people. I was a kid, well, a teenager when my father went to prison. My mom thought she was protecting me. I didn't have a say in who I saw or didn't see. So..." She shook her head again. "I just don't want to deal with them, okay? Maybe it's stupid, but I can't."
"Does Walker know about all the plots?"
Charlene asked. "No. I didn't give him all the information. He knows about all except, the last one." Saying it all out loud made her feel like that teenage girl who was tormented back in high school because of her father's crime. It was a part of her life she hated to think about, and this situation with her grandparents made her feel even more unloved than she already did. So basically, she didn't want to engage on any level with them. It was pointless to keep pursuing a relationship with them because they'd made it clear that she wasn't worth it. The logical side of her brain told her she was being crazy, that she was potentially missing out on a deal because of personal reasons, and she needed to keep personal feelings out of business. But she couldn't. Not with this. Walker didn't need to know. Charlene rested her hand on Harlow's shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. "Okay, then. That's your decision. And I think we need to just move on and maybe go celebrate? What do you say? Should we go and get drinks at the pub? Are you feeling up to it? My treat." Did she really want to sit here and continue to pout? She had kicked ass on these deals, and the money was going to change her life right now. So, she knew what she had to do and would deal with breaking the news to Walker later. Like, after she had a few cocktails, perhaps. Let's go celebrate. She didn't tell Walker after a few cocktails, or even after a few days. It seemed like the guys were on a roll doing demo on the lodge, and she was busy completing contracts on her property deals. By the time they were actually going to see each other, almost an entire week had passed. Now he was on his way to pick her up at the office so they could go to dinner together. Ironically, he chose the Artisan Grill because he said he needed to make up for the way things went the last time he took her there. After her conversation with Swati and Charlene last week, Harlow was a little twitchy about returning to the scene of the crime, metaphorically speaking. But she pushed that thought aside and focused on having a nice date night. It had been a long time since they had anywhere other than either of their places with takeout or the harbor pub. "Harlow?" Charlene called out from her office. "I just printed out a list of the remaining properties in the area. I thought it could be good for reference. It has the map, the property lines, acreage, and owners' names. Can you grab it for me?" "Sure." Walking over to the printer, she grabbed it and nodded at how thorough it was. Glancing at the names, she really wished Charlene had left her grandparents' names and property off of it. She didn't want them to profit from any of the upgrades coming to town. Sighing, she was about to walk into her boss's office when her phone rang. Sitting down, she got caught up in a conversation with a woman whose family was going to be relocating to the area and who wanted to discuss several houses that were currently for sale. The call went on and on and on, and by the time she hung up, Charlene's printout was completely forgotten. However, that didn't stop her from going into her office and discussing several listings that came up on the phone call, most of which were Charlene's. In the distance, she heard someone come in and peeked out to see if it was Walker. Waving, she smiled. "Hey, I'm just finishing up something. You can have a seat at my desk. I won't be long." He gave her a thumbs up, and Harlow went back to talking with her boss. "They sound super motivated," she said, "and I think all the houses would work for them. They're coming to town this weekend, and I hate to ask this, but..."
"But you'd like me to do the showing because you have plans with Walker?"
Charlene lightly asked. "Well, nothing's really set yet, but I was going to suggest him taking a day off while we were at dinner. He's been working so hard, and I thought I'd see if he was interested in maybe driving down to Manhattan for the weekend." She grinned. "I haven't been in years, and I thought it might be a pleasant distraction."
"Plus, you deserve a little time away too, Harlow.
"You've earned it. You've been working so hard lately." Oh, she was fully aware of it. "It's just crazy, you know?"
"What is?"
Charlene asked. "Like, the way it all played out with those properties. The timing. I mean, the fact that I had casually mentioned the idea to Walker, and then a bunch of people start reaching out, and now they're all under contract, and..." She paused and lowered her voice. "And Walker isn't."
"Have you told him yet?"
She shook her head. "And I don't want to bring it up tonight and risk ruining our evening. But I'm sure he's going to ask."
"Just break it to him gently. No need to do it smugly like he did to you,"
she said, with a bit of side-eye to the outer office. "I really wish I hadn't shared that with everyone."
"I'm sure everything's going to be fine. Go and have a nice evening. And remember, you don't need to feel bad. You were doing your job, and you were killing it."
Yeah, she was really proud of herself. Their little celebration last week helped her see that. "Okay, I'm out of here, and I'll see you tomorrow." With a wave and a smile, she walked out to join Walker. He was sitting behind her desk, scrolling on his phone, and looking like he didn't have a care in the world. He stood when he spotted her and met her halfway and kissed her.
"There's my girl."
"Hey there, handsome," she said with a blissful sigh, smoothing her hand over his chest. "Sorry to keep you waiting."
"No worries,"
he assured her.
"Are you ready? Do we need to stop by your place and drop off your car?"
"Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Do we have time?"
"Sure. You're not far from here."
He kissed her lightly.
"But let's hurry just in case."
Grabbing her things, they walked out the door, and Harlow hated having even a few minutes apart now that they were finally together again. They had talked on the phone almost every day, but they were both distracted. She'd missed him and was really looking forward to their date, even with the possibility of breaking bad news. Luckily, the drive to her place was quick, and she hopped out of her car and quickly climbed into his truck. Smoothing a hand over her skirt, she smiled at him as she buckled her seatbelt. "I'm glad I freshened up at work and we didn't need to waste more time."
"You look beautiful,"
he said, reaching for her hand. "Ah, thank you," she said serenely. "Can I just say that I'm so happy we both finally had some free time?"
"You and me both. We have been going non-stop with demo, taking down wallpaper, ripping up carpets, removing sinks and toilets and showers."
He groaned.
"I know it's saving us a ton of money to do this stuff ourselves, but it's brutal, and way more physical work than I had planned."
"I can't believe you're all being so hands-on. I get the cost savings, but it's a lot, especially when it's not what you're used to doing. Axel's the only one in construction, right?" He nodded. For the rest of the drive, he updated her on all the work and what was coming next. She hated the thought of so much destruction happening at the beloved resort, but she knew it was necessary to do things the right way and make sure everything was safe and up to code.
"When we get to the restaurant, I'll show you some pictures,"
he promised. "Have you found anything really bad, like leaks or anything that will cause more construction work to repair? With a building that old, it wouldn't surprise me."
"Not in the main building. I think that was some solid construction all those years ago. It's the cabins that have the most damage. Some of them will have to be completely demolished, unfortunately, and some will have to be taken down to the studs. I considered just taking them all out and starting over, but it wouldn't save us any money. If anything, it would cost a lot more."
That made sense. He talked about the cabins, the property, the lodge, Connor's menu ideas, Slater's activity plans, and how at night it sometimes feels like they're at a sleepaway camp. Someone's extra chatty tonight, she thought. Before she knew it, they were pulling up to the restaurant. Walker took her hand in his as they walked inside and to their table. Harlow let him pick their wine, and she went and ordered the oysters again, just like he went with the escargot. Actually, they both ordered everything the same as they had the last time, and once they were done ordering, she felt like they were both completely relaxed. "Let me see some pictures," she said excitedly. "After listening to you talk all about it, I'm dying to see how it all looks." He laughed softly.
"It mostly looks like a big mess. But,"
shrugging, he tapped and swiped at his phone screen.
"I'd love to get your input on something."
She sat up a little straighter. "Of course. What's up?" When he turned his phone around and held it up for her, she wasn't sure what she was looking at. But when she figured it out, it was like a punch to the gut.
"When were you going to tell me you sold all the properties out from under me?"
13. It had taken every ounce of self-control he possessed to not confront her about this extremely detailed list he saw on her desk before now. And he wasn't prone to snooping, but it was literally right there on her desk, smack dab in front of him. The only way he could have missed it is if he had sat there with his eyes closed. He watched all the color drain from her face as she sat there looking horrified. He just knew she was going to apologize or tell him it's not what it looks like, so he'd wait her out.
"What the hell is wrong with you?" she hissed.
What?
"You brought me to the same restaurant to ambush me again? Seriously, Walker, what the hell is wrong with you?"
"Me?"
he asked incredulously.
"You're the one selling property out from under me. You know I want extra land, but you're not going to let that happen, are you?"
Her eyes went wide right before she ripped his phone from his hand. "You see this lot right here?" she asked, angrily pointing to the top right part of the screen. "It's way more land than you want or can afford, and the owner didn't want to split it up. And this one right here? This is the one you put an offer in on, and you were outbid. Wildly outbid, might I add. I get that you and I are dating, but this is my job, and I'm not about to compromise anything and cheat a client out of getting the best deal possible."
"Which means you—"
he began to accuse, but she cut him off. "Which means I made a nice commission on it, so sue me, I need to make a living." She snorted with disgust. "And that third piece? It was more acreage than you wanted, more money, and they also didn't want to split it up. So what exactly did I do wrong, huh? Please, explain it to me how I'm doing anything to you." She slid his phone back toward him before sitting back, crossing her arms over her chest, and essentially shooting daggers at him with those dark, angry eyes. He realized his mistake immediately. He just didn't know how to backpedal. Carefully, he picked up his phone and tapped the image he took before deciding to throw himself on her mercy. Again.
"Okay. Try to look at this from my point of view."
"Oh, I have," she snapped quietly. "I've dreaded telling you any of this because I didn't want you to be discouraged or upset. You've been so focused on how things are going and how you're not getting your way on all the details that I hated to be one more person to let you down."
Shit.
"I can't force anyone to sell their property," she said, and then made a derisive sound. "I think we're both well aware of that. But this is out of my hands, Walker. So if you want to hold that against me, then that's on you." For several long moments, neither spoke. Their server brought out their appetizers, and while Walker thanked him, Harlow said nothing. So they ate in silence, too. Honestly, he had no idea how to make things right, and cursed himself for the way he approached the subject with her. Any time he felt wronged, he went into attack mode first, without gathering any kind of information. When will I learn? There was no way he could enjoy his food, and for some reason he looked at the picture again, zooming in on it a bit. That's when he saw it. The names. Alan and Betty St. James. It could be a coincidence, but Harbortown was a small town, and he highly doubted there were two families with the same last name. St. James wasn't all that common. So, for a brief moment, he was going to turn the phone around in another aha moment, but quickly decided against it. Instead, he gently cleared his throat to get her attention.
This plot here.
He began gruffly.
Alan and Betty St. James. Any relation to you?
And that's when he saw it. Regret. Guilt. Maybe a little of both.
Harlow?
She primly straightened in her seat. My paternal grandparents, she replied. And I'm sorry, but I cannot reach out to them.
Why not?
Her eyes went wide again, but instead of rage, there was sadness there. It almost made him feel guilty for asking. After my father was arrested for, murder, my mother was obsessed with keeping me away from anything and anyone who was related to him.
Like your grandparents,
he murmured. Exactly. So we were estranged for years. I don't know how my mother let them know or if there was any kind of fight about it. All I know is that one day I had grandparents I used to see all the time, to having no one but my mother.
What the hell was he supposed to say to that?
After my mom took off, I decided that I wanted to see them. Without her around, I didn't have to worry about what she thought. Plus, I was completely alone. Pausing, she took a sip of her wine. Anyway, I went to see them. I brought flowers for my grandmother, lilies because those were her favorite, and the newest James Patterson book for my grandfather. I remembered how much he loved those books, and the newest one had just come out.
So, what happened?
I showed up at their house thinking this was going to be an awesome surprise and a big emotional thing, but it was a lackluster greeting at best. I was invited in, and it was like going into a stranger's house. There were no hugs, no laughter, and certainly no sign that I was missed. She shrugged. I stayed for an hour, and my grandmother said she needed some time to adjust to the thought of us being a family again. But this time she sighed and shrugged. After 3 attempts to reconnect, I got the hint.
Damn. I'm sorry, Harlow. Really.
She mumbled thanks, but there was no actual feeling behind it. The thing was, he understood why she didn't want to reach out to them. But they had a piece of land that might help him achieve his goal. Would it be wrong to ask if maybe one of her colleagues could reach out? Would that be awkward? Should he go to another real estate office outside of Harbortown? There were probably several of them in Pineview. If he did this right, Harlow wouldn't even have to know. Well, until he expanded the resort and she figured out where the land came from. But by then, would she really be holding a grudge? Can I ask you something? Her question interrupted his thoughts, and he simply nodded. Do I mean anything to you?
He didn't even need to think about it. Of course you do. Why would you even ask that?
For starters, because you keep accusing me of things and then picking the absolute worst times to do it. I mean, this is the second dinner at this place that you've ruined.
Yeah. Sorry. I didn't think about it like that. I saw that paper, and it freaked me out.
Maybe you shouldn't have been going through the papers on my desk, she murmured.
It was right there, Harlow,
he explained wearily.
On top of everything.
You obviously looked at it long enough to get a picture.
She looked ready to say something else, but reconsidered, shaking her head. Back to my original question. You say I mean something to you. But what? Am I a casual girlfriend? A convenient hookup? Do you see yourself getting serious with me?
I'm crazy about you,
he admitted, boldly reaching for one of her hands.
I hate that we have this whole business thing between us. I wish we didn't. I'm already hating the thought of leaving here in a few months and going back to my job. I know I'll be coming back, but I don't know what that's going to look like for us.
When she went to gently pull her hand back, Walker held on.
Everything about this relationship has been challenging, but that's mostly because of outside influences. When it's just the two of us, it's the greatest thing in the world. So if you want to know how I feel, or where I see us in this for the long haul, Harlow. I see me loving you, and you loving me. Holy shit, did I really just say that?
He did.
Do I mean it?
He did. Her expression softened, and hoped he didn't ruin this for them. I see me loving you, and you loving me too, Walker, she whispered, her eyes welling with tears. How did we get here? And how do you keep redeeming yourself at this restaurant?
He knew she was teasing, but he also knew he needed to stop being such a dick sometimes.
Have I redeemed myself?
He asked carefully.
Are we good? You're not going to call for a car and leave?
She shook her head. I'm not calling for a ride. It hurt that you would think that I was trying to sabotage you. It was my idea for you to buy the property.
I know. And there was a tiny part of me that thought you were getting some sort of thrill out of dangling the carrot and taking it away. You know, like I did to you.
A loud sigh was her initial response. You only dangled the carrot to get me to go to dinner. Once we were there, you were brutally honest.
Okay, but
I think we need to agree right now that neither of us was the best version of ourselves when we first met. Well, after that first night. That night we were awesome. But our first meeting at the resort, we weren't great. He grinned.
I fully agree.
Their server was back to trade out their appetizer for their salads, and it felt like the night was back on track. Here's the thing, she went on, surprising him. I promise to keep looking for land for you. I do. There aren't a ton of options, but I will keep looking and try to find the perfect lot for you. There are a few smaller parcels where I haven't been able to locate the owners.
Okay, great.
He didn't understand why she was sounding so serious, cautious, until... But please, don't reach out to my grandparents, she said, her voice even, her gaze steady. Promise me. Don't go to another agent or anything. Please. They really hurt me. I was an innocent victim in a terrible tragedy, and they didn't care. So, please, let me try to find you another piece of land. Forget about theirs. Okay? Essentially, she was asking him to choose. Choose between her and his dream. Damn. It was like she had heard his earlier inner thoughts. But right now, he'd promise her anything. Okay, he assured her. A month later, and Harlow had 0 leads on property for Walker. Fortunately, he'd been dealing with so much with the renovations at the resort that the topic rarely came up, and when it did, she used sexy measures to distract him. Needless to say, they were both satisfied. Still, she knew she had exhausted her search, and when to throw in the towel. She just dreaded telling Walker. At last count, they'd had to demolish 12 cabins. They weren't all in the same section, which sucked, because then he could have possibly claimed that area for his glamping pods. Something she would have been incredibly thankful for. On top of that, there were some issues with the new plumbing that had to go in, and there had been a week of heavy rain that meant all the work they had been focused on had to shift, and all the crews had to work on the lodge, and they didn't have most of the materials needed for it. She really felt bad that things were going a little off script, but she explained how that's sometimes how things went in construction. Fortunately, Axel was there for that conversation and confirmed her statement. None of the other guys seemed bothered by the changes or setbacks. Only Walker. Part of her felt like maybe he took it more personally, because this was his family's business, and he wanted to prove that he could handle it and make everything better. It would make sense, but she never thought of coming right out and asking him. Maybe one of these days she would. Ever since their conversation at dinner that night at the Artisan Grill, things changed. They never went to Manhattan, mainly because after everything that went down that night, she never brought it up. But Walker seemed more relaxed, and Harlow knew she was too. It was like their admissions put them both at ease. Love. She already knew she was in love with Walker. Hell, Swati called that well over a month ago, but Harlow had brushed her comment off. So, yes, she was in love with him. She didn't always like him, but she loved him. And if she were being honest, he probably felt the same about her, both the loving and the not always liking. They each had very strong opinions on things, and they didn't always agree. But he was definitely a bigger baby when that happened, and his friends all agreed with her. It was awesome when that happened. It was Friday afternoon, and they were going away for the weekend, and already made promises not to talk about real estate or the resort. And honestly, she couldn't wait. They weren't going to Manhattan, but Walker found a glamping resort about 100 miles away that he was eager to check out. She wanted to reason that going there was breaking their no talking about real estate or the resort rule. But she had to admit that she was kind of curious about what all the fuss was about with glamping. Personally, she wasn't an outdoorsy girl, and when she mentioned that to him, he reasoned that glamping would totally be her style. She still wasn't sure she believed him, but she was looking forward to the two of them getting away together. Standing in the middle of her bedroom, she tried to figure out what exactly she was going to need. Basically, it was just the weekend, and their tent was like a rustic hotel room with electricity and plumbing. It just was in a heavy-duty, fairly soft structure. There were hot tubs and waterfalls, so she knew she needed a bathing suit and probably sturdy shoes. The resort had a restaurant, and Walker told her he really didn't want to go outside of it for anything. He wanted to fully immerse themselves in the experience. I really hope I don't hate this. So she packed up an oversized weekender bag and hoped for the best. Walker knocked on her door a little after 2. They both decided to only work a half a day. and he looked all rugged and sexy, and she was excited to have him all to herself for the entire weekend.
You ready, beautiful?
As I'll ever be. She locked up and followed him out to his truck. I didn't need to pack anything overly specific, right? Like hiking boots or a first aid kit or food? Laughing softly, Walker shook his head as they pulled away from her apartment.
We might want to stop for a few snacks to keep in our tent, but I snagged a couple of bottles of wine on my way to pick you up. Think of it as a luxury resort for outdoorsy people. It's going to be awesome. I really think you're going to love it.
I know. And I went on the website to check it all out.
Didn't it sound fantastic? I mean, the deluxe tents are amazing. A full bathroom with rain shower head, a king-sized bed, hotel-quality bedding and linens.
There were a lot of pillows on those beds, she commented.
There's air conditioning plus an electric wood stove.
That one makes no sense. So basically, it's a fake wood stove.
Yeah, but it looks great. Plus, we have a mini fridge, a coffee maker, bathrobes and towels, plus our own private hot tub. You're not even going to realize you're in a tent.
Somehow she doubted it, but she kept that to herself.
Plus, there seemed to be a lot of activities we could do, like bike trails, kayaking, miniature golf.
Miniature golf? I didn't see that on the website, she said, pulling out her phone to see what he was talking about.
There are sauna pods that I thought looked interesting.
Ugh, I'm not really a sauna person. I hate to sweat.
Walker laughed. Then you better not come to visit me in Texas, because during the summer months, it is blistering hot.
Turning her head, she smiled sweetly. I'll miss you.
He laughed again. Such a brat.
Oh, you were right. Miniature golf. Fun.
I haven't played since high school, but it could be a fun way to kill some time.
Absolutely. They had a long drive ahead of them, and she knew it was going to be hard to pass the time with no mention of their jobs, so she thought maybe they could talk about the resort. Sort of. Just a little bit. So, what are the guys doing this weekend? Did they take time off too?
Oh, definitely. Connor went to be with his daughter and is taking all next week off. Slater and Axel decided to fly to Connecticut to go to Foxwoods.
The casino?
Yep.
Wow. And they're flying?
It was going to be a 4-hour drive. Slater has his pilot's license and has a friend who lent him their plane for the weekend.
That is very cool. I've never known any pilots. I can't believe that never came up all those times I had dinner with everyone.
Well, it didn't have anything to do with the resort, so maybe that's why.
I guess that's possible. So he's a pilot, and he also works for some travel adventure and excursion company? Another small laugh.
He does. Honestly, Slater's a bit of an adrenaline junkie, so he needed to find a career that let him do his thing. He takes people hiking up mountains and down into canyons, ziplining, bungee jumping, skydiving, whitewater rafting, scuba diving. You name it, he's done it.
That is amazing. Do you ever go on those adventures with him?
We've done a couple of group trips where he wasn't on the clock, you know. We went to Hawaii and climbed a volcano, and he convinced us all to go skydiving.
He shuddered.
That is not something I'd want to do again, but I'm glad I tried it.
I would never do that. I couldn't. I'm not afraid of heights per se, but I have zero interest in doing something like that.
So you're not into the extreme sports, huh?
She laughed softly. Not really. I've gone ziplining, but that's about as extreme as I've wanted to go. I think bungee jumping would be a lot like skydiving, so that's a no. I ski, but I guess that's not really extreme.
It could be, depending on the height of the mountain and trail and whatnot.
True. You grew up coming to Harbortown, so I'm sure you're familiar with the local ski resorts. I've gone to all of them, and while I do just fine, it's something else that doesn't overly thrill me.
Something about going downhill very fast. Now it was her turn to shudder. Not a fan of speed then, I'm guessing. Nope. I prefer to be a little more in control. She glanced at him. You strike me as someone who loves speed. He grinned. Definitely. We did a race car driving experience one time. We all got to ride along on a racetrack, and it was so freaking cool. We got to drive, too, but not at the speeds the professionals do. Still, it's something I'd go back and do again. Same thing with water sports. I love to ride on jet skis or go parasailing. We're thinking of adding that as an experience at the resort. We could do it on the lake and only offer it a couple of times a day. She wanted to remind him they weren't supposed to talk about that stuff, but this seemed fairly harmless. Is it always the 5 of you on these trips? Mostly. Milo's the hardest to pin down. He's very hands-on in everything with his company, and sometimes it's hard to drag him away. I think he's only missed a trip or two, but it's way more fun when we're all together. I kind of love how you all met at the resort and stayed friends. It's actually very sweet. We all just really hit it off from the get-go. And back then, we didn't realize how different we all were, or how different our backgrounds were. Axel grew up in foster care, Connor comes from a very wealthy family, and Milo was primarily raised by his grandparents. Slater's dad was a professional baseball player, so he came to the resort with his mom and grandparents while his dad was on the road for the season. Dang, that's something else he never mentioned. Is there a reason for that? Like, do they have a bad relationship? No, nothing like that. His dad wasn't around a lot while he was growing up, but they're close now. They do a lot of these extreme sports and adventures together. It's really kind of cool to see. Then how come? Growing up, a lot of people only befriended him because of his dad. I think he just learned not to bring it up. If you mentioned it to him, he wouldn't be offended. Just don't, gush. Believe me, I wouldn't. I don't follow baseball, so even if you told me his dad's name and all his accomplishments, it would mean nothing to me. Good to know. He paused. Let's see. Who else? Oh, Jace. He used to come up with his extended family, and they would spend weeks at the resort. Kelsey's family always had the cabin next to them, and the two of them were friends from the time they were young. I love their story, she said. Kelsey told me how they reconnected at the resort, and it was like the universe wanted the two of them together. I mean, what are the odds of them both showing back up all those years later at the same exact time? He nodded. I know, it was wild for sure. Kelsey became best friends with Lexi Sullivan. They were the only girls we allowed in our group, but they were cool, so it was okay. He chuckled. Once we hit our teens, Kelsey and Jace sort of started getting closer, and the same happened with Lexi and Connor. Oh, and what happened to Lexi? Do you still keep in touch with her? We do. She and Connor didn't really last beyond the summers because his family didn't approve. They had money. Lexi's didn't. Seriously? Oh yeah, it was a big thing. Their summers, though, they spent every minute they could together. But by the time we were all in high school, we stopped coming as often and they just drifted apart. Lexi got married and has a son. Connor married someone his parents approved of, had a daughter, and then got divorced. Sometimes I wonder if he ever confronted them about their taste in women they thought were right for him. But I didn't think he'd appreciate the reminder. Probably not. Just thinking about that made her sad, because it was a lot like her and Walker. He came from money, but she didn't. And then there was the whole her dad's a murderer thing, so where would that leave them? There were a bunch of other kids, but we lost touch with most of them, he went on, unaware of her inner turmoil. But that's the way it usually is, right? You don't stay friends with everyone from camp. I guess not, she commented, but wouldn't know personally. There'd never been enough money for her to go to camp. Sigh. The rest of the drive, they talked about hobbies.
Walker mentioned that he brought his guitar with them and casually mentioned that there was some scheduled painting time at the glamping resort. Like a group of people with canvases could paint the scenery while drinking wine and enjoying a charcuterie board.
When I saw that, I knew this was the resort for us to go to.
Tears stung her eyes at his words. That's another thing I didn't see on the website. How did you find all this out?
I read reviews and then I called the resort directly. I wanted there to be stuff that you'd enjoy. It shouldn't only be about one of us enjoying ourselves.
Walker, the two of us alone, we were both definitely going to enjoy ourselves. His grin was downright sexy.
I can't wait to get you alone in our tent.
Believe me, I'm looking forward to it too. She sighed happily. How much longer?
10 minutes. So let's keep the conversation PG until we're all checked in.
And they did. Dinner options, guitar tuning, favorite types of paint. And before she knew it, they had arrived. Check-in went smoothly, and they were given a map with directions to their private campsite. They couldn't take their cars, but Bell Services, who knew a campsite would have such a thing, could take them there by golf cart. Walker was ready to decline the offer, but she reminded him of how much faster they'd get to be alone.
Yes, thank you, he said excitedly. We'd love a ride to the tent.
5 minutes later, she was standing in front of a massive tent that looked like a small house. It had wood framing that the canvas, or whatever material it was fitted over it. You could open it in the front and back for a good cross breeze, and inside was exactly as the website described. It had everything you'd find in a hotel room or one of the cabins at Walker's resort. It was cozy and rustic, and really rather nice. Out back was a hot tub with a privacy wall around it. The nearest tent was easily 10 yards away, but she still had to wonder about total privacy. Like if they wanted to get loud while making love. I guess we'll find out. Walker put their bags and guitar down and followed her around the room, checking everything out. Flavored coffee pods, super plush robes, tons of pillows on the bed. He came up behind her, his large hands gripping her hips.
I can't wait to get you naked in that hot tub.
Shivers of delight ran up and down her spine. I like the sound of that. But do we do that before we test out the bed? Or after? He began peeling her shirt off, his breath hot along her throat.
After. Definitely after. I've been thinking about seeing you here all week.
She hummed seductively, tilting her head to give him better access. All week, huh? That is a very long time.
I dreamed of having you alone like this. Both of us away from work and all our worries. Nothing to think about but relaxing and enjoying each other.
Yes. Slowly, Harlow turned in his arms, smoothing her hands up over his abs and chest. There were so many sexy thoughts and things she wanted to say, but the look of pure desire on his face stopped her. She didn't want to talk. She wanted to feel, to give him everything he'd been dreaming about this week. She took one step back and then another until she was next to the bed. Without a word, she kicked off her shoes and shimmied out of her jeans. Standing there in nothing but her bra and panties, she crooked a finger at him. It was like waving the red flag in front of a bull. 1 minute she was standing, the next she was momentarily airborne before landing on the bed. Walker followed her down, and after that, he did a very
thorough job of showing her everything he'd been thinking about. They'd made love and then soaked in the hot tub. They'd gone to dinner at the resort, soaked in the hot tub again, and made love a second time. Over the course of the weekend, they'd played miniature golf, gone on a leisurely bike ride, Harlow painted, Walker played guitar, and they'd even managed to do a little kayaking. Sunday came way too soon, and she hated the thought of packing up and going back to reality. This break was such a wonderful thing for them, and it sucked that it was over already. They were both a little quiet on the drive home. They talked about what they loved about the weekend and how they'd consider coming back. But there were a lot more lulls in the conversation than there had been on the drive on Friday.
Do you want to stop anywhere on the way home and have an early dinner, or should we just pick up something and eat at your place?
I'm good with either, she told him. But if I had to choose, probably take out at my place. What about you?
I'm good with that. When we get closer to home, let's call something in.
So that's what they did. Harlow called in an order for Chinese food, and they picked it up as they drove through town. At her apartment, they slowly made their way inside, and she hoped he was going to stay for the night. Her tiny place wasn't nearly as nice as that glamping tent was, which was a little depressing now that she thought about it. But she wanted to extend their weekend just a little more. Walker put her bag in her bedroom while she set up their dinner. They opted to watch some TV and eat on the couch. It was mindless, and while nothing like the weekend they'd just enjoyed, there was something to be said about unwinding before having to go back to work the next day. They shared dumplings and crab rangoon. They laughed in all the right places in the sitcom they were binging on. And when they were done, they worked together to clean up before Harlow took Walker by the hand and led him into her bedroom. He grinned and let her take the lead.
I guess we're gonna end the weekend with a bang, huh?
Laughing, they fell onto the bed and thoroughly enjoyed the hell out of each other until they were too exhausted to stay awake. And it was perfect. 14. It was 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, a week after Walker's trip with Harlow, when his phone rang. Seeing his grandmother's name on the screen was a definite surprise. Sitting up in bed, Walker gently cleared his throat before answering.
Hello?
Walker, how's my favorite grandson doing? That made him smile.
Hey, Gram, how are you?
Oh, you know, can't complain. How are things going at the resort? You haven't sent me pictures in a while.
Yeah, things got a little hairy for a while, and I'm not gonna lie, I got completely overwhelmed.
That's how I felt anytime anyone told us we needed to repair something. It was never anything small, always an extensive project. That's why so many areas of the resort ended up just getting roped off. It seemed like too much work to take on.
Well, I'm sure it would feel that way if you had guests staying here while the work was happening. It's kind of nice knowing we can just make a mess and that it will get cleaned up eventually.
She laughed. I'm sure it is. So give me some updates. Walker went through each section of the resort and told her what they'd been doing and then promised he'd send pictures after they hung up. It sounds amazing. I'm so excited just picturing it all. She paused for a moment. But I thought I remember you mentioning doing some new stuff. What happened to that? He sighed and explained how the guys weren't on board with it. I suppose I understand. But why couldn't you just leave one section roped off and do what you wanted down the road sometime? He considered keeping these plans to himself, but this was his grandmother, and she was still a majority owner in the resort, so...
I was actually looking to buy some land adjacent to the resort. He began slowly. I figured I could purchase it and then down the road, I could build what I wanted to build.
Then he held his breath and waited for her reaction. Well, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I don't think you should have let your friends bully you out of doing what you wanted now. But I guess with the scope of everything that needs to be done, I understand. So, what's going on with the land? Have you found anything?
Sadly, no. I got outbid on the lot I really wanted, and then others were too large and the owners didn't want to divide it up. Harlow's been searching for me, but...
Harlow? Harlow St. James? Walker! Why on earth are you working with that woman?
Uh-oh. Yeah. In all the chaos and drama, he had sort of let that whole situation go.
Walker? She demanded.
Okay. Look, I heard everything you said when I first arrived here, and in the beginning, Harlow and I had words, and I put her in her place.
Good. I hoped that was why I hadn't heard from her in months.
But we kept running into each other. In bed. And it turns out that we really like each other. She's a beautiful woman, and she's really great once you get to know her.
He rolled his eyes and fluffed the pillows behind him.
Look, I'm not saying that what she did to you was right, but it is what she does for a living, and you weren't firm with her.
I was.
Graham, you weren't, and you know it. That's just not who you are. And Harlow's job is to sell homes and properties so she can make a living. She might have been a bit overly aggressive or eager. She was.
Grinning, he went on.
But there was no malice there, okay? We've talked about it a lot, and I think if you gave her a chance, you'd see she's a good person.
Humph. If she's so good, why hasn't she found you anything? Huh? Maybe she doesn't want you to expand the business. Maybe she's holding a grudge about losing out on selling my resort.
Graham, I thought those same things, but it's just not true. It was her idea to buy more property so I could do what I wanted to do,
he said gently. Again, why hasn't she found you anything?
Because all the property is either too big, too expensive, not conveniently located next to the resort, or...
He cut himself off because he didn't need to bring up the grandparent thing. Or what? Come on, Walker. You had one more thing to add. Now what is it? She urged.
It was nothing, he assured her. Honestly, none of the pieces of land will work for me. That's all. And some owners don't want to sell or can't be located.
I can call the county clerk's office and find out who owns all the property. My friend's daughter works there, and I'm sure she'd be able to get me the information and help you. And if the cost is too much, your grandfather and I will help you buy it.
Graham, no, absolutely not. I'm doing this on my own. You've already given me and the guys an incredible deal on the resort. I don't expect you to do any more than that.
She was silent for a moment. Fine, but I think you're just being stubborn.
I can live with that,
he teased.
So how's Grandpa doing? Anything new and exciting going on?
They talked for a few more minutes, and he promised to send her those pictures as soon as they were done.
Love you, Graham.
Love you too, Walker. We'll talk soon. He hung up and immediately began texting the pictures over. It was now close to 9, and he figured he might as well get up. Connor was coming back today, and they were all going to sit down and work on the plans for the coming month. He'd rather be out with Harlow, but there was just so much to do around the resort that he knew he needed to stay focused. Plus, she told him she had an open house that she had set up today, so it wasn't like they'd get to spend much time together anyway. Shifting against the pillows, he finished sending the pictures before scrolling through the ones he took last weekend with Harlow. It was such a great trip,
and it had been nice to get away and not talk about work. At first, he wasn't sure if they could go an entire weekend without talking about the things they said they wouldn't. But he was pleasantly surprised that they stuck to it. Harlow had been completely relaxed. She did a short watercolor painting class and then came back to their tent looking beyond proud of herself. Then they'd gone to play miniature golf, and he saw her competitive side. But apparently his competitive side was worse. They were asked to leave the course. Just thinking about it made him grin, because they had stormed off and gone back to their tent and had some wildly passionate sex. He'd gladly get thrown off any golf course again if that was how it ended. There were voices outside that sounded like they were coming closer, and before he knew it, someone was pounding on his door. Damn it. His relaxing morning was officially over. "Walker!" Slater called out. "We got a leak up in the main building, all hands on deck!" He banged on the door a few more times for good measure. "I'll be up there in 5, he shouted, kicking the blankets off. There was no need to shower or even give a damn about appearances, so he quickly got dressed, pulled on his work boots, and was out the door. 3 days later, he was in bed, opting to get a late start. The clock said 8, and he could hear the contractors working in various areas of the resort, but he just wasn't willing to get up and join them yet. This morning, he needed to check in with his actual job and go over some reports his boss had emailed him. He was going to enjoy a leisurely morning sipping coffee and pretend he was back at one of his luxury resorts where everything was clean and quiet. As usual, unfortunately, reality interrupted, and once again, it was in the form of a call from his grandmother. "Hey, Graham, this is a surprise twice in 1 week," he said with a small laugh. "I don't have any new pictures to send you yet." "Good morning, Walker," she said, but there was a weariness to her voice that he wasn't used to. "Is everything okay? You don't sound like yourself." "Well, I debated whether I should call you. I talked to your grandfather, and he said I should mind my own business, but I just couldn't. Not this time." "Okay." She let out a long sigh before she said anything. "Harlow St. James is lying to you," she said bluntly. "Now, I'm sorry to be the one to break this to you, but you need to hear it. She is a liar, Walker." He didn't take offense, but he was a little confused. "Graham, what are you even talking about?" "She said she couldn't find property? Then she's not only a liar but a terrible real estate agent. Because there are other lots for sale close to the resort, and she is the recipient of one of them." "What?" Now she had his full attention. "What do you mean she's the recipient of one?" "Alan and Betty St. James, her grandparents," she went on. "I never put 2 and 2 together and realized she was their granddaughter. Betty and I had served on several church committees together back in the day. Anyway, I called my friend's daughter at the county clerk's office, and she told me who owned all the available parcels around our resort. So, imagine my surprise when she mentions Alan and Betty, and how she just gave that information to someone with the same last name a few weeks ago." He could see how this would look bad, so he needed to defuse the situation. Fast. "Graham, Harlow already told me about her grandparents owning the property, and that she did not want to reach out to them because they have a complicated history." "Lies! More lies, Walker!" "Graham." "No, listen. I called Betty myself. Yes, I did. I called her right up and asked her about the property and if she would consider selling it to me. And do you know what she told me?" He sighed wearily. "Nope." "She said that the property really belongs to—" She paused and made some sort of tisking sound.
She said the property is Harlow's.
I'm
not lying, Walker. Harlow is. That property is hers, according to Betty.
No, he argued lightly. Harlow's name isn't on the deed, Graham. When you called the clerk's office, Harlow's not listed as the owner. Alan and Betty are.
That's just paperwork, because they bought the property when Harlow was a minor. It goes to her when she turns 30. Something about an inheritance because her father's in prison. I don't know, Betty was yammering on about a bunch of stuff, but the bottom line is that Harlow is keeping that property for herself.
Graham, I really don't think...
Call them. Call them yourself and find out. I knew you wouldn't believe me because she's clearly got you fooled. She knows when to turn on the charm, that one. I'm going to text you their phone number, and maybe once you hear it for yourself, you'll believe me. She's trying to keep you from getting what you want and expanding the resort. I'll bet she's still holding a grudge because we wouldn't sell. She's deceiving you.
Right now, he didn't know what to believe. His grandmother wasn't a liar. Was Harlow? Was it possible? No, he told himself. No. She had been open and honest about who she was and what she wanted from the first time she stepped foot on the resort property. Well, when he stopped her on the road just outside the resort property. But if she owned that piece of land, why wouldn't she tell him? She's trying to keep you from getting what you want and expanding the resort. They were over that, weren't they? I'll bet she's still holding a grudge because we wouldn't sell. No, they were definitely over that. And she had made a bunch of great commissions from the sales of land recently. She's deceiving you. Everything in him wanted to say no, that his grandmother was mistaken. But he couldn't say that for sure. I'm sorry, Walker. I'm so sorry to have to be the one to break this news to you, she said again, and he heard the remorse in her voice. For what it's worth, I found a 20-acre lot that is semi-adjacent to the resort. You might have to work out a small agreement with Jerry and Morgan Taylor so you can have access to a small portion of theirs so you can get to it. But if you're interested, your grandfather and I are more than willing to put in an offer on it. He couldn't focus on what she was telling him. What? Acres? Where? I'll have your grandfather email you the information. She sighed. Are you going to be okay? Is there anything I can do? It was on the tip of his tongue to tell her she'd done enough, but she was only looking out for him because she loved him. Walker, sweetie, say something. And before he could stop himself, he said, Text me Alan and Betty's number. I want to talk to them. Friday. Finally. It had been a long week, and Harlow was looking forward to seeing Walker tonight. He must have been super busy this week because she hadn't heard from him since Tuesday night. They had texted a bit, but he mentioned a leak up in the main building and told her things were chaotic, and he'd talk to her later. Apparently, later meant Friday. Although, she still hadn't technically heard from him. Her plan was to pick up some takeout and bring it to him. Maybe she'd force him to sit and take a break. The poor guy. He was working so hard to bring the resort back to life, and she hated how he was literally pouring everything he had into it. Any big plans this weekend? Swati asked as she closed her laptop. I'm not sure yet. I was just thinking of bringing food up to Walker. He and the guys have been swamped up at the resort. Hopefully that means they're making progress. I have to admit that I'm so curious to see what they're doing. Well, you can't really see anything yet.
There's been a lot of demolition, and they've had to do a lot of work on the actual grounds. Removing trees, cutting down shrubs, mowing overgrown grass. But they really should be getting close to the good stuff.
You mean like new cabins and remodeling the lodge?
Yep, I gave Walker the names of a couple of decorators, so I don't even know if they have a theme or anything planned yet. That's the part I'm excited about. Personally, I hope they... Her words were cut off by the sound of someone coming through the front door, and when she turned, she couldn't have uttered a single word if she tried. Her grandparents. What the hell?
Harlow?
Swati asked, coming to her feet.
Are you okay?
She nervously glanced at the older couple and then back to Harlow.
Do you...
Hello,
Harlow,
her grandmother said. It took a moment for her to clear her throat and her head and respond. Hi, Grandma. Grandpa. Another pause. What are you doing here? Swati quietly sat back down.
We came to talk to you,
her grandfather said stiffly.
Is there someplace we can talk in private?
She glanced around before stepping around her desk. We can talk in the conference room. Motioning to the doorway in the corner, she led the way. Inside, she asked, Can I get you something to drink? Water? Coffee? No, thank you, her grandmother said as she sat. Once they had all taken a seat, she gave Harlow a stilted smile. We want to discuss your property. My what? Property. You know, the land your grandfather and I had bought for you when you were a little girl. She looked at them both like they were crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. Her grandfather looked annoyed.
When you were born, we bought a parcel of land up near the Lakeview Harbor Resort. We told your parents it was for you when you got married. We thought it was a good investment and would provide you with a little security.
You had to know about it, her grandmother said. When your father went to prison, your mother tried to convince us to sign it over to her so she could sell it. She said it would help support you. She told us she had discussed it with you. Harlow was shaking her head. I swear to you, I don't know anything about this. This is literally brand new information to me. The room started to spin. The property. Walker. She owned it? How?
We've been getting harassed by someone wanting to buy the property, her grandfather commented. He's been extremely persistent. Has anyone reached out to you about it? Because he seemed to know that you were the actual owner of the land. So if you didn't know that, how did he?
His tone went from casual to accusatory, confusing her even more. Look, I don't know what you want me to tell you, but I have no idea what you're talking about, she said with exasperation. I didn't know about the property. My mother never told me about it. I told you both when I first came to see you that she took off and I haven't heard from her since. Does that sound like an honest or even a good person? You don't think she lied because she was trying to essentially steal my inheritance? She was a raging alcoholic thanks to your son and what he put us through. So maybe don't come here throwing accusations at me, okay? If you'd like to talk to me like a rational adult and listen to what I'm telling you, then that would be great. But if you just came here to blame me for something, then you can leave. She was shaking and felt like she was going to be sick, but she was determined to stand up for herself.
I told you we should have just sold it to him,
her grandfather said as he got to his feet. He looked at Harlow, and it was like looking at a stranger.
There's no way I'd give such an ungrateful person such a valuable gift.
Her grandmother got to her feet and left the room without a word.
Unfortunately, her grandfather followed and asked, Do you still have Walker Bradshaw's number, Betty? I think we should accept his offer.
If he said anything after that, Harlow didn't hear it. The buzzing in her ears was too loud. Walker?
Her Walker had called her grandparents? How? Why? In an instant, it all came crashing back to her. The property and his promise not to deal with her grandparents. His desire for expansion was greater than what he felt for her. There was a tiny part of her, the part that wasn't completely devastated, that realized that maybe she had been unreasonable in asking him to make that promise. And to be fair, she had found nothing else that fit his criteria. But for him to take matters into his own hands like this without speaking to her first felt like a major betrayal. Major. Tears were streaming down her face as she let out a shuddery breath. That's how Swati and Charlene found her. "Oh my goodness," Charlene murmured. "Come on, sit down. Swati, can you please grab some water and tissues?" "Absolutely." Harlow found herself sitting in a chair with her boss worriedly watching her. It wasn't until Swati was back that she told them what happened. "How dare they accuse you like that?" Charlene said with disbelief. "We were here when you found out they were the owners of that land. I love you, Harlow, but you're not a good liar or actress. I don't believe for a minute that you knew that information." "I don't understand," she said quietly, still feeling like she was in shock. "None of it. If my mother was really going to use the sale of the property to help us—" "Oh, sweetie," Charlene softly said as she grasped Harlow's hand. "I think you know that's not what she was going to do. What you said to Alan and Betty was the truth. Don't shift the blame."
Sitting back, she muttered a curse.
"I swear I'd like to slap the whole lot of them. Your parents, grandparents, and Walker. What on earth was he thinking?"
She shook her head. "I honestly don't know. And now I'm afraid to find out."
"Are you still going to go up to the resort?" Swati asked. "Because I don't think you should go alone. I'll gladly go with you."
"Thank you. I don't know what to do. This is probably why I haven't heard much from him all week."
"Yeah, he was too busy sneaking around behind your back making a deal for his precious glamping resort. The jerk," Swati stated. "Seriously, I'll go with you. I'll gladly throat punch him for you."
That made her chuckle. "Let's call that Plan B, okay?" She let out another long breath, shaking her head. "I need to talk to Walker. This could all be a misunderstanding."
No one looked convinced.
But the more she thought about it, the more she knew she needed to get answers sooner rather than later. Slowly, she got to her feet. "I'm gonna go. I'm not going to be able to relax or even process any of this until I hear it from Walker."
"Harlow, you don't have to go there and face him. You can call," Charlene reasoned.
"No. I need to do this in person."
"Okay, but know that we're here for you. No matter what happens, you can call us. Right, Swati?"
"Of course." They both hugged her and followed her around as she gathered her purse, phone, and keys. Before she left, though, she went into the bathroom to fix her makeup so she didn't have mascara running down her face. Staring at her reflection, Harlow tried not to cry again. Swallowing hard, she washed her face, applied some lip gloss, she didn't have any other makeup with her, and decided this was as good as it was going to get. Charlene and Swati hugged her again and walked her out to her car, and she promised to let them know how everything went as soon as she could. The original plan was to bring dinner, but now the only thing she was bringing was herself. If things went the way she suspected they were going to, food was pointless. She kept the radio off and tried not to play through any scenarios in her head. It wasn't easy, because she desperately wanted to know why Walker would go back on his promise. And really, she almost couldn't fault him, because she knew how much he wanted the land. But she did fault him for going behind her back like this. She arrived at the resort sooner than she was prepared for, and when she parked her car, she didn't have her usual sense of excitement and anticipation. Right now, all she felt was a deep sense of dread, and like she wanted to throw up. All of the construction crews were still here, and there were workers everywhere. It was virtually impossible for her to know where exactly Walker was, but she really didn't want to text him to ask. She wanted the element of surprise. Fortunately, Connor was jogging down the stairs from the lodge, and she forced herself to smile as she waved to him.
"Hey, Harlow," he said with an easy grin. "How's it going?"
"Fine," she lied. "I was hoping to surprise Walker. Any idea where he's at?" Connor glanced around.
Last I saw him, he was heading down to his cabin to deal with some work from his day job."
He chuckled.
"I swear, I don't know how he's balancing that while doing all of this."
Shaking his head, he added,
"I'd start there if I were you. And if he's not in the cabin, then he's probably down by the boathouse. He was doing some work there earlier."
Another fake smile. "Thanks, Connor," she said cheerfully, before heading off toward the cabins, silently praying she wasn't going to have to chase him all over the damn property. Walking with purpose, she made her way down the short path to Walker's cabin and walked up to the door and knocked. She refused to acknowledge how much her hand shook or how nervous she was. But when he opened the door and looked at her with a combination of shock and annoyance, all her nerves turned to anger.
"Harlow, this is a surprise,"
he said, his tone cool and detached. "I'm sure it is," she murmured. "May I come in?" He stepped aside and motioned for her to enter, and she already knew it was pointless to attempt any small talk. Instead, she turned and faced him. "My grandparents came to see me today." All he did was arch one dark brow at her. "I hear you've been harassing them about selling you the property." Nothing. He crossed his arms and just looked at her, exactly like he had when she first showed up here at the resort. It was the worst form of déjà vu. "I don't understand why you would do this," she accused. "You promised me, Walker. We talked about it, and you promised not to reach out to them. And to keep calling and harassing them? I mean, why?"
"Are you seriously going to stand here and act annoyed that I called your grandparents repeatedly, looking for them to sell me a piece of land? Wasn't that what you did to my grandparents for years?"
And yeah, the sarcasm was heavy. "Seriously? That's your excuse? I called and bothered your grandparents, so that makes it okay to do it to mine? How freaking immature are you?"
"Oh, I'm not immature, sweetheart. I was going after what I should have from the get-go."
He took a menacing step toward her.
"I have to admit, you almost had me fooled with your sob story about them being neglectful grandparents. Then I found out that you're the rightful owner of the property, and you were keeping it to yourself because you never got over the fact that I wanted to change this damn resort."
Her eyes went wide. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Her voice was shrill even to her own ears. She started to pace. "I had no idea until today that they bought that property for me. Not a clue. Apparently they bought it—"
"When you were a baby. Yeah, I know,"
he interrupted. "Not that it matters because I still didn't know about it. And why would I keep that from you when I was helping you find property, Walker? It makes no sense. I wanted you to succeed."
"Did you?"
he snapped.
"Because I kept conveniently getting outbid or someone beat me to it, or—"
"You're the one who had a very specific budget and property size need. You never could have afforded the larger lots. And yeah, you got outbid. Are you so freaking narcissistic that you believe you're the only person looking for property and the only one people should sell to?
I'm saying that you were bad-mouthing me in this project since you found out about it, and you drew attention to the area. No one gave a damn about this area until you made it your life's ambition to ruin it for me.
Oh my God. We have been over this. Yes, I was pissed about what you were going to do, but then you changed gears. And honestly, I admitted to you and apologized, mind you, because I knew it was wrong for me to be openly opposing what you were doing. And for you to stand here and still accuse me of this.
You lied about the property, Harlow,
he said flippantly. And that's when she knew nothing she was going to say was going to change his mind. I didn't lie to you, she said flatly. That property never was and never will be mine. I'm sure my grandparents have already called to accept your offer. And for what it's worth, if I had known about it, the fact that it was mine, I would have offered it to you. Hell, I probably would have donated it so I could be a part of the resort, because this place means a lot to me. That's why I was so passionate about what you were doing. Pausing, she willed herself not to cry. The last thing she wanted was to look weak in front of him. As for everything that went on before with your grandparents, I was trying to make a living. Sue me. I thought I would be helping them too. They were clearly in over their heads. This resort was a sinking ship, and I was offering them a lifeline. Her eyes stung with unshed tears. I was never mean or malicious about it. I was always respectful. What you did was just mean. You could have talked to me. You could have told me what you were doing. But you didn't. You wanted to punish me for some crime you think I committed. But you're wrong. Another pause. Not that you'll ever believe me. Not that it even matters anymore. I guess I got what I deserved. You made me fall in love with you and then got even with me for whatever it is you perceived I did to you and your family.
Facts are facts, Harlow,
he said with a careless shrug. Yeah, she whispered. Facts are facts. I'm sure you've never been wrong about anything in your whole privileged life. Another shrug. Goodbye, Walker. Good luck with the rest of your project. And with her head held as high as she could, Harlow let herself out of the cabin. All around her were the sounds of construction, hammers hammering, drills drilling, a rebirth of a tired old resort. Axel was walking across the parking lot and waved before jogging over.
Hey, are you coming or...
He came to a halt when he saw her face.
Is everything okay?
Shaking her head, she simply said, No.
Harlow, listen, whatever's going on, I'm sure...
I need to go, she interrupted. Take care, Axel. When she reached her car, she stopped and looked around, because this was the last time she'd ever step foot at the Lakeview Harbor Resort. There's no way she'd ever come back. And that hurt almost as much as knowing she'd never see Walker again. Almost.
15. Alan and Betty St. James were pains in his ass. For 2 weeks he'd been playing phone tag with them, and he was getting tired of the runaround. Fortunately, that's when his grandmother decided to step in. Not that he was thrilled with having anyone else fight his battles for him, but time was money, and he wanted to lock in this deal before they had the chance to find a higher bidder. He hadn't counted on that, but he supposed anything was possible. It was a Friday afternoon, and Connor had left this morning to head home to see his daughter for the weekend. Slater was also taking some time off to handle a tour to help a buddy out, and all the work on the resort was at a standstill because of some permit issues that Dave Anderson promised he'd have resolved by Monday. That left him and Axel with nothing but time on their hands, since they technically weren't allowed to do any work. "Hey, let's go into town and grab something to eat," Axel suggested. "If I stand around here, I'm going to want to pick up a hammer or a drill, and I don't want to risk doing anything that will get us in trouble. Maybe we should just get away for the weekend. Want to go to Foxwoods? Slater and I had a blast there." "Nah, I told you my grandmother's in town helping me out with that property deal. But I could definitely go for a burger. Want to hit the pub?" It wasn't like he was going to avoid going into town to avoid Harlow. Hell, he didn't care if he saw her. He was glad he found out the truth about her before he fell in love with her. "You made me fall in love with you and then got even with me for whatever it is you perceived I did to you and your family." He almost missed that admission because he was so freaking livid with her. But it wasn't enough for him to change his mind. She loved him? Pfft, he called bullshit on that. You don't love someone and then lie to them and keep important information from them. When you love someone, you want to help them achieve their dreams, not block them from them. Good riddance. Only, if he were being totally honest, now that the smoke had cleared, metaphorically, he could admit that something about the entire situation didn't feel right. Like he couldn't put his finger on it, but something felt off. Maybe if she had fought harder, or had some proof, or... "Dude, you ready?" Axel asked, interrupting his thoughts. "What? Oh, yeah. You driving?" "Sure." They got into Axel's truck and were halfway to town when his phone rang. Smiling, he answered. "Hey, Graham, how's it going?" "Good. I just finished a meeting with Alan and Betty, and everything's on track. I was calling to see if you wanted to meet for lunch." "Axel and I are on our way to the pub. Want to meet us there?" "Sounds like a plan, and I can't wait to see the resort and all the work you've done. This is going to be a good weekend. See you soon." "See you there, Graham." "So your grandmother's joining us?" "She is." He glanced at Axel. "That's not a problem, right?" "Hell no, I love your grandmother. I can't wait to see her reaction when we take her back to the resort." "Yeah, I'm pretty psyched to see her face when she sees how it's all coming back to life." When they arrived at the pub, his grandmother was already there. She waved to them from a booth, and they each took turns giving her a hug and a kiss. Walker slid into the seat beside her. "Look at the two of you," she gushed. "It's so good to see you both. And I'm not going to lie, I'm really looking forward to having one of the pub's famous burgers. I've been thinking about it all day. Maybe the bacon cheeseburger. Walker instantly thought of Harlow, but forced himself to push it aside. "I thought you always liked the mushroom and Swiss one, Graham." "I do, but I'm in the mood for some bacon." She grinned, and then her focus turned toward the door. "Walker, do you know this woman? She's heading straight toward you." He looked up and saw Harlow's boss walking this way. Shit. He was about to slide out of the seat, but she was right there, blocking him. She never looked at his grandmother or Axel, just him. "Walker Bradshaw, I want you to know that I think you are despicable," she said lowly, but firmly. "If you took even a minute to talk to anyone who has lived in Harbortown for more than 20 years, and there are a lot of us, they'd be able to tell you about the St. James family. The good and the bad." "Charlene," he began. "No, you don't get to speak. You've said enough," she warned. "Walker, who is this woman? And why is she talking about the St. Jameses?" "I've got this, Graham," he told her, before glaring up at Charlene. "Everyone knows what Harlow's father did. Just like everyone knows her mother was a raging alcoholic and her grandparents did nothing to help her. That poor girl had to navigate a hell of a lot just to survive. She was the only reason there was a roof over her head. She worked her ass off from the time she was 16, and I know it because she worked for me." He repeated her name, but it fell on deaf ears. I never told Harlow this, but her mother came to me and tried to sell Harlow to me. Sell her, Walker. She asked me for $1,000 and said Harlow could be my daughter because she was tired of all the responsibility. He tried to be detached, but he wasn't completely heartless. After that, I made sure Harlow was with me as much as possible. But a few weeks later, her mom came into the office drunk off her ass and threatened to have me arrested for kidnapping her daughter. To say that woman was unstable would be an understatement. She paused, but her gaze never left his. I can tell you with 100% certainty that Harlow never knew about that property. Never. She was devastated when she found out they were the owners when she was researching property for you. You! And yeah, she pointed her finger at him for emphasis. So whatever bullshit story Alan and Betty gave you, I hope you realize they are the same people that raised a man who bludgeoned 2 men to death and did nothing to protect their granddaughter from an alcoholic and abusive mother. You think you're such a smart businessman? Well, you clearly don't know shit about telling the good people from the bad. You may have your property, but you're the one who really lost here. Harlow's the best woman I've ever known, and everyone in this town would attest to it. And with that, she turned and walked away.
"Damn, Walker,"
Axel murmured, shaking his head.
"What the hell did you do? Harlow's been helping us since I got here. You know she's a good person. Why would you—"
"Walker, why didn't you say anything?" his grandmother demanded, completely interrupting what Axel was saying. "Harlow's nothing but a troublemaker. I knew it. Look at the scene she just caused here. When will it ever be enough?" Turning his head, he said,
Now. Now it's enough."
Shaking his head, he tried to control his rage, because maybe, again, he was listening to the wrong people. "What do you mean?" she asked, and for the first time ever, Walker noticed the slight snap in her voice.
"Graham, how well do you know the St. Jameses?"
"Like I told you, Betty and I were in a few church groups together. Of course we all knew about her son and the awful things he did, but—"
"Were you close friends? Acquaintances? Did you work on committees together? Did she and her husband visit the resort?"
"Well, they never came to the resort, and I guess we were more like acquaintances." Her eyes narrowed. "I know what you're thinking, Walker, and I don't like it." He narrowed his gaze right back.
"I don't either. I'd like to think that you weren't so desperate to hold a grudge against Harlow that you believed, or maybe even twisted, what Alan and Betty told you."
"How dare you! I was merely passing on information that was beneficial to you. She was keeping you from getting what you wanted."
"No, Graham. She was what I wanted."
Muttering a curse, he slid out of the booth.
"Do you even realize what you've done?"
"I haven't done anything. Betty said the property was Harlow's and she knew about it. Why would I think she was lying?"
She had a point. Unfortunately. The thing was, he had no idea who was telling the truth at this point. All he knew was that he didn't believe Harlow would do all the things he accused her of. "You made me fall in love with you." Yeah. The resort. This whole damn thing felt like it's just been so much work, and he's found very little joy in it. "I would have offered it to you. Hell, I probably would have donated it so I could be a part of the resort, because this place means a lot to me." There was a time when he thought it meant a lot to him, too. But there's been so much negativity, backlash, and even miscommunication between him and the guys that he almost feels like it's all jinxed. Swallowing hard, he had the sinking feeling that he was the problem. He was the jinx. All his fighting to get his way had done nothing but cause problems. And it cost him Harlow.
Walker, Alan and Betty are meeting us at the resort later this afternoon with a contract. You need to calm yourself down and focus on the big picture. You're going to get to have your expansion. You're going to do all the things with the Lakeview Harbor Resort that your grandfather and I never even considered doing.
He looked at her for a moment as a wave of sadness rushed over him. Maybe you never did, because it wasn't necessary. You created something magical, a place where families would come year after year after year, even when things were in disrepair. No one asked for those upgrades, because everything you built was enough. I never should have messed with that. You got that right,
Axel murmured, but he instantly looked away.
I don't want the property,
he said, his voice raw with emotion.
I don't need the property. Everything was right there in front of me, and I took it for granted and believed it wasn't enough. And I was wrong. I want what you and Grandpa created. And not just the resort, but the life, the love, the family. I was so preoccupied with the image of more that I was looking down on everything that was right.
The pinched look on his grandmother's face eased as her eyes filled with tears.
I found someone who actually shares your vision, and I wish you could have seen that side of her.
She sighed. I still could.
Believe me, I don't think Harlow wants to see either of us right now. I'm pretty sure I ruined everything, and I don't want to hurt her again. I've done it too many times already.
He turned to walk away, but remembered he drove here with Axel.
So he sat back down with a weary sigh. His appetite was gone. He cursed himself to hell and back for every stupid thing he'd done since returning to Harbor Town.
On Sunday afternoon, Harlow let herself into the office to return all of her open house signs. Today had been an okay showing, but her heart wasn't in it. All she wanted to do was go home, curl up in a ball, and sleep for a week, which is pretty much how she'd felt since she left Walker that day. She had seen no reports on the sale of her grandparents' property, no notices of sale, no listing, no nothing. Not that it mattered. It had nothing to do with her. Walking around, she put the signs away in the storage closet and put the brochures back in the file cabinet. She grabbed a bottle of water and was prepared to leave when there was a knock on the front door. That's weird, she murmured. The sign clearly said they were closed, so... But she went over anyway and froze. Peggy Bradshaw. Crap. It was too late to hide. Peggy clearly saw her. The woman was only 5 feet tall, and her silver hair was styled in a sleek bob. She shouldn't have looked intimidating, but that's how Harlow viewed her. With no choice, she opened the door with a forced smile. Mrs. Bradshaw, hi. I'm sorry, but we're closed today. I was just dropping off some supplies. Hello, Harlow, Peggy said, sounding a bit contrite, maybe? I was hoping I could have a few minutes of your time. Please. Oh, sure. Would you like to sit down? There was a small seating area with a sofa and 2 chairs in the lobby area, so Harlow motioned for them to sit there. Can I get you something to drink?
Thank you, but no. She sat and studied her hands for a moment before looking at Harlow. For years, my husband and I tried to pretend that everything was fine with the resort. Things were looking a bit haggard and worn, but we kept saying we'd get to it. When we closed off the first section, we told ourselves we were going to hire a contractor to come in and make it all look better. She shook her head with a small laugh. Obviously, we never did. Harlow had no idea what to say, so she simply listened. Anyway, around that time, you called for the first time, and I took it personally. You weren't the first, but you were young and eager, and it made me feel like your generation didn't have a need for a place like the Lakeview Harbor Resort. I resented your premise that we should sell. You would think that would have spurred us to make the repairs, but we didn't. Harlow nodded. And every time you called, it was like a reminder that we were failing. I don't even know why we never did the work. We had the money. That was never the issue. We were still getting reservations, and we were still a draw to travelers. But we were doing them a disservice by not making the resort the best it could be. I'm sure it got to be overwhelming at a certain point, she quietly commented. It did. It definitely did. More agents and developers reached out, but for some reason, your name stuck. She let out a small laugh. I honestly don't know why, but you became the face of everything I hated about those calls. Even when you came and saw me in person, I couldn't allow myself to like you. Oh. Clearly, it was a Bradshaw thing to just be mean, she thought. I made a lot of assumptions about you, Harlow, and I wanted to come and say that I'm sorry. Say what now? It's come to my attention that had I taken any time to get to know you, or even ask anyone in town about you, I would have known that you weren't someone I should dislike. If I had put my pride aside, I maybe would have seen that you were looking out for our best interests. If my husband and I hadn't been so stubborn, well, mostly if I hadn't been so stubborn, we could have saved ourselves a lot of time and stress. We could have gone out on a higher note, instead of one where the people of Harbor Town resented us. It was on the tip of her tongue to agree, but she kept that to herself. So, I'm sorry. From the bottom of my heart, I am truly sorry for all the grief I've caused you. Mrs. Bradshaw, I appreciate that, but you didn't do anything. You had every right not to want to sell the resort, and I should have respected that. Thank you for saying that, but I'm also the reason Walker went to your grandparents. What? She nodded and then explained the entire situation to her. So, I took what Betty told me, and it only added fuel to my perceived opinion of you, and I pushed that on Walker. Swallowing hard, she had to remind herself that it was wrong to argue with her elders. She'd done that once already recently, and wasn't prepared to do it again. I appreciate you sharing that with me, she said stiffly. But I don't think,
Walker's in love with you," Peggy blurted out. "He's miserable without you. He knows he messed up, but that's my fault. I love my grandson, and I hate to see him hurting. He rescinded his offer on that property, and he regrets ever reaching out to your grandparents. But again, that's on me. I pushed and prodded and directly got involved, and I'm so sorry." There wasn't anything polite she could say to that, so she said nothing. Then, to her surprise, Peggy stood and gently smiled down at her. "You can hate me. Personally, I wouldn't blame you. But don't take it out on Walker. I promise not to interfere, and I'll do whatever it is you want to help you with my grandson. I'm just sorry that I got involved and ended up ruining things for the two of you." All she could do was nod, because it seemed wrong to thank her. "Do you think you could maybe forgive him? He really is sorry, Harlow. We both are." Standing, she forced herself to smile. "I appreciate you coming here and talking to me, but everything with Walker has been, difficult, to say the least. I've had to defend myself my entire life because of my family, and I'm tired of it. I need someone who loves me for me, and who doesn't make me feel like the daughter of the town drunk or the daughter of a convicted killer. I'm ready for someone to put me first."
"Then that's what I'll do."
The sound of Walker's voice shocked her. She never heard him come in. "That's my cue to leave," Peggy said quietly, and Harlow was wildly confused about what exactly was going on. She gave Harlow's hand a quick squeeze before kissing Walker on the cheek. Neither moved nor said a word until the door closed. But then Walker took a tentative step toward her.
"I'm sorry."
He was sorry? Did he have any idea how much he had devastated her? How his accusations had gutted her?
"Say something,"
he quietly urged. And then, it was like every thought, every bit of anger was unleashed. "You're sorry?" she asked sarcastically. "For what, exactly? For being a liar? For sneaking around behind my back? For being unnecessarily cruel? Or for just being a colossal jackass? And you think just saying you're sorry is going to make it all okay?"
"Harlow,
I am so tired of people like you, Walker. People who think they know better, or they're smarter, or what they want is more important because I'm a nobody. I've spent my entire life trying to overcome all the shit I had to grow up with, and I had finally gotten to that place until you came along. And then almost every step of the way, you just kept finding ways to push me down. Well, I'm done, okay? I don't trust you, and I don't need you. My life is going to go on and be better without you." She was breathless by the last word, and she simply stood with her hands on her hips and hoped he'd take the hint and leave. But he didn't. If anything, his expression softened, and he didn't seem to be in any hurry to go. Damn him.
"You know what? I know you don't need me,"
he said, his voice low and oddly soothing.
"You are a force to be reckoned with, and there isn't a doubt in my mind that you are going to achieve every goal you set for yourself. You were forced to be independent because of your upbringing, but that doesn't mean you have to keep doing it all on your own."
Harlow swallowed hard as he took another step towards her.
"I have no excuse for my behavior. I listened to what I was being told by someone who I never had a reason to doubt. However, I realized after we first met that you weren't anything like my grandmother described, and I'm ashamed that I fell for it again with the property.
And another step.
You may not have liked what I had planned for the resort, but over time, you were nothing but supportive of me and the entire team. You've offered help and suggestions. You know everyone in this town, and haven't steered me wrong whenever I needed advice or a recommendation.
And yet, as soon as your grandmother tells you to jump, you say how high, she said wearily. Honestly, Walker, I can't do this with you anymore. You're clearly only out for yourself. The rest of us are collateral damage. That's not what I want or deserve. Now he completely closed the distance between them.
I know. You deserve the world, Harlow. You deserve to be loved and cherished and praised for everything that you are. And what you are is amazing. Just the way you are. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. You are enough.
He reached out and gently touched her hand.
You're everything.
Damn it. Tears stung her eyes, and she didn't want to listen to him, didn't want to believe him. But it was hard to pretend that she still wasn't in love with him. Walker, I can't.
Please,
he said, boldly resting his forehead against hers.
Tell me what I need to do to make this right. I'll do everything you say at the resort. I'll let you handle all the artwork, which you can paint yourself, for all the cabins. I'll make sure all the guys buy houses from you so you can make all the commissions.
Walker.
I'll convince my family to buy up the rest of the available land around the resort, except the one your grandparents own, so you can earn the commissions. Hell, I'll publicly shame your grandparents by making sure no one will want the land and they'll be stuck with it. I'll...
He paused, breathless as she was a minute ago.
I will love you with everything I am and everything I have until my last breath. I love you, Harlow St. James. I love you, and I'm so sorry for not being the man you deserve.
Double damn it. How could she possibly say no to any of that?
Tell me it's not too late,
he murmured, his lips dangerously close to hers.
Tell me you're going to give me another chance, and that you're going to let me love you and cherish you forever.
Reaching up, she cupped his face in her hands. Don't make me regret this, she quietly stated. Because the next time you pull a stunt like that, we're done.
Never again.
He mimicked her move, his large hands gently cupping her face.
Never. Just tell me you love me, and that we're going to be okay.
Tears streamed down her face. I love you, Walker. I didn't want to, not anymore, but I do.
Thank God.
Then he claimed her lips in an exquisitely tender kiss until all the tension left her body. His arms went around her as they slowly maneuvered until they were wrapped in each other's arms, and then he took the kiss deeper. She missed this. Even when she told herself she shouldn't, she did. From that very first night, she loved the way he kissed. And right now, she was pretty stinking happy that she wouldn't have to miss it anymore. There was no rushing, no urgency. Just a sweet time of getting reacquainted. By the time they broke apart, Harlow had no idea how much time had passed.
"Can I take you home?"
He asked.
"Maybe we can order some takeout and enjoy a quiet night in?"
I like the sound of that. I just need to get a few things. Walking around, she found her belongings. Are you going to follow me home? I really don't want to leave my car here. Walker shook his head.
"I drove here with Graham, so I don't have a car."
They were walking out the door when she had a little bit of regret. It didn't matter that Peggy had essentially behaved like a total witch. The fact was that she was Walker's grandmother. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I feel bad that I'm keeping you from spending time with Peggy. I don't know how long she's in town for, but...
He took her hand as they walked over to her car. "Axel's taking her out for dinner, and she's got a flight home tomorrow afternoon. Besides, being with you is the most important thing right now, and she knows it."
Inwardly, she loved that, but she still felt a little guilty. I hope you're going to drive her to the airport, then. He shook his head.
"She rented a car. But maybe you can join us for brunch tomorrow before she leaves, but only if you want to. No pressure."
Her immediate reaction was to say good riddance. But again, she was Walker's grandmother, and they were going to need to get properly acquainted with each other. That sounds nice. Is Connor cooking it, or are we going somewhere? He grinned as they climbed into her car.
"Connor's cooking. Graham wanted a meal at the resort, and he's testing out some menu options on her."
Ah, I love that. Very cool. She pulled away, but Walker kept her hand in his.
"Thank you."
Glancing over, she asked, "For what?"
"For giving us another chance. And for being so gracious. You could have easily said that you didn't want to have anything to do with brunch tomorrow, but you didn't."
I was tempted.
He grinned. "That's my girl. But you put it aside, and I appreciate that. If it helps, all the guys were on your side. So if anyone gets out of line with you, just know you've got not only the entire town, but a group of found family in the form of Lakeview Harbor Resort's investors behind you."
Found family, she repeated softly. I like that. No, I love it.
"And I love you, Harlow. Forever."
And she loved that even more. Oh my goodness, Connor! What is all this? As promised, the next morning Harlow joined Walker, Peggy, and all the guys up at the resort for breakfast. And from the amount of food in front of them, Connor had clearly outdone himself. Standing at the head of the table, he proudly stood in his chef's coat with a large mug of coffee in his hand.
"Each of you has a sample platter with eggs Benedict, sweet potato home fries, a slice of blueberry French toast casserole, a small cup of apple yogurt parfaits, and the platters in the middle have bananas Foster Belgian waffles. A little something for everyone, I hope,"
he said as he took his seat.
"No chocolate chip muffins?"
Axel asked with a boyish grin.
"Or maybe some Pop-Tarts?"
Connor shot him a look.
"You can go back to eating like an 8-year-old boy tomorrow. Today, you'll eat like an adult, or I'll let Peggy smack the back of your head for being disrespectful." "She'd never do that,"
Axel said with confidence.
"Peggy's my girl, my surrogate Graham, right?"
"Yes, I am," Peggy said sweetly. She took a sip of her coffee as everyone started to eat, and then mentioned that she had something to say.
"Graham, why don't you eat first?"
Walker suggested.
All this looks too delicious to let get cold."
She agreed, and for the next 20 minutes, everyone ate and gushed at how delicious everything was. "Connor, you're spoiling us," Harlow said. "How am I supposed to wake up tomorrow and eat a plain old cup of yogurt after this?"
"I guess you'll just have to come for breakfast more often once the kitchen is officially operational,"
he said with a wink.
"Maybe you can even convince Walker to stick around a little longer."
After she and Walker went back to her place yesterday, they had a very long talk about everything: her life, her family, where she saw herself in 5 years. And he shared the same about his life. She knew he enjoyed what he did for a living, and running the Lakeview Harbor Resort was never his dream. However, he knew being a part of it once it opened was something that was part of the plan. So that opened a whole discussion about their future. Being with Walker meant leaving Harbor Town and everything she'd ever known. It was slightly terrifying, but also kind of exciting. The real issue was it left her with no way of having a stable career because he traveled so much between resorts. If she left with him, she had to give up her career. If he stayed with her, he had to give up his. Not the greatest start to their forever. They'd ordered takeout and talked until well after midnight without coming up with a solution. Fortunately, they knew they didn't have to decide right away. They knew that as long as they were together, they'd make it work. The other topic that came up was the expansion and property. Walker had agreed to let it go because it wasn't necessary. He was embracing everything that made this place unique, and she was seriously impressed with him for putting everything he had wanted aside for the greater good. At that point, they'd gone to bed and made love until neither could stay awake, and had only gotten a handful of hours of sleep before coming up here to join everyone for brunch. Peggy tapped her spoon to her coffee cup. "I'd like to say something," she said, just loud enough to get everyone's attention. "You boys have done an incredible job with the resort. I know you're essentially just getting started, but I can see how much has been done already, and it just makes me even more excited to see what comes next. In my heart, I always wanted to see the next generation take over, and nothing could have pleased me more than seeing this group be the ones to do it. I wish Milo, Jace, and Kelsey were here so I could tell them too, but I know you'll share that with them." Walker held her hand and kissed it. "We will, Graham, I promise." "Good. I want you all to know that I appreciate everything you're doing to keep the dream my husband and I created alive. And I hear that Harlow's introduced you to several designers to help with all the interiors." She smiled at Harlow. "Make sure they make good choices," she added with a wink. "I will," she assured her. "Don't worry." "Excellent." She raised her mug. "To the Lakeview Harbor Resort and all the wonderful years of guests to come."
"I'll drink to that,"
Walker said, as they all raised their glasses. They finished eating and everyone helped with the cleanup, and by that time Peggy needed to leave for the airport. She hugged each of them goodbye, but gave Harlow a little extra love. Pulling back, she gently grasped Harlow's hands. "You're good for him," she said, "and you're good for this project. Thank you for being so gracious, and be sure to keep these boys in line." She kissed Harlow's cheek one last time before getting into her car and driving away. Walker came up beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist.
"She's like a whirlwind."
She had to agree. "So, what's on the agenda for the rest of the day?" she asked.
"I'm not sure. Do you need to go to the office?"
"Not really. I texted Charlene and let her know I was coming up here, but I don't have anything on the schedule that I need to deal with." He turned so they were facing each other.
Maybe you'd like to come and spend some time in my cabin with me? I thought maybe we could look at houses.
She frowned, confused. Houses? For who? I thought you weren't going to deal with that right now, and the guys haven't been ready to commit yet either. Now, both his arms wrapped around her waist.
Even though you exhausted the hell out of me last night, I couldn't fall asleep. So I spent a long time lying there in the dark, staring at the ceiling.
Oh?
And I thought about my career. I love it. I really do. And my bosses have been great to me.
He paused, placing a kiss on the tip of her nose.
But I'm tired of bouncing around from one resort to the other. So I'm thinking maybe we pick one that will be my only resort. We could make that our home, and either keep a house here in Harbor Town for whenever we need to come here, or have a cabin that's just for us, sort of like my family did for years.
Walker, if you stopped traveling, that would be like being demoted, wouldn't it? He shook his head.
It would honestly be a promotion. And it's something I wasn't ready to commit to until now. I'd be working on a corporate level. I don't have all the details yet or anything, but I emailed my bosses this morning and asked about it. They told me they'd let me know by the end of the week. But if that's not what you want, if you want to stay here in Harbor Town, then we'll do some research for that too. I was thinking maybe we can look at the new houses being built over in Pineview.
Her eyes went wide. Oh my goodness, you really have been busy. Where the heck was I? He grinned.
Sound asleep beside me, making the cutest little snoring sounds.
She pulled back. I do not snore.
Trust me, you do. And it's adorable.
Somehow she wasn't quite so sure. So, which location do you want?
Why don't we go down to our cabin and look at them all and talk about it?
Our cabin? His smile grew.
What's mine is yours, Harlow. Always.
He took her hand and started leading her toward the cabin path.
Let's go find our new home.
Home. She liked the sound of that. Epilogue. 1 month later. I'm not sure this is a good idea. There's so much going on. Maybe we should wait a little bit. Walker gave her a patient smile.
It's going to be fine, trust me.
I don't know, she murmured. I would think you'd want to be here for these meetings. Do you really think it's fair to dump it all on Axel, Slater, and Connor?
Nobody's getting dumped on,
he assured her.
These are just preliminaries, and no decisions are going to be made. Besides, this is a group effort. We've been handling stuff while Milo's not here, but we video chat with him and keep him up to date. The guys will do that for us, too. She still didn't look fully convinced, but there was no way he was going to be swayed. The two of them were heading to Galveston for 10 days. He was going for a final interview with the corporate bosses, and he wanted a chance to show Harlow where he worked. The entire process had taken longer than he thought it would, but it was fine. It gave him time to focus on the work he was doing at the Lakeview Harbor Resort. And they had been working tirelessly for months, and finally seeing enormous progress. More than half of the cabins were repaired and ready for paint and decorating. The lodge had been completely gutted, and all the plumbing and electric had been replaced. All the storage buildings, the boathouse, and the activity center were repaired and in the process of having their exteriors painted. There had been a lot of new roofs installed, more than they had originally expected. But when he walked around now, it looked amazing. Plus, after clearing away so much of the overgrowth, things were finally looking like the resort he remembered from his childhood.
Starting this week, the guys would meet with interior designers and decorators. Walker had put in his ideas and they had all discussed what they were looking for. These meetings, like he told Harlow, were really just to give the designers a chance to walk around and get a feel for the spaces they would work on. It would have been great if he and Harlow could be here for it, but he couldn't miss the opportunity to fly out for this interview. "We can tell them to video chat with us while they do the walkthroughs," he suggested to her. "I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. But it would probably go over better if you were the one to bring it up. The guys tend to say yes to you without arguing."
No. I'm sure everything's going to be fine." But she sighed.
"Are you sure? Because that sigh said otherwise."
She gave him a small smile. "It's just a lot, you know?"
There was a slight tremble in her voice, and he knew she was talking about more than just the decorators coming. Leaving Harbor Town, even for only 10 days, was a big thing for her. She'd never traveled this far away from home before. This town was her security. Even with all the terrible memories, it was still home. Spending time in Galveston was a brand new experience, and right now it was still in the running for a place to call home. But so were Orlando and San Diego if he got the job. Yeah, the only place they had ruled out was Miami. He had been so certain that he never wanted to move to Harbor Town and deal with the resort full-time. But the more time he spent there, the more open he was to the idea. So much was happening, and he loved seeing it all come together. So they had to make a conscious decision to just take it day by day. Once this interview was over, they would sit down and talk it all through again. And he loved talking with Harlow about everything. He loved her thoughts and ideas, and she had a knack for forcing him out of his comfort zone and making him see things in ways he never would have. It was a little like this resort. She had pushed him and made him see how his ideas, while not terrible, weren't needed here. Looking around, everything was coming together exactly the way it was supposed to. Who knows? Maybe one day he'd open a resort of his own with all the thoughts and ideas he had for this place. Maybe. That was a thought for another time.
"We should probably get going,"
Harlow said, interrupting his thoughts.
"The car will be here to pick us up any minute."
Nodding, he glanced around the cabin to make sure they had everything. She grabbed her suitcase, and he grabbed his and followed her out the door. They waved to the contractors and caught a glimpse of Slater as he hauled some lumber down toward the dock for repairs. At the parking lot, Harlow made a quick call to her office, while Walker just took a moment to take it all in. Everything around him. Everything was the same, but better. Every damn thing. And it filled him with pride. 4 months ago, the Lakeview Harbor Resort looked like a place that time had forgotten. But now, as he looked around for probably the 10th time today, it felt like he had stepped back in time. And it made him smile. This recording of #ResortLove was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Rebecca Gibble. Published by arrangement with Samantha Chase. Copyright 2025 by Samantha Chase. Recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.